Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
It's the last day of the English Test summer, and in a way we've got the Ashes finale we hoped for. The urn itself may technically still be in the grubby paws of the Roos, but England, as in 2019, have the chance to square the series. The tourists, however, have given themselves every opportunity to win in England for a first time in 22 years, and David Diddy Warner could finally get that elusive 100 here and carry his team home. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I am joined by two men from the evil continent of Australia who are ripping the Ashes back to Melbourne and Sydney and Canberra and putting them in a little box for another 2 years at least. In the weather cave in Perth, it is none other than Messi Jez. Hello, Messi.
Well, welcome, Hendo. Your portrayal of evil is hard to live up to, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you're not evil enough. Can you try and be a bit more evil, please? It's very difficult to say that Russ is evil because he not only has he got his headphones on, but he's got a tiny little kitten clambering around his shoulders. And you know that. Well, mind you, when you think about it, what was the guy in James Bond? He was a bit evil and had a little white cat, didn't he? Blofeld, or was that Henry?
Blofeld,
yes, he's now
Blofeld.
Stroking his cat like it is. Like he is a James Bond villain. Good morning to you, Russ. Final day of the summer. I always feel a little bit sad at this point, whatever's happening in the game. But we've still got a game on. That's the main thing, isn't it?
We do. I mean, it almost feels like we just started, doesn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
there was such a lot of things that have happened, but it
Yes.
happened in such a small space of time.
Yes.
But a fantastic game, assuming they get out to play. It looked like someone had an umbrella out. No, we should be all right.
Well, I'll tell you about the weather in a
So-
minute, but it's been very strange this morning, but carry on.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways it's similar to the first test, isn't it? Australia chasing. Need about 250 with 10 wickets in hand. So hopefully it's just exciting.
Absolutely. Now, Messi, it seemed to me, the way England were bowling yesterday, the pitch was doing absolutely nothing. You've got the cloud cover, but the ball wasn't swinging. What on earth is going on out there? Not to mention, of course, that not only does Moeen Ali not seem able to quite rip through the crease, so we had a little bit more of Joe Root than we might have expected, but strangely, Mark Wood was ignored until, sort of 28 overs had gone? Is he carrying a knock? Nothing's been said as far as I know. But it's going to be hard for England to take 10 wickets if two of their main bowlers are down.
To say nothing of Stokes, of course.
Of course.
That's true. I think one of the things that England suffered from yesterday was an end-of-term feel. It was like they were sort of having a benefit match when Broad and Anderson came out to bat. And it was all a bit sort of light-hearted, which suited Warner and Khawaja really well when they went into bat, because I think England had their problems getting their heads in the right place, and certainly the balls in the right place, because Broad did not bowl well. He was looking for the miracle ball, and it was well and truly disappearing.
Yeah, locked down the leg side from him, wasn't it? Round the wicket, he wasn't
Yeah.
getting the ball to straighten at all, which is a little bit of a worry. But that break, Russ, probably came at the right time for England. Otherwise, I think Australia might have almost been there by the close.
Well, you never know what was going to happen, of course, but they'll certainly be happier about it than Australia was because, as you say, they look very flat. And of course, if a number of them are injured or struggling, that extra day might certainly help them get themselves right.
I mean, that is a problem, isn't it? By squeezing all these tests so close together. I mean, we've had... What have we had? I mean, 7 tests that we've covered since pretty much the beginning of June. It's just crazy, isn't it?
7 men's tests, 8. Oh no,
No, that's
Yes.
right. We had the
Eight
Ireland
tests.
test. Yeah, was it 8 tests?
Yeah.
Is it?
8 with the women's.
Well,
Oh, sorry, with the
Yes.
women's test, of course. I mustn't forget that. Absolutely. I mean, I didn't actually take part in that, and I feel exhausted just from the emotion of everything. There's just been an incredible intensity about this series. Personally, I kind of wouldn't mind a draw from this game, although I suspect we're not going to get it. Because I think 1-3 will flatter Australia and 2-2 might just flatter England a little bit. I don't know what your opinions are on that, Messi.
I think that's probably a fairly good call. The thing is, too, that there is a reasonable chance of a draw, I think, because there's a weather front that's appeared that looks like hitting between 2 and 3 o'clock, which has got a fair bit of rain, and that might actually prove fatal to the game.
Well, as you're, you are an expert in this sort of thing, how can a weather front that wasn't there just suddenly appear? What's going on
Well,
scientifically?
I can tell you it was always there. The Met Office had their model showing it disappearing, and it hasn't, and that's the problem.
Yeah, well, it's a bit
still going.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. In my drive over this morning, as I left home, there was a little bit of rain in the air, and it was a little bit gloomy. By the time, I say it took me 40 minutes to go a mile because of roadworks. By the time I'd finished that mile, it was sunny, and then by the time I picked up my coffee at the gas station, it was sort of gloomy again, and it seems like a little bit of weather has blown into the Oval just as we're speaking, because as you said, the 3 men talking, Dinesh Karthik and Mark Butcher and Mike Atherton, were being handed umbrellas, so we might have a slightly delayed start. But I am worried about that weather front that you've now identified, Messi. What are you going to do? What are you going to do at the end of this series, Messi? Are you just going to sit in your weather cave and forecast weather for all parts of the world?
Probably not, because frankly, I don't give a shit unless it affects the cricket.
Yeah,
or
fair
me.
point. Fair point. Yeah, absolutely fair point. Now, how have Scratchin Tendulkar and Tabby Beaumont responded to what's going on? Are they enjoying their time in the Mooney Ponds
I mean, they're
reserve?
very excitable nowadays. They're kittens. They're jumping around. They're jumping on top of me. Yesterday, as soon as I logged off, they hit the airplane mode on the computer to kick me out of the Zoom group, which
Brilliant.
So it's all very exciting with kittens.
It
Here's
is.
Tabby again to say hello.
Do you know? I've never actually had a kitten. I've always had cats. They've always been fully grown when they've come to me. So I've never sort of had that joy of a small crawling creature over the back of my neck. But anyway, it's fantastic to combine our two loves of cricket and cats in this way, and it's been fantastic to have White Line Wireless with us through the summer, has it not, Messi?
Indeed. Somebody on YouTube is saying it's 11:10 a.m. start, by the way.
Oh right, I can't see
So
anything on there at the
maybe
moment.
that there is just a little shower. According to the radar, it's just a tiny little thing. The question that arises for me to Russ is: are they pissing everywhere? Because, or are they?
No, that's just the
trained?
commentators.
No, cats are remarkably good at training, and in fact, these ones surprised me because, of course, they don't have a mother. So I
You
thought
are.
I'd be responsible for
You are the
teaching them
mother.
where to pee. And it turned out actually you just put a litter where they want to pee, and they just start doing it there. So
Oh, there you
it
go.
was really nice.
There you go. Have you had
Much
a lot
better
of
than dogs.
Have you had a lot of experience with kittens before, Russ? Or I mean, is this something that
Oh,
you've
yes.
been doing? Oh, you have. Okay.
Well, as you may have picked up, my partner runs a rescue, the Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue. Was
Oh, right. It's
proud
your partner who runs it. Okay.
supporter of the Box of Dreams, and so we have lots of kittens. We have lots of kittens that come through, and we adopt them to loving homes, as well as cats that we rescue off the streets and various other things.
So does that mean you go out in the middle of the night looking for feral animals and trying to trap them in the nicest possible way?
Yes,
Oh, it
it
does.
is
Okay,
ex-
yeah.
exactly what happens.
So would it be stretching things, Russ, to say that your partner rescued you and inserted you in there?
Yeah, no, she got me off the streets and into the Box of Dreams.
I'm just thinking. I'm just
I
thinking.
was unadoptable though, right? No one.
No one, but you've been sitting in your cage for 28 years or whatever it was, and suddenly someone came along and took pity. Play will start at 11:10, according to what we have up on the television screen. Now, Broad
This is, by
retired.
the way, this is one of those nonsense. There's no real rain to speak of.
It's-
If they
yeah.
can play in it, they should start in it, in my opinion.
In fact, as you're talking, I'm looking out of the window here in Sydenham, which is not that far from the Oval, and the sky has brightened considerably just in the last couple of minutes. I have to say, it's that sort of a day. But I do hope that weather front stays away that the Messi is worrying about. I'm just.
Do you think?
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, do you think this cloud will help Broad? I mean, yesterday there wasn't a huge amount happening, but a bit of cloud cover and
Yeah,
might
we were
get
talking.
on a run.
The Bear and I were talking about this in the green room. It's been a very strange summer. It doesn't seem to have swung anything like as much as it has in recent summers, and it doesn't seem to swing at all, really, until the ball is 6 or 7 overs old. We're wondering whether it's anything to do with the actual the balls themselves. But I mean, yesterday should have been perfect conditions, really, to get the ball to move around, even if it's not doing anything off the pitch. But there was just nothing in the air, despite the cloud cover. So I'm not really optimistic that it's going to do a lot more. I suppose the question is whether the pitch has picked up some moisture from that rain. Some of that rain's got through. I did think it was strange, and I don't know if anyone else can sort of elaborate on this, but looking at the covers that they had on yesterday, they kind of had a cross of sheet going from the Vauxhall end to the pavilion and then right across the square. But it didn't seem to me as if they had the raised covers on wheels out there. Now,
No, it didn't look like that.
didn't
at all,
look like
did
it, did it? Now, that's curious, because you normally do, wouldn't you? Especially overnight. So that seems
Yeah,
a little
because
bit
you
strange.
get
to me.
sweat from it, wouldn't you?
Well, exactly, and I'm wondering whether, I mean, we're used to that abroad. There aren't many of the raised covers in many other parts of the world, and it does often tend just to be sheeting or hessian or whatever. But I'm wondering if there are any sort of regulations around whether, if you have the equipment available, you have to use it, or whether you just have to cover the square. I wonder if anyone can help us out with that one. I don't actually know the answer to that. Anyway, Stuart Broad and team have come out to the edge of the pitch. I suppose what we might as well do is get underway in terms of jingling, and the Australians that will be taken to the field, the two that have been out there from the very beginning, and possibly the last time we'll see both of these left-handers in England. So enjoy while you can.
He's quite good with a bat. He's got a stick in the start. He's short and he's fat. He's got a stick in the start. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a stick in the start. David Warner's got a stick in the start. Born overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. Born overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
And Khawaja is now the leading scorer in the series. Is that right? I think he's overtaken
It is.
Zach Crawley, and they've gone about it in very different ways. But two guys that came into the series with kind of question marks over them. Certainly in England for Khawaja. We're just having a close up of a little Broad, a tiny Broad, being held by his mother Molly. Up there watching proceedings. Chris Broad, grandfather, is there as well. He was on BBC Breakfast talking about his son's career this morning. It was quite entertaining. Joe Root is already practicing his bowling with Jeetan Patel, which kind of suggests that Moeen Ali isn't 100%. Surely. Guys, I don't know if how good you are on medicines and things like that, but don't we just pump these guys full of enormous painkillers and just say get out and get on with it and worry about what happens, in the next month or so? It's only the 100. I mean, Moeen Ali can miss the 100.
You mean the Stokes model of bowling?
Yeah, just get a big injection in and just flood him with good feelings, morphine.
Some doctors have morals, unfortunately.
Do they?
Stops them doing that kind of thing.
Actually, talking of which,
Not sports doctors.
No. Oh well, doctors involved in cycling, not quite so much. I have to say.
Yeah.
Now I can't see anything on our YouTube feed, so I don't know if the bear can come and help us out. I don't know if anyone is chatting at the moment.
There's lots of people there, but I'll do some tweets
Yes.
while we're waiting, if you like. The Light Roller's on his way to see you.
Oh.
Says should be at Gorilla Tires around 11, so hopefully I won't miss any of the action. I'm wearing the obligatory T-shirt, naturally. Mog says, for fuck's sake, just let the cat onto the mic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leah says, fun fact about Ernest Blofeld from James Bond, he was indeed named after Blowers and his father, who knew Fleming personally. There you go.
Is that right? Okay, that's interesting.
Our own Hattie the Mad Old Bat says, whatever happens today, a massive thank you to your team. I joke around, but you have kept me company during some dark days, physically and mentally this year. Thank you so much, Hattie. We do appreciate that. And Hombre Nueva says, morning, brilliant Gorilla Cricket. Just want to say, ahead of today's play, thanks for your wonderful guidance and nurture through this epic roller coaster of an Ashes. As always, top-notch entertainment from the Gorilla Cricket team. And thank you, Hombre, for some fucking stunning designs for our T-shirts and hats and so on.
Well,
and for your support.
I am modelling the Ben Folkes one. I love the Ben Folkes one, and I think we probably should try and sell it to Surrey members. We should contact Surrey and get it out there, probably, because we need to make some money. Anyway, Stuart Broad, for it is he, is going to open the bowling. You're about to say something, Messi.
Well, I never thought of you as a model before.
Well, no, me neither.
Hender, but role model, I guess.
That would be quite nice, I suppose. Any of those things, I'll take them. So it is going to be Broad. And now, Bear! I'm just going to get the bear in, because I want to get us some more Broad jingles, because it's going to be the last time we're going to be able to play any of the Broad jingles, really. And I'm a bit fed up with this headband one. I want some of the old ones up. So I don't know what he's doing. He's probably dealing with builders because he's not responding to me. So we're going to have to do with the headband one for now, but with a bit of luck, we'll get a few more in position for later on.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
I especially like the Harwood one with. We have a new man. That must be the Light Roller. He's got the shit gets wickets T-shirt on. which has probably had him banned from Sydenham, but he's found his way through. 3 slips under cloud. A ring of 3 on the offside, backward point cover mid-off, and we are ready to go. Umpire Damasina has said yes, let's play. And Australia 135 for no wicket, need another 249 to take an unassailable 3-1 victory from this series. In comes Broad, better ball than he bowled yesterday. It's straight on the money on the line of off stump, and Warner is brought forward in defence into the covers. The ball goes, and there is no run.
England may need a lot of shit to get wickets today if they're going to depend on Root and
They might.
sort of others
Yeah, they might.
to carry the attack.
They might need. They might. They might need a few of those beamers that Jimmy Anderson bowled to David Warner yesterday as well.
It's
Well,
never
that's
too
pretty
late to
scary.
introduce a new direct delivery, is it?
Yeah, that was quite fun. I mean, he did actually play it incredibly well. Here is the headbanded one. He's round the wicket and he's outside the stump, looking for a little bit of movement away. There may have been a smidgen, but nothing too much. I'm going to play another Stuart Broad jingle just for the fun of it.
Stuart Broad, innit?
Now, by my accounting, we have 10 Stuart Broad jingles in all. Broad in again. Now he's into the pads this time. He's appealing. It's a ridiculous appeal. It's going well down the leg side. It wasn't a celeb appeal. He was asking the umpire, so he obviously wasn't that confident himself. And they run through, do they, for a leg by? Yes, they do. Now, maybe we could get some fun going on YouTube and ask for some super chat. Donations for your favourite Broad jingle, and there are many. There's the Mini
that's a
Ripperton
good
one.
idea.
We built this city. We've got one from Southwold. We've got a couple of Mog ones. Without hearing them, I'm not 100% sure what they are. In fact, that was a run for David Warner. He got a little inside edge on that. I don't think that the line was right anyway. So Khawaja to face his first ball of the morning, and Broad is in, and he straightens him up a little bit there. Dug in on a good length at around about middle and leg, and just straightening a little bit. Defended by Khawaja. There is no run.
He's getting the
The
right amount
GPL
of
is open.
Broad.
Sorry.
Is it?
No, is it though? Is it? I was going to ask the Bear. Are we having a GPL
is.
today? Do we have a GPL when 249 is
Yes.
needed? I don't know. I'll have
It
to ask the
is.
Bear on that one.
It's open. Well, it's open on my screen.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe the Bear can come and clarify that if he's listening. I'll come back to you in a moment, Russ, as I know you were trying to say something there. Broad in onto the legs. Too much like yesterday. Clipped away to mid-wicket Woodfields. There is no run. Yeah, sorry, Russ.
Well, I'll talk to GPL. You should only be able to bet if you think Australia's going to lose. Otherwise, it's
Well,
null
exactly.
and void.
Exactly. And I'm not sure there are too many of us that are confident about that.
Broad's getting the right amount of movement. I think it's that there's just enough away that if he can get it on the right line, I think he's primed for an edge. It's
Yes, it's just
very
it's just
dangerous.
It's just his line, isn't it, at the moment? Slightly leg-sidey, as he was most of yesterday. Chris Wokes is warming up. Maybe he's going to open the bowling as well. Oh, that's a beauty from Broad. It's full. It's moving away. And he has Khawaja trying to play that defensively, but being beaten. That is the end of the over. Seemed like a short over. Maybe we came off in the middle of one yesterday. 136 for no wicket. The target is 384. Messi.
Farong says, greetings all, hope everyone's well. More bloody today. Darjeeling Gold was on the money. Weather played a reasonable role in the series. Perhaps next England home Ashes series should be played in the Middle East, where it rains about 5 to 7 days a year. Muttley says, morning. Woof morning, Primates. What's everyone's prediction? Today's addition to the music collection with Sis, Bon Jovi's Lost Highway, Love and Sausages. And Bag of Cans says, morning Gorilla Cricket, back for more after quitting early yesterday. Not overly optimistic, but desperately hoping England at least make the Aussies work for it. And Yep, go on.
I was going to say Muttley has also sent us £5 on Super Chat for the headband jingle just to wind Hendo up, love and sausages. So I'll play that again. We have had it already this morning, but in the meantime, I'll play you a little bit of Chris Wokes.
He's on Instagram.
Whoa.
And he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour. Not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
First ball is full, and it's squeezed out into the offside by David Warner. Warner on 59, 41 runs short of that elusive 100 that has escaped him in England all this time. Is he going to do it with his final knock on the
Did you
shores?
just see the picture they showed us, Hendo?
I did about the ball. I'm not sure when that was replaced, but they did look
Almost
quite
the
different.
last thing last night. It was replaced. The new old ball looks a lot newer than the old ball, if you know what I
Certainly
mean.
does.
It looks like someone took it home and spent the night shining it, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
Wokes
Yeah.
bowls. They're going to get a single here as it's shoveled out into the offside. Ben Stokes runs around and fields, and he's already rubbing the ball on his jumper as if to suggest there's still some residual moisture on the outfield, which is not good news for England and might make that new ball go soft a little more quickly than it might. 137 for no wicket. And isn't it great to see the final day of the English Test summer, a packed ground? That is just well, a beautiful thing to see. And Test cricket sort of hanging on in there, not exactly alive and well. He finds the outside edge. In fact, a little bit of a jump there from the ball. It seemed to wrap the thumb of Usman Khawaja as he played that square on the offside. We're just going to see a replay of that. Just pops a little bit on him. No, he didn't actually. It just came off quite high on the bat, but a thick outside edge nonetheless. Khawaja reacted as if it had done something a little unseemly. But, there is no run.
There's certainly a lot more going on for England than there was yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those 2 overs.
Wokes in again. He's always hit him on the pad. That's got to be close, hasn't it? It's blind Joe Wilson, and he's going to give it not out. The only thing that could save Khawaja there is pitching outside
Pitching
leg
outside
stump.
leg.
Yeah. Otherwise, it was pretty adjacent. They're just talking about it. I think they should risk it. No, they're not going to. They're not going to. They're going to go with blind Joe Wilson. And it'll be interesting to see the replay of that one. It was quite full. Oh, I don't know. It's gone from leg stump to off. Maybe actually, looking at it a second time, maybe it's just missing off stump.
I think it's definitely pitching outside.
Anyway, he's getting the ball to move, which is when Chris Wokes is at his best, at getting the ball to move off the pitch. 3 slips go down. In comes Wokes again, and Khawaja jumps as he gets in behind that one and defends it up towards mid-off. Exciting stuff in these early overs. We're going to see it now. Yeah, looks like it's pitching outside leg. So a very good decision by Joel Wilson. I mean, we've criticised him a lot, but that was a really good decision, and a good decision from Ben Stokes not to review. So both teams still have their 3. As Wokes turns at the top of his run from the Vauxhall end in bowls, and this one is clipped off his pad. Certainly going to get one. Root. Broad is after it, and slides, pats it back, is helped by Mark Wood. I thought they might have got a second, but they settle for the one. That's the end of the over. Australia 138 for no wicket. Messi.
Leah says, could you please plug the fact that I will be covering the India tour of Ireland later this month? Yes, in English. I'll retweet that as well for you, Leah.
I prefer it in
Dave
German,
Wood
personally.
says, in terms of merchandising, you could really do with an Ashley Giles King of Spain type happy accident.
That's a bit
I'm not
late, isn't
entirely
it?
sure I
It's a
get
bit late to have a King of Spain design.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he was on Question of Sport the
uh,
other day, but even so.
Mog says, I did a variation of the headband broad jingle too, but Senor Pill did it better.
Oh, okay. Well, after
Tara
the
Badgel says,
broad Broad into Khawaja, who meets this one beautifully with a full face to bat. It was very full on middle and leg. Stokes is powering up to long on, just about gets there and prevents them coming back for a third. So brilliant work from him. And I will play the headband jingle again, especially for Muttley and his $5.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
And I can tell you, Muttley, I'm really annoyed having to listen to that again. This is full, dug out by Khawaja up to mid-off. Stokes does the fielding once again. Sorry, go on, Russ.
Could I note, and I know it's the last test of the series, but it's been bugging me for 5 tests. Why is David Warner wearing black shoes in his profile photo? And why didn't someone just Photoshop them white? It's just such a terrible look.
In his profile photo? A profile photo
Next
where?
time the scoreboard comes up, and then they have the profiles of the two players standing there looking very awkward.
And he's got
David
black
Warner's
shoes on.
wearing black shoes. It's no good. It's not right.
That's just poor, isn't it? I mean, a man of his experience, he should know better than that, shouldn't he, really? Absolutely. That's enough to make him deserve being got out. Pushed by Khawaja into the covers. England look a little bit snappier in the field. That's Jimmy Anderson sliding across to his left to do the fielding. A little bit snappier than they did at, 2 o'clock yesterday. 140 though for no wicket Australia. 244 more required. And Broad has just stopped and his walk back to his mark. He's now received the ball from Ben Stokes. There are some dark clouds hovering over that stand that is at the Vauxhall end. The arc, as it were. In comes Broad again, shorter, and he tries to pull, and probably hits over the top of that. Khawaja makes no contact, goes through to Bairstow, and there is no run.
So much rests on this first session, I think, for Australia. If England's going to have a new ball more or less at the start of the second session, and if they're coming into that 3 or 4 wickets down, then you wouldn't fancy them to get another 150 runs or whatever they need to get. But Australia can get through this first session relatively unscathed. They're probably a half a chance.
Oh, I think so. I think Australia have got a good chance. And that's not just me being pessimistic. I just don't think yesterday the pitch wasn't doing anything. Broad in again, and onto the front foot comes Khawaja and pushes up to Ben Stokes at mid-off, and there is no run. Reminder, of course, on YouTube, and I suppose also on Twitter if you want. Oh no, you can only do it on YouTube. Send us some money and we'll play your favourite Stuart Broad jingle to mark his departure from the test and cricket scene. I say the cricket scene, he'll probably be back in a commentary box before too long. Now, Broad is...
It might be worth reminding people what those jingles are, if you can, from the title.
I will do. Broad has sent a man back at deep square leg. And it's just made me laugh. Oh, no, he's had a little prod at that one outside the stump, a little bit of movement away, and is beaten by that one. Disinterested hand job has sent us something on YouTube saying, play the Broad headband jingle. Well, I'm going to see if I can find the Mog version of the headband jingle. Let's see if it's this one. No, it's not that one. What about this one?
Bring Stuart Broad on to throw down some short ones. Though he's no good now, he's still pretty.
He's still pretty. No, that's not it, is it? But now I've played you two by default anyway. Woke starts a new over. Hits Warner on the pad as he's trying to work that into the onside. Must have been a bit of bat involved there. Otherwise, I think they might have been interested in the LBW. So England going close, but not quite close enough at the moment. Huge amount of batting to come. The likes of Labuschagne, who will be looking to improve on what he did in the first innings. Steve Smith, Travis Head. Although I do tend to agree with the Bear that England seem to have got Head's measure a little bit in the last couple of tests. Anyway, Wokes into a 7th over. He's only gone for 7 runs. 3 slips waiting. He's in to Warner, and he's got him, I think. Caught behind. Warner is not going to get the elusive 100. That is the last we will see of him in England, and some people will be very happy with that. He's gone for 60, taken by Bairstow, and England have that all-important breakthrough they were looking for.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here.
Beautiful delivery.
Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah, 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 nah.
He is history. He's history in this country for sure. David Warner goes for 60 from 106 balls, but a good effort from him. At least he should go off and feel that he's contributed something to this series, and he's getting warm applause, especially from the Australians in the crowd. Messi, can you stick in a couple of tweets while we're about it?
I'm claiming that one. I said on the roundup last night that he just about reached the limit of his capacity,
Okay.
and it proved to be the same. Matt Searle says, am I still predicting England win to level the series, or still confident of the 3-1? Warning everybody, by the way. I think if there's going to be a result today, England will win by a lot. I put $1 on at 12-1 for England to win by at least 81 runs today, and I think that was very good.
You're
value.
more pessimistic as an Australian than I am as an Englishman. I'm wondering, have you spent too much time with me, Messi? Am I rubbing off on you?
Possibly. But our middle order's gone AWOL over the last couple of matches. Apart from Smith, Labuschagne had a good match last match. I'm not confident.
Well, it'll be interesting to
He's
see.
a realist. He knows that we're going to get rolled for 150 in the first session.
Oh, please, please.
150 more.
150 more. Well, that would still be quite exciting, wouldn't it? He's come to the crease. He took 82 balls to get 9 in the first innings. I'll jingle him up after this ball. His first ball from Chris Wokes. 3 slips waiting. And, he just jabs that out, but uncomfortably into the offside. And there is no run. This is the new man with bat in hand.
He kept floating on a night beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's not a Labuschagne. It's not a Labuschagne.
Wokes in and goes past the outside edge. These are the conditions for Chris Wokes. He's enjoying them at the moment. Australia have added 5 runs this morning. They've lost David Warner. Now, Space Age Mark says, I've only discovered Guerrilla Cricket this series and I love it. Thanks guys for a great job. It's our pleasure. What isn't our pleasure is the fact that we're going to be off air for about a month while this ridiculous 100 competition goes on. Personally, I'm not sure I can survive a month without commentating. I don't know whether you're going to struggle, Messi.
I'm going to go back onto normal sleeping time. At the moment, I go to bed about 4 a.m. and get up about 11 a.m. So it'll be strange getting back into normal sleeping time.
Well, it looks like all I'm going to be doing for the next month is paid work, and looking for a new house. So I'm not really looking forward to that.
Well, you've been kicked out.
No, not kicked out. This is driven. It's a big half volley, and he should have put that away really, but he's picked out the man at cover. Mrs. Hendo is badgering for a move. I mean, I am too in a way, because we need a bit more space. It's absolutely cramped now, but also we haven't got any outside space, and we'd like a bit of that.
So with the cat.
And well, yeah, so with the cat. Although technically we're not really allowed to let the cat out because he is technically an indoor cat. But he does look longingly at the outside. Onto the back foot goes Labuschagne, turns it through square leg. They'll take an easy single because there's no one in that position. It's the end of the over, a successful one for England. Wokes 7 overs, 1 for 8. Australia 141 for 1.
Matt Searle says, I have you on in my study for work, TV on in the next room, deliberately 2 balls behind, so you are behind you, so I have time to trot in when anything exciting happens. Perfect. any room to play the Gorilla Ashes jingle rather than the usual one at the end of the series? That's a good point.
Well, I'm not sure where that one is. We can never have one. They're all hidden deep in the bowels of the jingle cart, and it's not always easy to access them.
Sapun says that outfield looks quite slow today. It might be a struggle to get boundaries.
Yep.
Warren says morning all. Leah says don't you worry, Hendo. I will cover select games of the World Cup in Germany.
Well, I don't know how many German fans we have out there, and how many German fans we have out there who don't speak English.
Yes.
That would be interesting to know, wouldn't it? Stuart Broad is going to continue.
Sapun says Russ with the insightful analysis there.
So 3 slips and a leg slip. Backward point, mid off, mid on, backward square leg, long leg. In comes Broad. And this one goes past the outside edge as he pushes forward. I should restate that, of course. What I just gave you in terms of the field would suggest that there were 3 behind square on the leg side. The man in the square leg position is in fact in front of square. So Broad beat the outside edge there, but it died on its way through Johnny Bairstow. Just about made it to him. There are quite a few people in the crowd wearing the Broad headband in tribute as he runs in again. Balls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne leaves at the last minute, as he is wont to do, and through it goes to Bairstow again. Labuschagne 1, Khawaja 72, and of course it was these two that got really bogged down in the first innings, and England will be trying to put the pressure back on them again and see if they can...
Well, very full this morning too. It's interesting to note.
Yep. Looking to see if there's swing out there. Slightly nervous-looking Australian bench in the looking out over the oval. As Broad is in again, bowls to Labuschagne and comes forward to a ball on the line of off stump, plays it into the onside. Mark Wood is in to field from mid-wicket. And there is no run. This session, we've only had 4.5 overs. I suppose we did start late, didn't we? It was 10 past 11.
Yeah.
6 runs, 1 wicket. That is how England would like it. I suppose they'd like 1 or 2 more wickets as well. But a pretty encouraging start from them this morning. And as you say, that ball does look... It looks a lot harder and it looks a lot newer. Here is Broad in from the pavilion end, bowls to Labuschagne on his legs. He's appealing for LBW. Dharmasena shakes his head, and I suspect that was probably too high.
I didn't think it was out. He almost immediately looked at the umpire.
Exactly. When we know that when he does that, the celeb appeal is when it's out, or when he thinks it's out, really thinks it's out. Yeah, it's quite high, isn't it? It's well over the top of the knee roll. He's trying to turn it into the onside. The bear has come in. Are you taking over ball by ball? He thinks he is. We haven't got the actual rotor up in front of us. We've got yesterday's rotor, which isn't entirely helpful. Anyway, who else is coming in? Jack, is he here?
Mutley says he's very happy. Huzzah! It's all on now.
Broad wider on the crease. Oh, turning Labuschagne round a little bit. He wanted to play that into the onside because of the angle, but couldn't really. So a little bit of bottom hand shoveling it out, really. England have gone up to 56% on the win predictor. Australia are 35%. Oh, and now we've got a draw and a tie as another choice, as an option. Yes, absolutely. 9%. They are saying. There's 1 ball remaining in my spell.
Mog says his jingle is subtitled "The Headband."
Oh, right, okay. Oh, now that's come back in from Broad. Hit him on the back pad. Again, Dharmasena is saying no. Broad this time is quite interested.
Wide of the stumps, I'm pretty sure when he hit him, it's definitely umpire's call.
Do you think that hit the back pad? I thought that hit the back pad. Which might have been in line.
I could be wrong. I'm watching on a...
Well, they are going to review it. They are going to review it. And I suppose Labuschagne is one of those prized wickets. So
I think they'll be lucky to get umpire's call.
So I look.
Really do.
I'll be reviewing the ump's decision, because those reviews exist to extend my career. I believe that they'll save me, but it could be more iffy than it appears. 'Cause if I don't, then someone else might use it, get a second chance and go on to do very well and consign my career to hell. 'Cause that is them and this is me. I have a higher destiny. I think I'll use all reviews every game.
And all we can say to that is hitting outside the line. Not by much, but enough. England lose a review.
Well, it's an old school broad review, wasn't it? Just
It
for
was.
old time's sake.
It was. It was a good ball. I think
That
it was.
is my spell, by the way. And
Are you not back for today?
I am back in the third session, so if I'm back, it'll be a very exciting game, and I'm looking forward to it. And if I'm not back, then thank you, gentlemen. Australia's lost, and you can take your moral victory.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raz.
Enjoy your kittens. Well, hopefully we'll see you later because it'll be fun if it
So
does go that
I'm
far.
going to leave as well with one last tweet from Dave Wood. It says, "Dear Davey Warner, fuck off. Message ends."
Fair point. Fair point. Am I staying here?
No. I don't know.
Well, the bear is just going to check out the rotors. It's 141 for 1. I'll do the first ball of Wokes' 8th over, coming in from the Vauxhall end. He's in, bowls to Khawaja, leaves it alone. It's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander for the time being. And it's taken by Bairstow.
Yeah, Bear's on ball by ball, Jack's on socials, and I'm on summarising.
Okay. Oh, you can't. Yeah, I can see that this morning.
So who's staying on?
Just you and Missy and Jack.
Just keep listening, folks. We'll get it right soon.
That's got to be out. Sorry, I didn't even see that because I was moving seats. But I've got another bet. Is all I can say.
I can describe it if you like.
Yes, please do, Jack. Turn yourself up while you're at it.
I will do. I'll shout really loud into the microphone until then. It was a full ball from Wokes going across Khawaja. I think it just holds its line and hits him, I reckon, on the back pad, very adjacent to the stumps.
Well, let's have a look. I'm going to have a look at this for the first time. No, it's not pitching outside leg. It has jagged back. Oh, no, that's out. Surely. That's pitched on leg, going on to hit leg, I'd have thought.
Yeah, how am I now, Bear?
Oh, is it close to the edge? It's close to the edge. But no edge. I'm sure that's pitching in line. Well, the umpire's given it out. Who was it? Was
Umpire's
it
call on pitching, I suspect.
No, in line, hitting in line, knocking in line. Review lost! Both teams have now lost the review in a space of 2 overs. And suddenly the game comes alive. The two people who were really holding us up yesterday are out. And now the other two. You kind of feel... I'll just play a jingle for this.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
You kind of feel, get another wicket now, and suddenly everything swings, doesn't it, for England? These two hold the key for Australia. But the ball's doing something. It was doing absolutely... It's amazing what a day does in cricket when, okay, it had a bit of rain, but the wicket's covered, blah, 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 blah. Suddenly... change of ball, which everyone's moaning about.
Change of ball,
yeah, but who made? No one on our side made the fucking decision to change. Okay, the England team asked for it to change, but the umpires pick it, and they're two neutral umpires. I don't know what's going through their brain, but they certainly picked a better ball, and suddenly it's doing shit for England. So
I'm not blaming England, but it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Well, it's like dodgy run-outs not given. All sorts of things have happened in this series, all ifs, ands and buts to a certain degree. But this man is in to bat.
Stop thinking, just stand still. Stop playing with yourself. Oh, it's very unsightly. Stop thinking, stop fiddling about. Stop playing with yourself. Oh dear. Stop thinking, you look a bit mental. Stop playing with yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Stop thinking, oh. Stop playing with yourself. You will go blind.
And I always think the one advantage that you have when these two are in is that most right-arm bowlers prefer bowling to right-arm batsmen, and they may be two of the best in the world, but at least they're the right way round. Awful lot of left-handers in this Australian side. Anyway, Wokes is in to Smith, who does what Smith does, goes right across and just works it into the leg side out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Is Wood going to be able to bowl more than 5 overs today? If that.
Oh, you surely is. I mean, it's
everything's
adrenaline would be pumping now.
Exactly, as I said to Hendo, you just strap him up with everything that needs to be strapped up as hard as possible, pump him full of drugs that kill the pain, and send him out there.
He hasn't got another appointment for 6 months after all.
Well, he will be in the World Cup team, you'd have thought. That's played out into the offside and there's no run, but there's sporadic ODIs until October, and he's only got bowled 10 overs at a time. So you'd have thought that'd been okay.
It's interesting. I said, Jack's for tweet. Are we between overs? No. I was saying to my son this morning, I thought this wouldn't be close. Either Australia would cruise it by about 7 wickets, or England would get Australia out for about 250.
Ooh, left by the pig, but probably missing off stump, probably high. Although he didn't offer a shot, so could have been out, but wasn't going anywhere near the wicket. No one appeals, no run. I've got 2 unders today. I'm not. You know, one thing that hasn't happened in the entire series is you sort of a collapse on either side, really. Which means you can't really cash in on the unders. Which is annoying. Usually Australia managed that quite well in England.
Australia didn't do too well in the last match, and in fact England didn't do too well at the end of their second innings here.
Yeah, me and Hendo were talking about that not so long ago. That's outside half of the bat. I don't know if it was entirely meant to go down there, but it was all on the ground, and it's 4 runs.
4 on the floor.
That's Smith.
And 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
Well, England removed 2 objects that were there yesterday. Who's on tweets?
I am.
Okay.
But I've been sold a dummy by Messrs here, who's told me that the last tweet was from Pornbot, when there are no tweets from Pornbot, so I don't really know where I am. Old fart play. I'll start 6 minutes ago. Can you do commentary on other sporting events? The golf commentary on the Masters was incredible. Tim Everingham. I realise this is a niche Australian reference, but I still don't understand why Stuart Dew is on the Australian bench. Who's Stuart Dew? I'm not sure who that is.
I don't know.
Also, thanks for the fantastic coverage of the summer. Looking forward to the World Cup coverage in October.
Yeah, it's a shame we're going to be off air for so long. I mean, we will cover some of the warm-up games, obviously. Labuschagne gets behind that and defends into the leg side, and there's no run. There's a lot of ODI cricket, but of course the Poxy 100's on for the next month, so we don't have any fucking Test cricket in England. It just really irritates me.
Stuart Dew is an Australian rules football coach.
Maybe he's a fitness coach.
Yeah, could be.
I imagine that Aussie rules footballers are slightly fitter than cricketers in general.
Yeah, I think you've got a filter on your tweets that stops you seeing the porn bot because it was the one immediately before the old fart at play. So you came in at exactly the right place.
Broad, gets one to swing into Labuschagne. And he defends it nicely enough. Out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. How many overs have we had this morning? It came out 39 were bowled yesterday, wasn't it? It's the 6th over in the morning.
Yeah, I think that's right.
42 minutes? That's not great.
No, it started 10 minutes late.
Oh, yeah, of course, in half an hour. All right, okay, all right. But it also means it can get 2 or 3 more out of Broad. It's his last game ever, for fuck's sake. Just run him into the ground. Who cares if he gets injured?
You callous bastard.
Man, you got to put it all on the line, Stuart. You want a victory in your last ever Test. That's down the leg side. It's going to be 4 byes, I think. I don't think you got anything on it. Yeah, it's going to be 4 byes. Swung a long way.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, getting that one to go real late and real big is Broad. Needs it to go from around about 5th stump though. Come back, castle the stumps, splay Labuschagne's stumps all over the place. That would be lovely.
Oh dear. You don't hold back with your fantasies, do you?
No, why not? Why should I? That one is driven sweetly instead out to the extra cover boundary. Labuschagne gets himself 4. That was a nice shot. It was interesting. All the commentators on Sky this morning had Australia winning this.
Were they all English?
No, it was DK, Atherton and Butch. So 2 were English.
I think they were big favourites, though, weren't they?
Well,
Market.
yeah, I mean, yay and nay. I mean, this is the thing. It's 4th innings, isn't it? Often teams can go along really nicely in a 4th innings. Broad in. Oh, that one comes in. Manages to tip it around a corner. There is a long leg, and it'll only be 1 run. But it only takes 2 or 3 wickets for jitters to start. There's no coming back from the 4th innings, is there? So and then suddenly everything gets on the line and the pressure. I mean, we all know that cricket's such a mental game. I mean, Messi's right. If you win this, you win this by 6 wickets, and a couple of people get really big scores, and these 2 could be the ones, and they basically saunter to pretty close, and then maybe a wicket falls, and maybe another one, but by then the game is done. I mean, if England get another wicket now, I imagine all sorts of things will be going on in the Australian dressing room.
Yeah. Well, the bookies have now got England at even money and Australia nearly 2-1.
Yeah. Broad in. Ooh, inside edge from Smith onto his back pad. No run, end of the over. Over to you, Jack.
Mog says, last day of the Ashes and the Gorillas are getting ragged with their rosters, jingles and everything.
Pretty much. I mean, this is the only jingle. This is the only rotor I can find for today.
What do you mean getting ragged?
Unless anyone has one more up to date. I've got me. I'm supposed to be on with Jason and Anindo.
I'm here in place of Anindo. Yeah.
I mean, can you send that to my email address? Because for some reason Tony has now got in the habit of sending rotors to A, not me, or B, just a random gorilla email address. For some reason I've dropped off the list. I think it's because I'm expected to be here pretty much every day, so he doesn't bother sending them to me.
I think you've got the right one. The change with Anindo was just 1 slot because he's got to be on a plane at the moment.
Okay, that's into the pads. Nicely played by Labuschagne out to deep mid wicket. Well, he's been certainly more proactive than he was in his first innings, eh? And that'll be 4 more runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It's just a little too full though.
Yeah, he got past the nervous 9s.
Yeah. In 17 balls.
Yeah.
Took him 82 balls to get this last time.
Yeah.
Good couple of shots, but those 2 wickets would have done England a world of good.
Yeah.
They can see themselves ahead. Still a long way to go. Still over 200 runs required, and Labuschagne defends that into leg side, and there's no run. I mean, this is it. 3 down with over 200 required. It feels a long way off.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. There's also much more purpose about England generally today, I think. There's a spring there, whereas yesterday...
Yeah, I kind of
really
thought they
flat.
thought with 384 runs in the bag, but we're going to win this, so it'll just happen. It's kind of what I thought, which is what I was hoping wouldn't happen. But they did seem to have that feeling like, well, we're going to win this because no one ever gets this many runs, and so we'll just bowl and they'll eventually give their wickets away and everything will be fine. As Labuschagne just leaves that, and there's no run. I mean, it's quite mad, that ball is nothing like the one that... I mean, the ball that got put on probably looks about, 15 overs old maybe? And the ball that was taken off was 39 overs old. I don't know how they came to that decision.
That's weird, isn't it?
It is very weird.
It cuts both ways, I reckon.
Maybe it's just well, I do think they have boxes numbered. Woke's in, and that's played into the leg side. There won't be a run this time. That's Woody at mid wicket. I mean, presumably they just have boxes labelled 40 overs, 39 overs, or periods of overs. And they just pick one out of the box. I suppose it's kind of legal, but does seem a bit weird.
Oh, Jack, you were playing cricket over the weekend. How did you go?
Rained off on Saturday? No. Woke's in, left by Labuschagne through to keeper, and there's no run. Bit of lift there, nearly touched the bottom end of Labuschagne's bat, but no. Did you get much play over the weekend?
Rained off yesterday when I was on 28 not out. That's a bit annoying.
Well, it's a red anchor. Or does it count?
And then we lost on Saturday, 122 all out by 1 wicket.
Ooh.
Oh,
that was a close game.
That must have been. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very close.
Is that how many overs is that?
40.
40. Oh, big inside edge from Labuschagne. Is he going to get 4 runs? Oh, a good bit of 30 down by Moen at long leg. Should allow him to get back for 2, which they do. Maybe I should go for the run out. It's these two, isn't it? I'll have a cheeky bet on a run out.
Did somebody not say there hasn't been a run out all series?
Yeah, it was me. I don't think there has been a run out all series. There's got to be one, and at 33-1. Come on, boys, run yourselves out. That would be absolute genius.
Shall I rattle through some tweets? We've
Yeah.
got Grand Theft Auto, who says, yes, Bear, an entire series without a totally abject England collapse, rarer than hens. Teeth Mogg says, Stuart Dew is a former AFL player and the size of a very fat former AFL player. Matt Cullen, and Matthew Cullen says, I wasn't going to watch any of the 100, but if you turned it into a drinking game and broadcast a few matches, I'd tune into you guys. Can't face that many months without Gorilla. And Dave Wood says, I'd settle for Woods playing Piggy's face all over the place.
Well, we do have a change in bowling. Speaking of that man, he's coming in for his first ball, and it's left alone by Smith outside the off stump. There's no run. It's him.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
He's never quite got that pace that he got at Headingley, has he?
No, it was like that was like box fresh, wasn't it? Box fresh Mark Wood.
Yeah.
Never been used kind of thing. Woo.
Shock trooper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Occasionally gets
that
out
was
there.
an amazing spell. That's the best spell of bowling all series, I reckon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Wood in. Oh, here we go. I couldn't get there. Who was that? At mid wicket. I think it's Harry Brook had to come in. They got through for 2. No one in at mid wicket. I do find that very odd against these two. Mind you, haven't got a couple of wickets. They have sort of settled in and settled down a bit. Can't expect everything to go your way all the time. Kind of feel you want to get one of these two early. England will have an opportunity with a new ball later as well, obviously. There's only 30 odd overs till that. Down Australia are going to get 200 and whatever it is they require, 222 in 32 overs. They could if they went bad bowling. Wood is into Smith. Oh, driven at. Out to cover. It's a bit weird having Moen at cover if he's a bit mobile, but he is. So you try and hide him somewhere in the field, don't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, he ran reasonably well to keep that ball from the boundary down at fine leg in the last over, didn't he?
Well, kind of shuffled around a bit.
Shuffled around. He did better than I would have done, put it like that.
I mean, Moen's been quite an odd one, hasn't he? I mean, he's been picked. He's played, 3 tests out of 5? As Wood is in.
Yeah.
Jumped climbs a little bit on Piggy, who leaves it through the keeper and there's no run. Picked as a spin bowler. Couldn't really bowl spin in the first test because his finger burst. Then he was out for a test. Did he play it? He didn't play at Headingley, did he? No, he did because he.
He did.
Yeah,
he did. He's got 6 wickets at 67.66.
Yeah, a couple of really vital ones. I suppose you got Labuschagne and Smith in 12 balls, didn't he? At Headingley. But the thing he's been picked for, that's left alone through the keeper and no run. Oddly, he's been unable to really deliver because of injuries, etc., etc. And then he's been shoved up at number 3 and kind of done okay. Is that Jack Leach there, sitting with Ollie Pope? This is the injured crew.
Well, Moen's got 180 runs at 25.7, as opposed to David Warner, who's got 285 runs at 28.5. So yeah, pretty
kind of all right. Smith facing up. Wood in again. That climbs a little bit on him. he leaves it through to the keeper and there's no run, and then he asks for gloves. He should not be allowed to do this every 2 overs.
Oh, fuck.
Right, let's have some sweets. Imagine says Stuart Dew is the recently sacked coach of the Gold Coast Suns in the AFL. He has a similar build to Raheem Cornwall, so I suspect fitness coach is a bit overblown. Grand Theft Auto says not only has Wokes bowled better than Robinson, but he is a better batsman and human being than Robinson too. Mog says the rosters are always found in the WhatsApp group. Bear, if you weren't too cool to participate. Leah says all sorts of things going on in the Australian dressing room. Sounds like a description of a smutty fan fiction I will gladly skip. And Supun says the real sign of Bazball's success is if it is copied in the under-13s game, like the amount of kids screaming no run and copying Smith and Labuschagne's mannerisms when batting.
Well, yeah, well, I'm hoping that these two manage a run out between them, because that will be genius. Labuschagne facing up Wokes. It's played out to the covers. Straight to cover, and there's no run. Wokes has
I've got to say, what? Go on.
I was going to say, Wokes seems to have dropped in pace the last couple of overs. Go on.
Watching my grandsons under 13s, I'm happy if they remember to call at all. Either they forget to run or take off without calling quite frequently.
When I was young, I just assumed everyone ran at the same speed as me, so I'd run out 2 players a game.
Oh! Now, that was left by Labuschagne, but kind of prodded at, and it went a long way. And there is no run. I thought he managed to just paddle that through to the keeper. It went a long way off the seam. He drew the bat away. Warren Davis has given us a super chat. He says, Elon Musk has forced X on me now. You seen that fucking big illuminated X they stuck on the top of the building? I'd hate to live opposite that. I mean, it's like millions of watts coming out of a stupid X on the top of his building. He's a fucking idiot, Musk. Defended by Labuschagne, and there is no run.
There goes our sponsored battery. Oh, dear.
Wow. Okay, right, I found the crew.
No ball?
Was it a no ball?
Yep.
Oh, that's annoying. I can't be asked about Jingle. I'm trying to forward the... Oh, God, no.
Oh, dear. This is like something...
Past the outside edge.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh. I think shambles is actually the correct description, Mog. Yeah, Bear's distracted at the moment. And that ball from Wokes just swung and cut a little bit. And, yeah, Labuschagne just paid it a different ball altogether. Bring it through to Bear's there.
Sorry, distractions. How many overs? We got 3 balls left in this over. Again, that's a decent ball on the line of off stump, going away from Labuschagne. I think it needs to be closer to that off stump to force him to play. And no run. 12 off 26. Smith 6 off 11. Score is 163 for 2, so still over 200 runs behind.
I don't think there's any doubt that Wokes is looking easily the most threatening of these English bowlers again. He's just getting that life out of the pitch, isn't he? As well as
just a little, yeah. Wokes in. That's too close though, and Labuschagne just works it into the leg side. Pretty vacant out there. That'll be the 1 run. I think he's kind of telegraphing though that he's going to bowl. I think he needs, you know, a mid wicket and a mid on in, so that it does indicate to Labuschagne that he can bowl straight. I mean, the field he's got set at the moment sort of indicates that he's going to bowl in that channel wide of off stump, because there's no one there to stop the single on the leg side, so he's not expecting to be hit there unless it's got from a long way outside off stump. Smith is going to face up last ball of the over, and he too works that into the leg side. Ooh, and sets off for a run, but is sent back. Woody fields it, and he'll take off his sweater as he's going to bowl next over. Over to you.
Leah says Smith looks like the result of a ferret bonking a sow. The wonders of nature that David Attenborough never shows. Muttley von Erich says, so now when I learn something on Twitter, have I heard it on the X?
Ah,
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm not aware of anybody who's actually referring to it as X, because it just doesn't work, does it?
no, it doesn't.
It's fucked. It's totally fucked. And as from a couple of days' time, they said they were going to charge people for a blue tweet to be able to use TweetDeck, which will really piss me off if it does happen. But I'm glad the series is over first.
Wood is in. He's bowling to Labuschagne. It's too wide of the off stump. He leaves it through to the keeper and there's no run. Bit quicker. 88 miles an hour. The GC Naked Fun bot has given us $4.99 to say he's investigating whether Jack's pawn bot filter works across platforms. Have you got that on YouTube?
I haven't got YouTube up because it sends Chrome through a bit of a loop.
Oh, does it?
Slack.
Oh, well.
It doesn't really. It doesn't. If you have YouTube up and the stream that we're commentating from, that's no good for the stream that I'm commentating from.
Oh, really? Okay. Woody in, defended by Labuschagne into the offside. Thinks about a run, but it's not there. That's interesting, isn't it? Google products can't handle Google.
It's not so much that. I think it. Chrome eats a lot of memory, and YouTube especially will make it eat a lot of memory. And I think, video feed coming.
Yeah, video does tend to crunch the good old chips.
I've discovered that when I get more than 90 tabs open on Chrome, it gets a bit slow.
90.
But it's not bad.
No.
Yeah.
You can see what's on any tab. Wood in. Oh, that's a bit of swing, but it's too far wide. And Labuschagne has no need to play at it. So he doesn't, and there's no run. I mean, Wood's well down on his pace at Headingley, isn't he? He's 86 miles an hour, full 10 miles an hour slower. Must make it a lot easier for the batsman. Didn't see that.
They're saying he isn't injured, aren't they?
Well, yeah, his body must have fatigue. I mean, he doesn't seem to bowl that many overs. You'd think he'd be able to get up for it again. Maybe it's just the pure adrenaline at first.
Maybe he's bowling into the wind.
Possibly. When he's coming in to bowl the fourth ball of this, the 49th over. That's better. Arrowing in towards off stump, defended by Labuschagne. Up to mid-on, there's no run. It's getting dark again.
That was quick.
Yeah. Well, the fuller he bowls, the quicker it is, I suppose. They're on the speed gun anyway. Bowling length. So
is not Fred in there, Bear?
Fred is here.
Yes, of course, Fred. Yeah.
Fred's just about to jump on with me and you.
Yep.
And a dog named Boo.
And a dog named Boo, as he says. End of this over, we will do that switcheroo. Woody in. Short! Oh dear, oh dear. Way too short. Could be giving us 5 wides. Will it be? Yes.
Wow.
Wides. 5 of them. That was poor.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, well too short. Well, we've got another 2 balls. No way that he could get anywhere near that. Johnny B. And Wood looks at the pitch and goes, how do I manage that? Was it that short? Yeah. It was really short. Definitely more in his half of the pitch than Labuschagne.
Well, there's still plenty of bounce in the wicket.
Well, yeah. If you bowl it really, really, really short, that is swinging away. But again, it starts too far wide, and Labuschagne really has no need to play at it. Goes through to the keeper, no run. Of course, the GPL is open today, by the way. I decided to open it up. It'll close if there's 7 wickets before lunch. Or, no, that's about it, really. Or lunch, clearly. If you think Australia will win, obviously there's an obvious amount of runs to go. But if you think England will win, you've got to choose by how much, I suppose. Which makes it quite interesting. It's
54.
gone! There we go! Labuschagne has gone. Woody's got a wicket. I think I got another bet. Edged by Labuschagne. Caught low down. Thought it was going to get there just before. It was a good catch. The big, long Crawley has to get forward. And
Review,
review it. England have another wicket, and suddenly 383 does look a long way away.
Yeah. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Finally got one right. And caught very well, low down by Crawley. It wasn't a run out though. That's a bit annoying.
Well, there hasn't been a run out all series. Only one previous series in history with 5 or more tests has not had a run out. But frankly, if the 10th wicket is a run out in this game, in this innings, I think we'll all be quite delighted. Unless Bairstow fucks it up again.
That was very cleverly done there, because if he hadn't bowled that wide, he wouldn't have had that ball to bowl.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of movement away, just half a bat's width, got the outside edge. A good low catch from Crawley going down to his left-hand side. It's amazing how often fielders are better at catching when they're in a bit of nick with the bat.
Yeah,
you know, when they're feeling more confident about their game. Crawley, when he was going through a barren spell with the bat, was putting down catches as well.
Yeah, very true. He's caught some goodies this series as well, hasn't he?
Yes. Anyway, I'm taking over, so I'm not sure who's on the...
I'm on with
the 12 o'clock rotor. Oh, the Bear's still on.
And Messi's still on.
Of course Messi's still on. This is the Messi Jez show. As thank you for allowing us on. And so farewell to, is it Jack who's just left us?
Yeah, Jack, he's back in half an hour.
Excellent. It'd be good if he was on with Hendo sort of later when it was really, really tight and they could have another
barn.
blazing row. Anyway, we've got a new batsman in, and it's a man with a 70s haircut, and we're going to jingle him up now.
And a Paul moustache.
It's just a sweet driver's head. A sweet driver's head. From Transdimensional Driver's Head.
So what, a 30 odd for 3 this morning?
Yeah, something like that. It's a very
Dream
different
start.
30, overhead conditions.
30, 34 for 3,
yeah.
Well, Chris Woakes,
who's 11 overs,
who has taken 2 of the wickets to fall this morning, will be bowling to Steve Smith, who, again, that trigger movement to get outside the off stump, but it's well wide of off stump and he doesn't have to play. So 169 for 3, the target still 215 away. I think I've added it up correctly as it came off the screen. As we're looking at this last wicket from Wood, it just angled away slightly, got a thick outside edge, and went low to second slip. Both hands from Crawley, all good all slip catches taken with both hands as Woakes is in again. This one is aiming back in towards Smith's off stump, but it started well wide. It came back a little bit, but Smith shoved his pad out there. He didn't hit it. It just went straight through to Bairstow, but definite movement off the seam there.
Yeah, they've certainly got this ball moving this morning. As I was saying earlier, it's crazy what 24 hours makes a difference.
Well, the overhead condition, there's a lot.
I mean, there's no reason why it shouldn't go off the pitch for the overhead.
Yeah, a little bit of rain on it perhaps, as this is outside the off stump and going further away. In fact, it was, well, in a week's time when there's no more cricket, that would have been called in a wide in whatever fake cricket they play all the way through August. I did tweet yesterday, I did a bit of research. There's no first class cricket in England during August. For the first time, other than World Wars, since 1821.
Well, surely last year there wasn't, or did they?
Yeah, there were test matches last year.
Oh yeah, of course there were. Yeah.
1821. Astonishing, really.
I remember that.
Yeah, Manny was saying this one is again. He's sort of going in out. This over at Woakes. This one is angling in towards the off stump, but again started well wide. Smith just moved his pads across and didn't attempt to play. The wind predictor is on the screen, but I won't give it any credence by discussing its prognostications.
Well, it's funny, wasn't it? It started out at 83% yesterday, England, and it virtually got to 50-50 overnight. And now England are back out at 77.
As I said, I won't be talking about it.
I know you won't, but so
you're welcome to. Absolutely,
exactly. So I would inform people.
Mostly people just talk about it to laugh at it. As Woakes bowls again, full and driven through the covers very aerially. It would have gone absolutely straight to an extra cover at head height, but there is no extra cover, and it's out to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's just another another score. It's just another 4.
Well, that it was a half volley, but it did move away slightly, and Smith got the middle of his bat out there, but his feet weren't quite at it, and had that moved a little bit more, that would have been going at head height to probably third slip or maybe gully if there is one.
Or could have come square off the bat and gone to that cover.
Yeah.
Nice height.
So with the ball moving around, he's picked up 4, but I'm not sure that's the best shot to play. This one's closer to off stump, and Smith, having shuffled across, defends this to mid on the end of the 50th over Australia, 173 for 3. Let's have some tweets.
Ulf out at play says Musk is an idiot and smells like deer urine, according to the dictionary when you look up his name. The Pornbot says, isn't Jack a little young to be having problems with his stream? Oh dear. Muttley says, I hope it's not all over before my hobgoblin arrives. I'm assuming you're talking beer. And Warren asks, why is Root wearing a black armband? Any ideas?
Yes, a senior figure from his club passed away, and it's out of respect to him. I can't remember the name of the club, but it's a personal thing rather than a team issue. Woody's going to be, of course, bowling again. Having got a wicket his last over, he's now doing some kind of he's dancing like a
little bit like a robot,
a vaguely disabled squid. Is that Jack Leach in the crowd, or somebody who just looks like him?
No, it's Jack.
Well, they didn't let him in the changing room. He's got to sit in the crowd with the plebs.
It looks that way.
Oh dear.
He's probably got his family there.
Well, now surely you're going to go short at head.
Well, they are going to go short at head. They're going to aim at head, so to speak, or possibly neck. Which they've done all series, and frankly, it has worked most of the series.
It has worked. I mean, everyone says he's not bad on the pull, and he may not be, but the one thing I think it does is it slows down his because he's a free scoring man, and it really slows his scoring down, and that gets in his head a little bit, I think.
Into head's head. How many different versions of head can we
get
into? Well, we've got 2 slips, we've got a leg slip, we've got a short leg, we've got a point, a mid off, we've got a wideish mid wicket, and we've got a deep backward square leg, and
can't
have a long leg because there are already 2 men behind square as Wood. First ball of a new over to head is well, it's full and straight. It pitched outside leg stump and caught him in the box, so it wouldn't have been out for a number of reasons, but he wasn't expecting that.
No.
It was a slower ball. It was, well, not quite a slower ball. It was 84 miles an hour, which is more sort of Stuart Broad pace than Mark Wood. Mowing's going under the helmet. He's quite dispensable.
He's got a trunk strap with straps on it. He's not going to take his cacks off, so is he going to just wear it on the outside like some sort of codpiece?
I don't know. He could just ignore the straps and have them hanging down like so many. I'm going to get Jay Grover excited now with mention of tentacles. 173 for 3. This game is very much in the balance. Now he's dispensing with both the helmet and the box, and he's putting his cap back on, and he's going to short mid wicket. So
mid on.
Mid on, yes. The short leg has been dispensed with. Watch the next ball go. Go just in that position. It's full and straight. A little bit of in swing there from Wood, and an inside edge from Travis Head down to long leg, where Wokes is fielding. A single to head to get him off the mark. 174 for 3.
Yeah.
He didn't bowl any short.
No.
So it's the bluff, Andy. If you're listening, it's not in any sense a double bluff.
Could be a triple though.
Yes, it's an odd numbered bluff rather than an even numbered bluff.
The sky looks bruised.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the weather's coming from, but there are some very dark clouds. Some very dark clouds indeed.
The radar suggests it should be fine for quite a while yet.
That's our radar correspondent from Perth as Wood bowls to Smith now. Again, it's not particularly quick. Short ball outside the off stump, which Smith defends. Am I imagining it, or is Wood well down in pace?
No, Wood well down in pace. I mean, this is it. He can bowl basically one full tilt session of a series.
Well, this would be a good time for a full tilt session, you would have think, because he's taken 1 wicket. You would think he'd be as buoyed
as ever.
He's usually pretty buoyed, to be fair. Pretty buoyed. Patty Boyd, wasn't that? Wasn't that?
Boyd, he was a singer, wasn't
George
he? Best's.
No, George Harrison's girlfriend, who was stolen by Eric Clapton. or
Depends
vice
what it
versa. I
is.
forget which. Wood in again. This is for full ball at leg stump and turned around. Smith manages to squeeze this out to deep point, bizarrely, from the ball that was going down the leg side. He got it completely turned around, got an outside edge and picks up the single.
Just missed one of those, Smithy. If Smithy
It
goes,
might have been going down the leg side. That's how.
I don't think it was. I think it straightened up enough.
Oh yeah, it did. It would have been absolutely plumb, spot on, Bear. It would have hit him in front of middle and leg. Yeah, hands on heads in the slips.
Smith's such a joker.
Smith going, ooh,
Ooh, you nearly got me, but not quite, mate.
Well, the width of the bat is so wide nowadays. It's almost as wide as the face of the bat.
Have I asked this before? My memory is so shit these days, but I'm going to ask this question anyway.
Wood bowls again, full and straight to Head, who's waiting for the short ball. It hasn't arrived yet. He defends this to square leg. What's the question?
The whatever it is they've got on one of their collars on their shirts. It
looks like a medallion.
Yeah, it looks like an old sort of,
Stamp.
seal.
A seal, yes, a rubber seal.
I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Well, we have varied and we have many Twitter followers who are experts on all sorts of things. Maybe one of them could find out. Just the 2 slips and a leg slip now. As Wood will be completing this over to Head. Must be a short one, mustn't it? Again the bluff, and he's getting swing as this.
Good swing. At
This
good pace.
this was swung back into the left-handed Head. He does get a bat on it, but distinct movement in the air there from Wood. And if that's happening, it's probably right to be bowling full. That's the end of the over.
Yeah.
173.43. It's a drinks break, and we'll have some tweets.
Okay, Mog says Labuschagne is a genuine wet squid outside of Australia. Fucking hometown bully ball. Well, not his actual hometown because he's never played Test cricket in South Africa.
Ooh.
Ulfard at Play says, with the world living with low morals, guerrilla cricket takes the moral victory every time. Thank you, I think. And that's all we've got on Twitter at the moment. We haven't got any super chats since the porn bot got in there, so feel free to super chat us. Feel free also to enter the GPL,
Oh, yeah,
which
that's a good point.
has another 44 minutes to go until it closes.
There's a lot
Lunch will not be till 1:25. In fact,
Oh, okay. I was just about to say when is
GPL
lunch?
will close at 1 o'clock. That's my understanding, that everything's being put back 10 minutes there.
Okay. Well, 10 minutes, then it would be 10 past 1.
No, but
surely.
it was supposed to be 1:15.
Right.
It's so difficult keeping up with
All this
revised session times.
We've had 16 entries so far, so it'll be over 50 quid.
I bet they've all gone for a lot of them have gone for the same number.
Too far. No one's gone for an Australian win. How many
Really?
did they require? No,
No.
They need.
Yeah,
they need
247,
200.
249, 250, 250, 251. That must be
Yeah.
Australian winning.
Yes.
Messi Jez.
Has anyone gone for
Messi
the?
Jez, you what? Messi Jez
Well,
has gone off
covered
kilter.
my arse.
You don't deserve to fucking win. Look at you. Doing
well, hold on.
numbers
I-
ending in other than 3. What are you on? It's a
Well, I did
disgrace.
153, 163, 173,
Yeah, I
and
saw
183, and 193.
Is there a
as well.
999 from Mog?
No.
Odd that.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Anyway, we're on the drinks break, and it's been very much England's first hour and a quarter, having toiled away yesterday without picking up a wicket. They've picked up 3 this morning, and the wickets of Warner was first to go, was caught behind off Wokes for 60, Khawaja LBW to Wokes for 72, and Labuschagne caught at second slip by Crawley off Wood for 13. The non-out batsmen are Steve Smith 11, Travis Head, who's faced 4 balls, just has the single. And this is really setting up the day, let's be honest.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, England really needed this, didn't they, this morning? I was thinking this when we came in this morning. I think if we can get 3 early wickets, 2 would be nice. And if you can get one of Labuschagne and Smith out with reasonable time left, then...
I've seen some mutterings from Australians to suggest that England have had the better of the conditions all the way through the series. It wasn't that case in the very narrow victory when England lost 2 batsmen in the absolute dark when they shouldn't have been playing. Was it Crawley and was it the first or second Test
it was
match?
Crawley and Duckett, wasn't
They
it?
had a very short spell, which
Yeah,
was,
they had
which was
not
ridiculous.
Not entirely sure it was the case in Manchester either, to be honest.
Exactly, yeah. So, I mean, these things... Well, they don't always even out, but I don't think any team has had a massive advantage. Either of the teams has had a massive advantage in this series.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's been a lot of weather. I mean, it's quite weird. The ball has swung less this year, especially for people like Jimmy Anderson and stuff, than I can remember. I mean,
and not a lot of movement for Jimmy off the seam. He was off the pitch at the start of today. I don't know whether he needs to spend some certain amount of time before he's allowed to bowl, but this could be good conditions for Jimmy to bowl.
Well, I think he's on next, isn't he? When Wokes comes off, it must be.
You would think
pretty much
so.
now.
I mean, they may give Root a go
I wouldn't.
against Head, left-hander. You know, because his natural instinct would be to try and hit him out of the park, and the game situation may not require that. So, it is Jimmy. We've called that one.
We have called that one, and we have got it correct. This man.
St. Jimmy's coming down across the alleyway, up on the boulevard like a zip gun on parade. Lights up a silhouette, he's in some point of net, coming at you on the count of one.
Oh, his first ball to Smith is outside the off stump. He attempts a drive and it beats the inside edge of the bat rather than the outside edge. And is through to Bairstow. How far away was he from hitting that? Not too far, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
It was a bit of an
bit,
airy-fairy shot. And Smith, king of the facial expressions, does an odd-looking grimace at himself.
He is funny to watch, Smith. He really is.
Well, yeah, but I'm quite happy not to watch him for much longer.
Well, yeah.
As Anderson bowls again, and this is on leg stump, and it's come off the thigh pad. It's going down to fine leg. Bairstow's going to chase. I don't think he's going to be able to overhaul it. He doesn't. There's going to be 4 leg byes signalled by umpire Joel Wilson. And when we're talking about retirements,
yes,
Joel Wilson, how does he keep his job?
Well, that I don't know. It was too high, wasn't it? But it was over the top of middle and leg, wasn't it?
It was, but he got inside the line to play it. It was leg side, and didn't really get the bat anywhere near it. As Jimmy, who's got to be going for the outside edge, bowls outside the off stump, and Smith leaves.
I'm surprised that Jimmy hasn't done his fucking retirement as well, hasn't he?
Well, I've said it many times before. I like cricketers to retire after their last game. Broad, to be fair to him, did it with 2 days left, in the middle of a test match, which is slightly better than going on a long procession round the country, milking standing ovations.
That was Cookie, wasn't it?
Oh, lots of people over the years. As this last ball, not the last ball, this most recent ball from Anderson is again well wide of off stump. It's a tiny bit of shape away.
Well, Warner's given a year's notice, pretty much, hasn't he?
Well, there's always a risk when you're a professional sportsman of giving too long notice,
exactly.
and that you might not actually be required.
I want to retire at the end of the Sydney Test.
I think there's a very good chance he won't be picked for the summer series in Australia. I think.
Who are they playing?
I mean,
well, he might do because it's the West
Pakistan
Indies.
and then the West Indies.
Right.
And they might give him. It's the West Indies second. So the SCG will be last.
Yeah.
They might give him that because I can't see.
Jimmy bowls again. That's a better line. But Smith doesn't play at it. If he can get it to come back from there, he'll be in business, but it doesn't. So, first over from Anderson has not shown anything by way of major swing or seam, which Wokes was getting and Wood was getting.
Would I give Wood one more? That looks like Broady warming up.
Yeah.
But I give Woody one more.
The Australian Brains Trust looking a bit chilly on their balcony in their teal team kit. As this is a straighter ball and it's absolutely dispatched. Beautiful on drive by Smith. Gets that bang in the middle of the bat and very close to the stumps and for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So, not a great first over from Anderson. It went for 8, 4 leg byes
and a 4.
Messi.
It's the Warren has sent us a thing from the Cricket Times, details about the big golden flower on the Australian players' shirts collars, which is commitment of a team to reconciliation and finding common ground with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. There you go.
Okay. We've had one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Ooh.
From Harriet Atkinson.
Harriet. Hattie.
Oh, is that Hattie?
He's gone mad and bought 5 GPL tickets. Yeah, that's Hattie.
Ah, yeah, she did tell us that the
Mad
other day.
old bat.
Well, do get in your GPI entries. About 36 minutes to go, and we're going to see Stuart Broad back into the attack.
Oh, that gives us a chance to play any one of these.
He's got a new jingle. It's a bit late for that.
Nah,
isn't it?
we're just playing old ones.
Okay.
This one we haven't heard for years.
We built this city. We built this city on
One of the worst songs in the history of music.
Yeah. Number one, though,
I
didn't
couldn't
it?
hear it. What was it?
We built this city on Stuart Broad.
Yes, don't know what that was
right,
about, but it's a very old jingle, as you said. He's going to be bowling to Travis Head, the left-hander, as this one is a big, huge hooping swinger, which looks like it's going towards off stump and then swings away late. Well, and Head got in, unsurprisingly played and missed at that one because it swung so much.
Yeah, that was a good ball. Certainly doing lots this morning.
Again, but nothing for Jimmy.
Nothing for Jimmy. It's weird, isn't it? Has he
Yeah.
lost his wrist position or something overnight?
Well, over a year, possibly.
Well, no, he was doing fine. Even in bloody New Zealand, he was doing fine.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you come to the Ashes, the biggest series of the summer, and suddenly it's all disappeared. It's weird.
It is a bit odd, but the ball is moving, and that will put tremors in the Australian dressing room. In comes Broad again. Again, this is just fended away. Well, not again. The first time fended away towards the gully, deep gully or backward point, off the outside half of the bat, but into the ground from Head. And again, there was away movement. This time, I think, off the pitch rather than in the air. If it's doing both, then it's tough for batsmen. 183 for 3. They're 201 runs shy of winning this. England have 7 wickets to take. As Stuart Broad, with his tail up and his headband flapping behind him, bowls to Head. Again an outswinger, but started too wide. Head, I don't think, could have reached that even if he'd wanted to.
He needs that on.
Come on,
Off
get him
stump.
out, shouts the man in our cricket noise background.
No, he's in a crowd at the Oval. What are you on about?
Yeah, that's right.
I did record a whole day of the test at the test crowd at when we were in Ireland in Malahide.
Yeah, the trouble with that is that you're not going to match up the...
Well, of course you're not, but
yeah.
it would actually be more realistic. But then the file's corrupted, which is really
Oh
annoying.
no. Did you forget to press record?
No.
As Broad bowls, and this is, well, it's played pretty well square on the offside by Head. He's timed it quite well. It goes to about 10 yards short of the boundary as Brook chases it back. And they're going to come through for a couple of runs, taking Head to 3. The target down below 200, 199 to win. As we're looking
I
at
suspect, Bear, the thumb drive fell in the Guinness or something like that.
what day of the crowd at Malahide was it?
I think it was day 3.
Because that was at the
Might have
biggest
been day
day,
2.
biggest crowd of the...
Yeah, it was a lively day, I seem to remember. And I do remember listening to it, and I'm still I put it in the Dropbox, but yeah, not there anymore. I've probably got it on some fucking DAT tape somewhere sitting at home, but
Can't be asked. As Broad comes in and bowls, and playing a miss from Head to a ball again that shaped away from him. It only just carried through to Bairstow, who took it low down to his left-hand side.
you can get one there to go straight on. You kind of feel you might pin him as well.
Yeah, well, this is the Broad renaissance. Did it actually carry to Bairstow? I'm not sure it did. It may have bounced up into his gloves, but he didn't touch him
I
anyway.
think it did carry. It was his gloves going into
very,
the ground.
very low.
No, it did bounce, I'm sure.
No, it didn't. It went straight in.
Doesn't matter. He didn't edge it. And if he had, Bairstow would have probably dropped it anyway. So, when the second half of Broad's career, when he started coming round the wicket to the left-handers, he opened up a new lease of life for himself. As this is again played and missed. This time he plays inside a ball which didn't move away from him. It just held its line. And that's a really good over from Stuart Broad. 53 overs gone, 185 for 3. What are they saying on the interwebs?
Derek Willis says, I just can't see Joel Wilson retiring. Neither can he, of course.
I just hope that decision isn't reviewed, though. That's the...
Well, he's 56 years old. I think that's probably long enough.
Well, what I'm
that's
thinking,
not old for
what
number.
I'm thinking here is the next session was due to be 3/4 an hour, and they're going to have to go for another hour. So I think we will carry on for another 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then that
okay.
elongated last session will still only be about 45 minutes.
Elongate.
Yep. Okay.
That's up with obfuscate.
Is that
from-
all right with
from-
you, Hendo, next door? I'm sure it is. He's probably
probably
eating
not
pastries
listening.
and falling asleep. Yeah.
Who are the people on the next on the rotor? We should just let
Well,
them
Jack,
know.
he'll probably come in a bit, but we'll tell him when he comes in. And it's you and Hendo.
As Jimmy starts a new over to Steve Smith again, a pedestrian pace, 80 miles an hour on off stump, which Smith defends back to the bowler. Down below that crucial psychological 200 more runs needed to win, just 199. And of course, if there is any weather, that will have its effect on how Australia go about whether they're going to go after the target or not.
Well, you think they'd have put that away for the time being again, wouldn't you?
Well, it's another variable which Jimmy bowls again. Again, no sign of movement as a shorter
short.
ball is tucked into the leg side to the vacant mid-wicket area. An easy walked single for Smith. He now has 16, 186 for 3.
It is strange that he's got no movement.
Muttley's sent us a photo of his personal paradise. Says all you ever need in life is hobgoblin and sausages, which he has in abundance.
Nice.
Is he
happy
dipping
for
the
you,
one
Muttley.
in the other?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
They don't. Well, there's a lot of beer flavoured meats. Is quite a big thing, isn't it? Usually with don't they marinate steaks in beer and things like that, and in whiskey.
I suppose. Yeah.
Steak and ale pie.
Yep.
Jimmy Anderson to the left-handed head. It's good line and length, but it's a half volley. Well, I say good line and length, but if you're going to get it to swing, you want it to swing from there. But Head manages to get on top of it. He drives this square, and he's going to pick up a boundary.
Just four.
And
something's just not happening with his wrist.
it's not
here.
clicking.
No.
He's wearing a sleeve on his bowling arm. One of those, what do they call them, tubey grips or whatever. Does he? I'm not sure that he usually does he?
No. Maybe he grazed it fielding yesterday.
Oh, well, he was actually hit when he was batting.
Yeah,
or was
true.
he hit on that arm? I don't
Yes,
know.
he was.
As Anderson bowls outside the off stump, well wide, and Head doesn't play. And after it's gone past the bat, it dips alarmingly towards the leg side. And Bairstow, to his credit, watches it well and stops the ball. We got some gorillas today at
the Oval.
At the Oval,
Who's there?
I
Jace?
think is David Barrett there. Gary Naylor is there. As usual, tweeting a picture of the wicket from about 7:30
So between
this
them
morning.
going harder and longer.
As again outside the off stump, and Head doesn't want to play at this. Yes, there's been a lot talked about Stuart Broad, unsurprisingly, over the last day or two. The first half of his career with the bat, he was averaging 29. Which
No,
is
we're going to go for another 10 minutes.
quite astonishing,
Because-
really.
Yeah.
We've
Plus,
got-
they're going to go for another 10 minutes later.
You're listening to On-Air Production
Yeah.
Notes with the Bear and Hendo.
No, 125 now. So we'll go another 10 minutes.
As Jimmy bowls, and this does get some movement in the air into Head, and he watches it well, and plays this square out to deep point where there is a fielder. It's the skipper Ben Stokes, so a single to Travis Head. But for the first time, we've seen some movement from Jimmy Anderson to complete that over 191 for 3. Messi.
Baggercan says Anderson's become a liability in this series. These conditions would have had him licking his lips only last year. Surely his last series. Mike Taylor says some horrible weather coming, but only between 3:15 and 4:15. I think it might be a bit before that. I like this. Graham Festato says the Twitter scandal should be called Elongate. Nice one.
That's a riff on the Bears' varied vocabulary.
Sean T. Nestor says, in August 2016, GQ magazine declared we built this city as the worst of all time, referring it to it as the most detested song in human history. There
Outside the off stump and full from Broad, giving it every opportunity to swing, but Head gets forward to us and pushes this towards extra cover and takes a single as Stokes has to go some way to his right to field. It is a terrible song. It's not quite as bad, I'm going to say, as Madonna's cover of American Pie, which is just
I've never heard that.
ear-shatteringly horrible. Madonna, if you're listening, sorry, but that's the way it is. Oh, well, we can say that's the worst cover version of all time.
Oh, there's some terrible ones out there, though, aren't there?
Yes, there are, but I've decided. 192.43.
There are certain songs you think, why would anybody bother covering this? This is just right.
Well,
And
I came up with
American
a
Pie is one of
song which had multiple covers, and they were all good and they were all different. I'm trying to remember what it is now. I think it was Always on My Mind by Willie Nelson, Elvis Presley, and the Pet Shop Boys. 3 completely different versions and all very good. 192 for 3 as Smith faces up to Broad, and this is an in-swinger which he tucks off his pads very fine down to fine leg. It is going to be fielded by, is that Moeen Ali out there?
No.
It's not, because he threw it in right-handed. Probably Mark Wood. A single to Smith. He has 17, 193 for 3.
All on the Watchtower?
All along the Watchtower, yeah, that's a good call. That's just the 2, but I was talking about three versions of the same song, all of which are good in their own right. If anyone has any others, send them in to Ian Forth. He would love to hear it for his podcast. 193 for 3. The slips.
That would be a quite bad podcast, though, wouldn't it? You play 3 versions of the same song.
Yeah, it would just be that one, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Most cover versions of one song,
which
in
are
a
any good.
podcast.
This is Wider in the crease from Broad, angling into Head, who gets behind it, plays it on the back foot. And Duckett's trying to visualise catches coming at him at head height, which is not all that high, to be fair. If it was at Crawley's head height, he wouldn't be able to jump and get anywhere near it, I wouldn't have thought.
I do know that the Australian song that was covered by most people was, and the band played Waltzing Matilda.
Yes. It's
Eric
sort of a
Bogle, which is actually Scotsman's song rather than Australian in a lot of ways.
That's
not a very
true.
good song.
Actually, quite a good song.
This is a genuine play and a miss from Travis Head, who reaches forward to try and defend it, and it swings past his outside edge.
He's got to get one of these eventually, hasn't he? He's
I think he's got a better chance with the inducker, to be honest, because he's playing well away from his body there with his bat, and there is a gate the size of, Dwayne Leverock. If he can get one through that, I mean, it's not difficult to get it through the gap, but he's going to pitch it and put it in the right place. Smith from the other end is looking a little bemused at his partner's struggles. Head has 9, and he's not looked entirely convincing, but they haven't bowled a short ball at him.
No.
And Broad, you will say, is giving Head a lot of difficulty here. He's in again, and this is straighter on leg stump, looking for that outswing, but it's tucked very nicely through the mid-wicket region. Is mid-wicket going to get round? He is not. He doesn't put in the dive, and it's going to be 4 more to Travis.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Good little spell here, Australia putting together.
Well, not really, because they're scoring some boundaries, but they're also being beaten regularly.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you remember that spell that Stuart Broad bowled in Antigua, where he went wicketless, and he bowled the best spell I think I've ever seen him bowl in Test cricket? I remember it well because I was there. But he beat the bat. Was it Bravo who got a big score? And he was beaten approximately 3 times every over. I mean, it was quite the most absurd wicketless spell I've ever seen. As Broad bowls again, and this is a straight ball on the hip and tucked out to deep backward square for a single. That completes Broad over. 198 for 3. Messi, what are they saying on X?
Dave Wood says the Bears' missing recordings will be found and released by the Cubs, Beatles anthology style, in around 34 years' time. Ulfart places Guinness is both a meter and a drink. Mike Taylor says, does anybody know what the Cricinfo bias is all about? It always seems to me to be vehemently anti-England. Their commentators getting apoplectic about the change of ball last night. The new one is apparently brand new. I think it's individuals on Cricinfo. Some are more pro particular teams than others, and it becomes fairly obvious as you read them, I think.
Well, you can often tell from the names. As Head will be on strike. Let's see what Jimmy can do. because his last ball of his last over actually did swing significantly. And this is, I think, looking at Jimmy's fingers, shaped to be an outswing, as it's full and straight and on his legs, and a bit too full, and he's turned this very nicely through wide mid-on. I don't think there's any chance of Woakes catching it up. There isn't. It's another boundary.
I'm four. Have you met me before?
And they're right to be bowling that length, actually, to give it every chance to swing, because you say, well, pull it back a bit.
Only a fraction.
Well, it's a game of fractions, but you want them to keep trying to get swing from full deliveries, because that's how you get wickets. So it's not quite run-saving mode for England as yet. It might be later in the day, but at the moment I think they're probably right to be doing this as Anderson bowls again, and this is another full ball, and it's thrashed square by Travis Head. Again, no movement off the wicket or in the air.
Too full.
And he's square driven this for 4.
That's too full, though.
4. F-O-R.
I mean, that's way too full. I mean, it's a long half volley outside off stump.
Yes, it's a long half volley rather than just a regular half volley. And yes, Duckett wouldn't have been taking that in front of his face. If he did get an outside edge, it would have gone very low. It would have gone at sort of ankle height.
Yeah.
We're seeing this bizarre virtual reality view from between the helmet grills of the batsmen, where the fielders look like they're standing in little teacups. He's pulled it back a bit, but it's much wider, and Head doesn't want to play at that. Well, frankly, if Anderson doesn't show anything for the rest of this over, I think
he should be hauled out.
He probably should, yes. There's no sentiment in this sport.
Not much.
Apparently, Ben Stokes was bowling off his full run in the nets before the game. It doesn't mean that he's due to bowl, but I was thinking that theoretically, a bowler could get injured and he might need to bowl, so that's why he might be putting himself through his paces, even though he wasn't expecting to bowl in this innings. As we're looking at Broad's deviation and that ball that beat Head in his last over, it went a long way off the wicket.
Went a mile.
I wonder if it hit a little bit of that rough actually as well.
It went far too much, in fact. Almost impossible to get an outside edge to that.
Well, they packed the offside field now.
Just the two slips, and we've got a deep gully, and we've got a short point and a shortish cover, as this is outside the off stump, well wide of off stump, and Head doesn't play. So 4-4...
Getting some good nominations on covers. Sapun says the best cover he said is DMA's covering Shares Believe. Leah comes up with third good all along the watch. It's by Bear McCreary from Battlestar Galactica.
That's the one that's always playing in the background, isn't it? For some reason, Jimi Hendrix is the answer to the universe and everything in Battlestar Galactica.
Anderson bowls, and this tucks up Head a little bit. Again, no appreciable movement either off the wicket or in the air from Jimmy, but he turns this to mid-wicket, no run.
Get one of those to in-swing, beat the inside of the bat rather than...
How many did Wood bowl earlier? He only bowled about 3,
I
didn't
think
he?
he bowled 3, yeah.
I think maybe another spell before lunch of 3 overs.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's getting to a critical position for England, but this is another wicket before lunch would be a huge fillip, even though there's a long time till lunch, as Anderson bowls well wide of the off stump. Head couldn't even reach it with a 10-foot pole. Bairstow takes the end of an unsuccessful over.
Now.
56 overs gone, 206 for 3. After Messi, we will have some other people.
Yeah, Jack, you can join after that. And Hendo, you're in now.
Muttley nominates I Love Rock and Roll with the Arrows.
You're still here, Fred.
Britney Spears. Matt Searle's got Always on My Mind as a topic for GCSE music, because the 3 best versions are all great but have different qualities. Happened to be in my study where my boy had an online music class during lockdown and he had the sound up. There you go, that's how you learn as a parent. And Old Fart at Play nominates Carter USM covering Pink Floyd's Another Brick in the Wall. Is
I'm
fun.
not on there, it's Jason. Bear's telling me
and
I'm
Leah-
on, but the rotor says something different. So we'll try and, if Jason's around, I think he's due to be in now.
The rotor says Hendo.
My rotor says Hendo, Jason, and Jack. Anyway,
Mine says Jack on ball by ball, Hendo on socials, and not
Alright.
Fred on summarising. Okay,
Well, an
bye-bye.
in-swinger, see you later, Messes. An in-swinger from Broad has been whacked through the covers by Smith, and he'll pick up 4 runs for that.
Yes, we're waiting for Hendo to do the jingle. I'll just sing it for you. 4. Whoa.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Certainly a lot of movement, but a little full, you might say.
Well, I prefer them, as I was saying, to be erring on the side of full, especially Broad with the amount of movement he's getting.
Indeed.
Still only 2 slips though, and a leg slip.
Yeah, sort of a half and half field, isn't it? I mean, I suppose Broad will want to be challenging both sides of the bat, so needs a little bit of cover on the leg side too. Smith twitches and gets ready for the second ball of the over, which is full again, driven back down the ground to mid-off, and there's no run.
Now, where were we up to on tweets? Did Messi just say? Did he mention anything? Got Muttley talking about Bob Dylan. Have we had that one?
Why not start there?
We haven't had that.
Would Bob Dylan be the most covered artist, or the artist with the most covers more popular than the original? I guess I've been missing out on some music talk that's been going on.
Covers.
Covers talk. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good. That's good. That's a good shout, actually.
Broad in again. That's a booming in-swinger. Smith plays very well late towards mid-on, and again they do not add to the score.
Why is he retiring? He's a really good bowler.
I know. I was really quite shocked when I heard that. Was it Saturday night? Yeah.
Well, there's the whole thing about you want to retire before people ask why hasn't he retired yet.
Yeah,
and that's definitely the case.
And I wonder whether it had anything to do with sort of seeing Jimmy going out with a bit of a whimper. I know he's saying he's not retiring yet, so he's got time to actually.
Well, England don't play any more tests. Jimmy doesn't play any white ball stuff. They don't play any tests for another. What's it?
Until January.
6 months in India, which you wouldn't have thought was Jimmy's forte, and possibly not Broad's either.
Yeah, you've got to have one of them there, haven't you, just for a couple of overs.
Anyway, here's Broad once more in his final test. Another in-swinger, and played comfortably by Smith.
But he's such a
side.
He's such a joker. He might actually rescind it after this game. You never know.
Well, it has happened, hasn't it? I mean, people do.
Well, Moeen's retired about 8 times.
Do you think it's got anything to do with it being probably the last series he'll play against Australia? Was it 2 years basically?
I think it probably
next trip down under.
Yeah, I think it probably has, and also looking to next summer where it's the I don't want to say it's only the West Indies and Sri Lanka, but it is in a way, and there's nothing much to prove against those nations that are struggling a little bit.
Yeah, as he comes in again and is met on the kind of half volley by Smith, who defends up to mid off.
Well, I mean, for any of the seam bowlers, wouldn't be looking forward to a trip to India necessarily from a professional point of view.
Well, no, there's not a lot for them to do, is there? Generally speaking, I mean,
so you're looking at next July, which are the next home test matches.
Yep.
It's a long way away.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. Pretty much a full year, isn't it? As he comes in to complete the over with one that stays well wide of off stump, pulls Smith across the crease, but he leaves. So the score reads 210 for 3 at the end of the 57th over, as Australia pursue a target of 384.
Grand Theft Auto says an Israeli funk outfit called the Apples do a version on Rage Against the Machines, Killing in the Name of. It is most remarkable and totally divides the crowd. I love it. Top cover versions from Auntie Andy. Out of My Mind on Dope and Speed by Julian Cope, covered by Sea Power Band. And Supan asks, what's the best cover song to listen to while you're fielding in the covers? Ooh. See what he did there. Yeah.
I think this test match is actually too fascinating to get too sidetracked down the musical route.
I kind of feel the same way, actually.
There were certain tests in the UAE where nothing happens for many hours at a time. That's probably more fitting to talk about these things then. But this is a great Test match in the balance.
A little bit worrying that Anderson's been so expensive. I mean, when he's not taking wickets, he's normally fairly economical, but he's going at 4 and over here.
Yeah, he's going to continue after a slightly wayward last over. He'll be bowling over the wicket this time. Maybe it just wasn't working for him, bowling round. As he comes in and delivers a ball that goes across head and is left alone by the Australian number 5.
That's not a bad line, actually. If you keep bowling there, you could see Head wanting to go after one and bringing the slips into play.
Finlow Posh says on YouTube, Gorilla Tower's not drinking Ponting's wine today. We are.
Oh,
we are. Tony has just arrived with a bottle. He'll probably come in and remind us what the particular chosen wine of the day is shortly.
We've got an autograph steward. Did you see what was going on there?
No.
Yeah. As Anderson comes in, and again it's another ball across head, who pokes at it a little bit.
Yeah, 2 balls in. This is a much better line from Anderson. Yeah, the kids were lining up on the boundary, and there was a steward who was, as a middleman, he was bringing things to Chris Wokes to sign, and then giving it back to the small child in question. This is wonderful.
This is good. This is good. Although I always feel a little bit uncomfortable when fielders are doing that, because I think they might miss something.
Yeah, as they're signing signals, the ball's coming their way.
Yes.
And they're busy scribbling their name.
It could happen, as Anderson is in a little bit fuller, same line, across head and left alone by the Aussie batter. I once missed a boundary that went past me because I was picking berries.
I once turned round, having bowled a beautiful flighted leg break, which was hit by a batsman out to long off, to see my fielder at long off smoking a cigarette. And he very calmly put the cigarette in his mouth, caught the ball, and then took the cigarette out of his mouth back into him, which was fantastic. Well done him.
That's pretty coolly done.
You seen the clip of the Australian cameraman doing that?
Yes.
As Anderson is in a little chop across the line from head here. I think it's an inside edge into his pads. So definitely a false shot there, but not one that brought much danger.
Well, so far this over, it's been not just a better attacking line, which it has been, but also better from the leaking runs angle. Much less likely to be giving away boundaries from this line.
I think in his defence, he was looking for the ball to swing, so he was just putting it right up there, but it's just
very
getting
dangerous.
It wasn't doing very much for him.
Like waiting for Ashley Giles to turn a ball.
That's full, driven and on drive from head, and it's a really, really good piece of fielding by Mark Wood at mid-on, who'll save 3 runs there. The bats will come through for a single, but that was a shot that was worth 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot and good work. I mean, that's what England need to avoid doing, is leaking 4s.
Well, I'm going to slightly disagree with you, Hendo, because
Good God.
They should be still trying to give it every chance to swing, and you do risk losing boundaries.
You do. It just doesn't seem to be doing it for Jimmy, does it? I mean, I think
Jimmy.
Brody is getting it to move.
Yeah.
Even Wood was getting it to move.
Yeah.
But Jimmy's just something lacking, isn't it?
I think, you know what, if Stokes was bowled, he'd be getting it to move as well. He can bowl some hoopy swingers.
Anderson finishes off with a ball that confuses Smith there somewhat, and I think does it take a little inside edge, or as he's trying to leave the ball? And
He
drop
sort
into
of
the
played it off the face
ground?
down into the ground.
Yeah.
These batsmen are so good, even when they're trying to leave the ball, they middle it. Bastards.
That's the end of the over. They add 1 to the score, so it's 211 for 3.
Mark Zipp, as we know, is a man who sells records for a living. I used to start every radio show with a cover. Check the Friday track on every playlist at forwardinalldirections.com, a very ugly site. Leah's talking about Dred Zeppelin. Let's not talk about music, let's talk about cricket. It's actually fantastic and exciting cricket. We'll come back to the music when I don't know, another time.
When Australia get about 60 more runs.
Yeah.
During the 100. We've got a whole month to talk about
and
music.
We've abandoned all hope.
A little unlucky, that one from Jimmy, as we saw on the replay. But got a little extra bounce and had Smith in a spot of discomfort. It'll be Broad continuing from the pavilion end. Is it the pavilion end at the Oval? Do they call it the pavilion end?
Yep.
From round the wicket, very wide on the crease, and he beats Head with a Jaffa that holds its line, angled back into the stumps, and just kissing the surface and moving away a little bit.
That's a perfect place to put the ball, especially if he can get one to come back from there, or hold its line and attack sort of the top of leg stump. That's just great bowling.
It is. Head's probably 6 inches away from that.
Hendo, do you remember that spell in Antigua when Broad beat the bat 3 times and over and didn't get a wicket?
I don't actually, have to say.
Here he comes again, Stuart Broad. It's defended with the middle of the bat that time from Head, who adjusts on the back foot and plays it well.
I think it may have been a slightly slower ball from Broad. That's at 78 miles an hour has just come up. You know, you don't have to be a fast bowler to get an advantage of a change of speeds, because just those fractions of inches where the batsman's played too early or too late can make a big difference.
Absolutely. As Broad comes in once more, fires one down the leg side and then gets whipped away by Travis Head. Will it find the gap? Yes, it will, just behind square on the leg side, and that'll be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A little uppish, but timed well enough that was always going to be 4.
Yeah, I do think the Head's a bit of a danger, because he scores quickly. This is the thing. If he's out there for any time, he will score.
Yeah. Well, I mean, already these two have put on 46 off 57 balls, so they've taken Australia from probably a losing position to at least parity, I'd have thought.
Yeah.
And it hasn't taken long at all, as Broad's in and a mistimed drive from Head trickles out towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Pokey Bumfinger says, be frugal now, so you go nuts with the new ball. Yeah, the new ball's still 20 overs plus away. And it's not like you can put on Moeen to just tie up an end for a few of those overs.
I wouldn't mind seeing Root bowl a couple to see whether there's a lot of spin, whether there's any spin out there.
Yeah, maybe just before lunch. Lunch is at 1:25.
You are allowed to bowl spinners at other times.
You are, it's true. But I think, the ball is still moving for Broady. I wouldn't take him off.
As the man in question comes through, and there's a big swing, a hook attempted by Travis Head, but he does not make contact with the ball, and Bairstow, tumbling to his right, makes a good take.
I mean, the fact that Moeen's out there means that he's going to be the first spinner they go to. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on the pitch at all, because he's not fit. He's not the best fielder in his current. They'd prefer to have a better fielder on there. So the fact that he's out there means that they are expecting to use him to bowl his overs.
Well, they want the option of using him. Yeah,
well, yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Vigans McMahon says, can I come and sit on the spare chair at Gorilla Towers and just soak in the atmosphere? I can bring food. We already have a visitor today in the light roller.
That's Broad's in, defended by Head. Pushes the ball into the offside.
He's a very light roller. He wouldn't do much to the wicket at all, you wouldn't have thought.
No, he was talking about that. He was talking about being very subtle. We've got quite a few heavy rollers in here, to be honest.
We do, yes. I played a game yesterday. I was on the pitch for the whole game.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was rained off after 10 overs.
Yeah.
And then we had a long tea, about an hour and a half, and then we had a 2-hour post-mortem in the pub. So it was not a day entirely wasted.
That's pretty much what I did.
There's a lot of rain around the country. Have we got any tweets, haven't we?
Yeah, well, Vince McMahon comes back and says, how much is a ticket to pay a visit to Gorilla Towers? And do we get to see the bear in his natural habitat? Well, you do get that. And there were a couple of years ago, well, actually probably before the beginning of...
time.
Before the beginning of COVID, talking of new bowlers coming into the attack and spinners that might be used and are on there for a reason, this man is coming into the attack.
Our beards should be
I'll come back to Vince in a minute.
Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over, Amlo. You're one hairy dish.
Blue socks. He's wearing blue socks.
Unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
It looks like Harry Brook is.
Why is he wearing blue socks? That shouldn't be allowed.
Well, I
Why
mean,
is that a problem?
Because it's just not professional
what,
cricketers'
what
attire.
colour do you prefer?
Well, they're
Just
supposed to wear
white.
sort of grey marl,
Yeah,
aren't they?
Union Jacks.
Yeah. Union Jack sock. Actually, Russ was having a go at the fact that David Warner, in his profile pic on Sky, is wearing black shoes with his cricket kit.
There are some portraits of famous cricketers in the pavilion at Lord's in cricket gear and black shoes. It's weird.
It is strange.
It is going to be Mo who trundles in off his short run and is driven first ball by Smith through extra cover. Will it reach the fence? Yes, it does. So it's gone for 4 first ball.
Not the greatest of starts.
Inauspicious.
Just 4.
I think the Aussies
Yeah.
going to have this nailed just before tea, personally.
It's it is drifting a little bit away from England, isn't it?
Yeah, you feel that, don't you? Just too many. I mean, I know what Fred was saying about putting the ball up there, but I just feel too many 4s at the moment. Too many 4 balls.
As Moeen comes in again, that's very straight, quite full. Smith tries to work it into the leg side, but hits Harry Brook under the lid, so will not pick up a single.
I think he really wants to be bowling it ahead, doesn't he? Not at Smith. Let's get the left-hander up against him, see if he can
Or
turn
bowling
it away from
bounces.
him. No.
Bowling ahead.
Here he comes again, a little shorter that time, and some turn.
Kept low as well.
Yeah, deceives Smith. I think might get an inside edge on this. It goes behind square on the leg side, and they come through for a single. But a moral win for Moeen.
Definite turn there, and definitely kept low as well, or seemingly kept low.
Yeah, big inside edge, wasn't it?
There's a lot that can happen there.
The question is whether it's going to do that consistently, or whether that's just a sort of an outlier.
Well, it doesn't need to do it consistently to get in the batsman's
true
mind. I was going to say head, but that didn't really work in that context, considering head's the batsman on strike. Now,
So, a mixed bag from Moeen to start. A couple of half volleys, and then
well, we saw Murphy
Ripper.
get some turn yesterday,
day
before, and kept one very low to root again.
tossed up by Moeen. A little bit too full, but it's pushed gently by head back to him, so there's no run.
There's support and withering assessments of Moeen on the YouTube feed at the moment.
A little bit quicker there. Definitely a little bit of drift too. But Head is able to work this through point for a single.
This over will go for 20, says Dave A. And Vince McMahon says, "Come on, Mo, spin us to a win." So, as you can see, difference in opinion on there.
Well, I think we're all willing him on, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
As another one rips, comes into Smith, and this hits him, and it's going to run down to fine leg. Australia will pick up 2, maybe 3 here. I'm not sure that was a shot. So, yeah, and it actually has been signalled a dead ball, so that there will not be any runs added to the score. 6 from the over, 221 for 3.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, and absolutely right, not given. The reason England need wickets before lunch is it seems very likely that play after lunch will be substantially delayed. That's from Messi Jez. He sent us the weather radar that is coming in from the southwest towards London. Muttley says, "Is it just me, or are others getting the sound too intermittently cut out on YouTube?" Back on the topic of covers, a lot of people wouldn't consider Bangles as a rock band, but listen to their cover of Hazy Shade of Winter. It's an absolute belter. And I'm now banning any more music talk for the time being. GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says, "After having been asked to vacate by 4th, I am looking for accommodations. When is Bears' tenant's lease up?" Don't know. Bag of Cans TV, which is it's a great handle. Says, "Runs coming far too easily here. At what point do we start praying for rain?" Yeah, I'm happy to take the 2-1 defeat. Maybe I'm being really, really pessimistic, but 2-1's better than 3-1. Back into the attack is this man.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Yeah, 20 minutes or so until tea. So what? 2-3
Lunch.
overs from Wood here. Lunch, whatever. Yeah.
Big difference.
Dinner, food. I think that's basically it. Yeah. JL Hartley's gone off for his own lunch break. We'll see where we stand when I head back Maybe in 30 minutes or so. Bon appetit. He's saying bon appetit to himself.
Do you do that? You can do that, can't you?
I suppose
What's wrong
so.
with that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Nothing really.
Wood will be over the wickets to Head, immediately goes short and has Head in a bit of discomfort there, who jumps and plays a little bit of a get off me shot. Gets it down to long leg though, so we'll come through for a single and reach the relative safety of the non-striker's end.
Well, they are advertising what's going to happen by the field that's in place.
No slips?
All the slips have disappeared, and including a leg slip, which is a bit odd considering he's playing for a fend.
There is that gully, isn't there, that they had? That's where they got him actually.
Yeah.
Ben Duckett was fielding in that position in the last test when they got him in the second innings.
Yeah, gully is very much a bounce position. It tends to go squarer when the ball's shorter.
Brings Steve Smith on strike. Wood's got Smith a few times in the series, hasn't he? As he goes short and Smith ducks. Ball dies on the way through to Bairstow on that occasion.
Wood does not seem to be bowling at anything like his express pace. That was 83.
That was only 83. It may have been a slower ball.
Well, I hope it was.
Yeah, for his sake. C says Mark M. King says, this is how you bat steadily with minimal risk. It's not Bazball, it's not snail ball, it's steady ball. I think that's a fair point.
Ball's ball.
I think it's a fair point.
Yep. Well, there's many ways to skin a cat, as we know. But why would you want to?
Exactly.
Wood once more, short, pulled by Smith. I think he's hit that well. But right to the fielder, just behind square on the leg side. So only comes through for one. Joe Root, the man, winging it in.
Yeah, it's kind of worrying actually, because that ball was only 84 miles an hour as well. So 83 and 84 the last two deliveries. Okay, maybe he's got to build up, but that's not normally the platform for what he built from where he builds up.
No,
is
he
it?
should be building from 90.
Well, or 88, something like that.
No, that is not a good sign, especially with tests coming up in 11 months' time.
Maybe he's resting to put in maximum effort against Travis Head.
Ah.
Well, no, the ball to Travis Head was also...
No, that was a bit quicker, wasn't it? The one that he fended off.
Oh, here he comes. It is Head on strike now. Short. Doesn't really get up. Head kind of dramatically plays that from mid-air, but drops into the pitch and there's no run. 84 miles an hour.
It's a fair point, says David. Says, why are you bowling Wood with Ali? His rest time is minimal. Yes.
Well, we don't have to worry about what happens to Ali tomorrow.
He will. Well, I don't think he's worried.
Oh,
about
he's worried
Moeen
about
Wood.
Wood. Yeah, fair point. Do you remember that time when Brian Lara had a spinner bowling, and he'd had spinner Walsh, spinner Ambrose, spinner Walsh, spinner Ambrose, so that they were like bowling.
Wood through, wide of off stump, and it passes through to Bairstow. Head again, sort of jumping up in the air, but I think left that alone intentionally.
So they had like 3 overs between each of their... whoever it was, Carl Hooper was bowling, he was getting through his overs in a minute. So he just rotated his... He had the spinner on at one end and he was rotating the 2 main fast bowlers at the other.
Yeah, this is looking like maybe a test too far in too short a time for Mark Wood a little bit. He's going to come around the wicket though.
Yeah, not a bad line.
Possibly the change of angle will do something. I suppose... What was England's other option?
Not they haven't got one really.
Yeah, as Wood comes in, that is a good ball, and it has Head jumping all over the place. Angle back into him, up at 86 miles an hour, but he does negotiate it without being out, which is the main thing. 223 for 3.
I've just lost the tweet feed, but at the moment it looks like it's gone a little bit quiet on the tweets. What have we got on YouTube? Not a great deal. Jar number 71 says Anderson looks like a cricketer ready for retirement more so than Broad. Well, yeah, certainly on what we've seen in this series.
Well, cricketers don't have to retire; they can just not get selected.
That's true. You can just go back to Lancashire and play some county cricket next year. If that's, some sportsmen do find it difficult to give up, don't they? It's what they know, and what comes next.
Really. I mean, I don't know what percentage of professional test cricketers have the luxury of deciding when to retire.
Ali, on a good line of length there, forces Smith back. but he negotiates it well, and there's no run.
Moen doesn't seem particularly discomforted by his groin injury in his run-up and bowling action, which I suppose is a good thing.
Yeah, no obvious signs of wear and tear thus far, as Smith on the front foot knocks that down to long on and will come through for 1.
Much prefer to see him bowling at head, I think.
Another Jack says, I tuned in moments after the third wicket was taken, and I find myself feeling responsible for this stint. For everyone's sake, I'm leaving the stream.
Good.
Go.
Enough.
Away with you.
Massive narcissism by commentators and watchers to think they have any control over what's going on.
We do. I mean, we've taken... I mean, what about Shelley the other day? She took 6 England wickets on day 1.
It doesn't exist.
It's extraordinary.
It doesn't exist, Henry. You're putting together facts which are completely unrelated.
So we've got an interesting field here. There's a slip, a short extra cover, and a short mid-off, a Hayden, if you like, as Ali is in, and Head goes back to a very full delivery. Outside half the bat, squirts it away to point.
It's a bit of a
will not score.
Strange position, the off Hayden, because you think if he drives and he plays it uppishly, it'll go deeper than that.
And the bowler can cover some of that area anyway.
Well, maybe not if he's...
Unless he's really slammed it.
Yeah.
As Ali's in once more, that's a little too full into the pads of Head, who can't negotiate yet for any runs. The Hayden, he went 2 steps wider there, so maybe they agreed with you, England, and it was just a momentary lapse. As Ali gets away with one a little bit there, way down the leg side. Swept by Head, and he'll pick up a single to deep square.
I think a bit unfair there. It was just pitched outside leg stump. If it does turn from there, you can bowl somebody around the legs if he's not paying attention.
Or get a top edge if it bounces a little bit.
Yeah.
But he hit it really
well.
It
wasn't way wide. I mean, it was outside the leg stump, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't love the line.
Oh,
as he's into Smith. Little inside edge there onto the pad. Ball pops up in the air for a moment and then dies into the pitch. There's no run. 225 for 3.
I think
I'd tweets.
Yeah, so I just say I'd be inclined to Smith to put a bloke in at silly mid-off. Anyway, some tweets. Pirate Badshaw says professional cricketers with legend status are like auteur film directors. They go on too long. Grand Theft Auto says my optimism this morning is fast becoming creeping dread and emerging despair. There was a question from one commenter on YouTube as if England loses, is this the end of Bazball? Absolutely not. I don't think that's that. And one or two people are suggesting that. Don't be so daft, says Dave A, as Wood starts new over.
Yeah, he's back over the wicket to Head, who, well, I don't know what sort of shot that is, but he picked up a single for it. Goes through point.
Whatever it was, he didn't look comfortable.
Yeah, again, completely aerial and kind of wafting his bat at it.
Nick Washbrook says, watching from the edge of Turkey next to a pool. Good work, boys. Thank you.
The edge of Turkey. Is that the well done bit on the spit?
The edge of Turkey.
Yeah.
What is the edge of Turkey?
Well, it depends.
Maybe
it's
meant
got lots of edge.
Maybe meant to say next to Turkey on the edge of a pool.
Yes. Could be edge of a pool next to Turkey. Or in Turkey. I don't know. What are you talking about, Nick?
Maybe Turkey was his lunch.
Clarify.
Wood once more. Big leap. Full and driven by Smith. That goes down the ground. And
there's no one there.
4 runs. Yeah.
I was just waiting for the log off to come into view. And everyone was just sort of standing around, and it's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
well, I'm not sure.
Timed.
I've just discovered why I didn't have the correct rotor. Because I wasn't looking at Oval Day 4 email from Tony Bishop, because it's Day 5.
Yeah, there will be 1 or 2 errors normally in a Tony. He's in Kaz. Is it Kaz?
He's in Kaz?
Kaz.
What on earth do you mean by that?
Kaz. Is that part of Turkey? I don't know. I don't know Turkey that well.
Wood in short over the head of Smith, who sucks.
I know we've gone on a lot about Bairstow. I mean, a ball's just swung past the batsman and made him look a bit silly, but he does end up on the ground with his feet in the air. He looks less dignified, I think, than any other keeper I've ever seen. He does get into very, very odd positions, mainly because his footwork is and always has been really poor.
Takashi... Sorry, go on, Jack.
I was going to say, it is a bit like watching a particularly agile tortoise keep wicket, isn't it?
Ginger tortoise.
Yeah, the well-known ginger tortoise.
Yeah, they're endangered apparently.
Here's Wood, past the umpire. He bangs it in short. Smith takes it on, and it will go down too long on. Kind of a bit of a thrash after a couple of bounces, and they'll pick up a single.
That was Dernbackian slow short ball. I haven't seen a speed come up, but he is definitely... He's bowling at 80% actually.
Yeah, he's not looking himself. Takeshi 6x9 says it's not daft really, because Bazball has given the Aussies plenty of time to knock these runs off, and I think, well, that's true, but really where England went wrong, I think, was on Saturday night when they didn't. They went a little bit daft in the last half an hour, 40 minutes, and played some inauspicious shots, and what should have been a 4:30 lead ended up being 3-7-7.
We've got a short leg in for Head, so we know what's coming here. It's a bouncer, and he ducks under. That's quite well played.
83. This is worrying.
Yep, this is worrying indeed, and of course, looking forward to the World Cup, or looking ahead to the World Cup. Maybe you may not be, but I mean, it's what keeps us going during the winter, isn't it? A little bit.
The target down to 153 or 153 required. Target's still 384, but the
hasn't changed. No,
we do need England. Do need another wicket. They do need to break this partnership. They need a rush of 2 or 3, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as Wood bangs that in, it's quite a long way down the leg side and not particularly fast. Goes through to Bairstow and brings that over to a close. 10 minutes to go till lunch, not tea.
Yeah, and Dave A is saying we need lunch as soon as possible. I kind of agree. It's gone off the boil a little bit for England, hasn't it?
Well, sorry, I just want to say about Stokes potentially bowling. There's no medical reason why. I mean, he doesn't have to bat again in this Test match. There's no reason why he couldn't bowl if necessary, and I think he probably should, because he's got 11 months to recover. He's got 7 months to recover, or whatever it is.
Well, if they've got the giant syringe ready for him,
well,
why not? Absolutely.
Yeah.
The edge of Turkey, says Warren. The Bishop's nose.
As Moeen Ali will continue. That goes into the pad to Smith, who knocks it round the corner to square leg or backward square leg, and there's no run.
Is that the Bosphorus, which sounds like one of those elements on the chart you saw in school? The periodic table. Bosphorus, 77.
Ali in and a lunge down the pitch from Smith.
No,
gets him to the ball. There's no run.
No one's really interested in the periodic table until it becomes a quiz question on something like pointless or whatever. They go, oh, what the hell's that?
It's actually quite a clever thing.
Ali once more to Smith, who will pick up runs here, turning it fine behind square, and it runs away. It goes all the way to the fence. It was one of those ones. Yeah, you were willing a fielder to come round, but fielder wasn't there.
Another of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
The thing is, you can't rely on Moeen to get his line right. This is the problem, so it's difficult to set a field.
Yeah, he's not a very good batsman or a very good bowler or a very good fielder, which makes you wonder what the hell he's doing in the fucking England team.
Well, he has got 200 Test wickets and quite a few runs.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since he's been a Test class cricketer. Maybe 6 years.
Here he is, again, outside off stump this time. Not a lot of turn. Smith plays it off the back foot into the pitch.
But what he does have going for him is that he's one of Ben's mates, which is pretty much all that counts.
As Ben Stokes does a fielder swap, bringing himself into... Where's he going here? Is that a kind of a leg gully
sort of
for the spinner?
Leg third slip.
Well, he's just cutting off that shot, really, isn't it? That just that little glide down to the non-existent long leg.
But he's very, very close. It's not a run saving, but it's a catching position. Next ball, Jack. Has he frozen? Well, it was on leg stump, and it was turned into the ground and stopped by the short leg fielder. I think Jack has frozen.
Have we lost Jack?
He may be talking into the ether.
I think we've lost Jack for the time being. Going to be a single for for Smith, who's making this look remarkably easy, up to long on. End of the over, 235 for 3. Jack, can you hear us? No, he can't hear us. Now Matthew Cullen comes back and says, no one is interested in the periodic table. Shove off, Hendo. I'm listening from my chemistry research lab right now. Whatever you say on this programme, there's always going to be someone that you upset.
There's always some expert. No, it was a clever thing because the bloke who developed it, was it Mendeleev? There were gaps where he worked out that there ought to be elements which have subsequently been discovered. So it's the way it works, sort of up and across and down, is very clever.
Muttley says, Creeping Dread sounds like a Matali. Oh wait, a jingle that needs to happen. Gotta love a loophole. Don't know what that was all about. Pirate Badshaw says, totalitarian Bazball will not die. Loss will only mean greater repression. Lachlan Smith says, first time listeners here. 4 Aussies on a ferry. I'll come back to that, as it's a short ball from Wood, who doesn't really look very happy with life at the moment. That's easily pulled down into the ground and away to deep backward square by Smith, and he takes a single, 237 to 3. Lachlan Smith continues, on a ferry to Capri in Italy, Bairstow really is a ginger tortoise. Well, there you go. Confirmation.
You are very much in a beautiful part of the world, down the Amalfi Coast and Capri. It's absolutely gorgeous.
I fancied going to Capri at some point, yeah.
I had a Capri once.
I bet you did.
2 litre, yeah.
Do you know, funnily enough, I'm not surprised. I can imagine you in a Capri.
It was my first car. Bairstow's standing down the leg side.
Oh, well, maybe he's going to pop. He's doing what Carey did at Lord's to duck it. Short from Wood, coming round the wicket and bouncing over the top of Head's head. And through it goes to the ginger tortoise himself. There's no sign of Jack. He's disappeared into the ether. Obviously,
wouldn't it be better to have a ginger hare than a
hare?
ginger tortoise?
Oh, very good, very good. Andrew McDonald, the Australian coach.
I can't think of a wicketkeeper, a ginger wicketkeeper. Can you?
Ginger wicketkeepers we have known and loved. No, I can't think.
Hello. Because Ollie Poper's kept at something. He's more strawberry blonde, isn't he?
He's quite ginger. Short. Oh, he didn't really like that at all. Head. It was following him, and he got into a horrible position, but somehow managed to get it down to ground before it popped up into the hands of Short Leg.
No control about that at all, Head, and that's about 3 or 4 he's played. Even at the pedestrian 84 miles an hour that Wood is bowling, when he gets a short ball in the right place, Head is looking in all sorts of trouble.
His head's not in the right place. Hello from the 15th arrondissement, Paris, France. Australian citizen, French resident of 11 years, enjoyer of cricket and Guerrilla Cricket's coverage. P.S. The draw today at 2-1 looks good value. Perhaps if there's rain, we could be up for that. Wood again, short. He's running away to square leg. He's playing that in mid-air. His Head.
I think Wood just ran down the absolute centre of the pitch.
Good. I'm all
as long as you get away with it.
Absolutely. There's a lot of discussion going on between one or two people about what the proper form of football is on YouTube. And so Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says, Jack off, click here. Yeah, Jack is off at the moment, I'm afraid to say. Brad Haddon is ginger, says Lack. Are you the same Lack on YouTube who's on Twitter? Are you Lachlan Smith in 2 places at once? Wood over the wicket now to Head, and he's really uncomfortable. Gets his hands down, sways back, somehow manages to avoid it. And there is no run. It goes through to the ginger tortoise again. Well, to be fair, we have seen Johnny Bairstow rolling on his back quite a lot.
Yes, we have.
He's had to be righted.
He's had to be uprighted, yes.
The ginger tortoise himself. I don't know what Tony's doing. He's come in here and he's switched. He switched the YouTube feed over so that now that we're missing Jack, there are 3 people in the queue, as it were.
He, like a tortoise, he does have a very tough exterior. It seems impervious to criticism.
Bairstow, that is, not me.
Could be both.
I have a very fleeky exterior.
Wood going to finish the over with another short one, which really doesn't bounce at all, goes wide of the off stump, and the tumbling tortoise does the rest. 237 for 3, and Head has 31, Smith has 39. Lack says on YouTube, no, I'm a different Lack, but you don't lack for much. Hey.
Don't they pronounce it Lachlan?
It could be Lock, couldn't it? Yeah, sorry. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
Lockie Ferguson.
Tika Burner says, some young buck trying to prove himself must have really peppered Travis Head in the net, so he's afraid of the short ball. Could have been. Yes, this notion of the tortoise going down the leg side slightly is exactly what Carey did. I think when Hazelwood was bowling to Duckett and he was being pulled all over the place, and he finally got that wicket.
He wasn't quite down the leg side as far as that Bairstow. He's just basically standing directly behind the stumps, which you very rarely see wicketkeepers do.
He's not really committed to the position, has he?
Well,
Moeen
unfortunately,
Ali,
he is committed.
Well, he's going to be bowling to Smith. And Smith forward, and that's jumped, and it's been... what's happened? It's been dropped by Stokes, would you believe? I'm just praying that he didn't get an
I think
edge
he
on
caught that, and he's saying there wasn't... you may be right. My eyesight is
It
notorious.
looped up. It was going over the top of.
Was it off the
Stokes.
pad?
He tried to leap up and grab
So he was
it.
given. He has caught it. It was given not out, and they are going to review it.
Oh, so this was curious. So
the good news for England is that Joel Wilson gave it not out.
He did. He didn't even look like he had a clue what had happened, Joel Wilson, did he?
Well, he wasn't alone, to be fair. There were three of us here who
We
didn't
didn't
have
know
much of a
what
clue.
It's a bowler's review.
In my defence, I wasn't looking. In Joel's defence, that's probably also true.
Well, this is huge just before lunch.
Oh, this will be a massive wicket. Smith, you can normally tell by his body language. He doesn't look too bothered. So I
Am I
suspect
bothered?
this is not out. How do you am I bothered in an Australian accent? Let's have a look at this.
Am I bothered?
He's nowhere near it, is he? He's nowhere near it. Oh,
that's glove!
I think that's glove.
glove. Nowhere near it. Oh, it's his glove. That's classic
out.
commentary.
If that's caught, it's out. That's a massive piece.
it's
Well done, Joel. Another cracker. He's played another blinder.
Did it then go on and hit
Old BJW.
hit his shirt, which
also-
may have confused?
We've also got to see what happens when
Yeah,
Ben Stokes
well, they wouldn't have
grabs it.
reviewed it otherwise if he hadn't caught it. Of course,
Oh,
he's caught it.
He's got his bring it down. Then he throws it away. Oh,
Yeah, no, that. When was the catch completed? Oh God, not this again.
He sort of, as he comes down.
I think he thinks he hasn't done it.
I think he thinks he hasn't done it. This is a tricky one, isn't it? What's the umpire going to... Smith, he nearly got run out in the first innings. Is he going to get away with this? It's an outrage.
It was a superb catch.
And then he bangs it
Yeah,
against his knees.
that's
he brings it
subsequent
down.
disposal. If you've got control until subsequent disposing of the ball, that's out.
He's going to give it.
He's out.
He's going to give it.
No,
Come
it's
on.
not out. He's
No?
giving it
No,
not
he's not.
out. It's not out.
Because he threw it away.
That is unbelievable.
And he threw it away because bloody Joel, bloody Wilson, didn't give it as he should have done.
I think if you throw it away, that is control till disposal.
that.
If you throw it away, if it leaks out of your hand, then that's wow.
He's taken it in the air as his arm has come down. He's hit it on his own leg, and it has come out there. And
I know what Glenn McGrath will say. Anything that benefits Australia is the law. But
we've
I
had
think
one
he
or
caught
two.
that.
We've had one or two like that. Now there is some controversy now. Dharmasena is coming together with umpire Wilson, and I wonder whether some words were said. I don't think anyone was really happy with that decision. Dharmasena maybe thinks it was out.
Well,
or he's waiting for
who makes the
for Wilson to clarify it. Well, it's not Wilson who's given the decision, it's the third umpire, so it's Nitin, isn't it, again? Who gave Smith out. Smith's had two incredibly lucky breaks in this game. It's heartbreaking for England, but...
I thought he threw it away.
I think he did.
In which case, he's out.
Well, I don't think he did throw it away. I think as he brought his arm down, it hit the leg. And just his whole body language when he did that was, oh shit, what have I done? As this is played to mid-wicket. But another massive controversy just before lunch. And oh, jeez.
It was a great catch.
He leaps up, and as he brings it down, he hits it on his leg. This is what I've been saying.
So I think that is a drop.
It is a drop, effectively.
Yeah, it is.
Ali in again, outside the off-stump. He aims the drive. He was given a bit of width there, but he shanked it horribly into the onside.
And they've lost a review.
And they've lost a review. They've only got one left now. And it just popped. Oh, God, that is just absolutely heartbreaking for England.
I can also tell you it would have been. I'll tell you in a moment.
Moeen in again. Back goes...
This is what you could have won.
Back goes Smith. I mean, Moeen isn't bowling too badly at the moment. He's definitely getting some turn. He's getting some bounce.
Bounce, yeah, more importantly.
And, well, England have just got to hope that another chance comes along like that.
I think that's out. I think he's completed the catch.
Well, when was the other decision we had about that? It was regards to Mitchell Starc,
Dragging the ball across the floor, slightly different.
Well, not really. Pushed to mid-wicket. different circumstances, but I still think that I think as much as anything, it was Ben Stokes' body language when he did that. He kind of
He
knew.
just carried on celebrating, then he would have been fine.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're probably right. He gave the umpire the opportunity to give it not out. It's a drop moral victory, says Ben McCormack. Certainly is. This is going to be eased up to long on by Smith, who survives again. Why? Why Steve Smith, of all people? Makes me mad.
It's karma because he's such a good person.
Well, that would have been the one catch Stokes needs to go to 100 catches, and that would have made him only the third player.
No, he's already done it. He did it
with
in the first
6,000 runs. Don't think he did. 6,000 runs, 100 wickets, and 100 catches.
I'm pretty sure I remember somebody mentioning it was his 100th catch earlier in this Test match.
Well, all sorts of controversies. Stokes is shaking his head as he goes on.
Oh, it was, yes. He got
gets
Carey.
He gets a little tap on the back of consolation from Travis Head, who's now chatting to Ben Duckett about it. But that's just, well, it's a...
Lost for words. Hebdo's lost for words.
It's a blow to the gut. It really is that.
That was.
Absolute blow to the gut. Australia go to lunch at 2:38 for 3. It was difficult for them first thing this morning. Wokes got a couple of wickets. He got rid of Warner on his last appearance in England. He'd made 60. Khawaja went LBW to Wokes. And then Labuschagne was caught well by Crawley at second slip off the bowling of Mark Wood. But since then, there's been a really good partnership between Smith and Head, and it's all come to a head with that decision just before lunch.
But did umpire Joel Wilson give it not out because he thought that it hadn't flicked the glove, or did he give it not out because he thought that he hadn't completed the catch?
Well, I think Stokes was distracted because he was watching Joel Wilson, and Joel Wilson didn't give any indication that he was about to give the catch. And I think that put Stokes off enough.
No, I don't agree with that.
I
don't agree with that. I mean, how quickly would he have had to make the decision? He's got to work out from his point of view whether it's hit the glove in the first sense.
Yeah.
So he's probably still thinking about that.
And Joel Wilson is taking longer and longer to make his bad decisions.
I will say, the Lack says, spirit of the game, accept decision. Well, I think we are accepting. Well, I'm certainly accepting the decision. I think it's
a drop.
It's a massive blow to England. So we are certainly being consistent on that.
We have had so many necessary clarifications of the laws in this series. It's almost unbelievable. There's been virtually one incident every Test match, which has got people scrabbling for the law books.
Shall I do some final social messages while you debate that? Hendo, do you want to finish off where you were there? Spangley side, this is all very exciting. What are the odds on a tie? Neymar Butlins, it's 5:30 a.m. here in LA. Just heard Jack off. Bit early for that. I've just opened my eyes. Warren says, is NFT being sarcastic? I've never seen a softer shell reptile in YJB. Warren also says, I hate to say it, but not out. So I think he's with us, Pendo. Raffles, a gentleman thug. Has anyone else noticed the more than passing resemblance of Joel Wilson to Ray Charles? Yes. Don't know how blind Joel is on the piano, though. Perhaps when he gives a dismissal, he could break into Hit the Road, Jack. Well, Jack did hit the road. That's why I've appeared. Or rather, his internet did, apparently. Let's have a look over on YouTube. While I'm just looking for that. Whose morning do you see that as, Hendo?
Oh, well, I mean, obviously the first hour was England's. The second hour and a bit, I think, has been Australian. If that catch had been taken cleanly, then you would probably say England had just gone back into the lead, or it's just back in balance on their side of the seesaw. But Smith generally is looking pretty solid. But I think England, it would be easy for England to get down about that, and then what they've got to do is go back into the dressing room. They've got to say that's over and done with. Let's not get annoyed about that. There is enough happening for Moeen Ali that we might get another chance.
And a new ball due not that far away, although obviously Australia can pile on a few before it does. A lot of discussion, not surprisingly, on YouTube, as you won't be at all surprised to hear. Chris Coomer, Stokes dropped the Test match and the moral victory. Spirit of the game, accept the decision, says Lack.
I've done all that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Big Tom. Did you do Tika Bruno? That was simply effed up by Stokes. His hand clipped his leg and he spilt it.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, okay. Strange name for a band. Sounds like Panic Stations. Chris Coomer says if Australia needs 50 runs with 5 or 6 wickets in hand and it starts raining, how ironic. Mark Ward says, surely this is being played in the UK, then English law presides over Aussie law.
Yeah, good point.
AB says denial is a river in Egypt, which it is, I suppose. Tika Bruno, Wata Kuma. Adam Newman, Canada are out of the Women's Soccer World Cup. They lost to Australia by 4 goals. Oh, did they? Lord. And Lack says, just teasing, Stokes knew it. Blunder, good session for the Poms, though.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to reach a sort of consensus necessarily on whether that's a completed catch or not, and I don't think the laws will help you out on that. But I do think that Stokes knew it. I mean, that's why we were so confused, because the ball just suddenly started. We couldn't quite understand whether he dropped it or what, because suddenly he leapt for it, and suddenly it was sort of going down the onside of the pitch back towards the bowler. And I suppose you could say he could have bluffed it, but it was too quick. It all happened too quick, and he gave it away a little bit.
It's just one more contentious moment in a series that's not been short of them, I suppose. But
yeah, and England will look back on it and say there goes another chance if Australia get to this target, and it's unfortunate.
It was,
but as I say, it's not all over. Far be it from me to be optimistic, but I'm optimistic based on the fact that Moeen is getting it to do a little bit there, and perhaps the very fact that he's causing difficulty to Smith, the right-hander, is good news for England, because you expect that he might prove difficult for Head if he gets it right, but to be troubling Smith as well is good news for England.
It is. It's also, if you look at the weather out there, and we're 5 miles from the Oval.
Yeah.
It does look rather dark, broody, and you won't be sitting outside sunbathing today, that's for sure.
Well, if you're an England supporter, you're torn between wanting to get these wickets and also being worried to the point of losing the series 3-1. So you almost feel like rain. I said it right at the opening of the day that if it did get rained off and it was a draw, or there was some rain in it which forced it to be a draw, I'd kind of accept that. I think 3-1 would flatter Australia. I think 2-2 might flatter England a little bit. So
yeah,
it's a tricky one, really.
Well, I think this one you could definitely look at that little period of play you alluded to, when Bairstow got to 70-something and then he rather gave his wickets away. Stokes gave his wicket away. They just had, again, 2 or 3, but not quite as bad as Lords, because that was constantly falling into a trap. But when you felt they just got lackadaisical.
Yep.
And they had, lived their gospel. They had piled on runs, giving themselves time to bowl out the opposition.
Yeah.
But on a generally good track, that's also given the opposition plenty of time to get towards the total. I still think, for what it's worth, the weather might well have a role to play, and it's going to be tight. I think if you look at Stokes' face on that replay, he knew. Joel, it's very hard to tell because he's got his dark glasses on, or Ray Charles as he's now being called on YouTube.
It's quite interesting that Stokes then sort of was arguing the toss a little bit as he went off, I think, but he knew at the time that he'd possibly made a mistake, and
don't make the mistake, then it's down to the umpire. Whereas you can't argue with the umpire about not giving the decision when it's been proven. Can
one
you?
Interesting point on YouTube that Michael Richardson makes, and I hadn't really noticed that. Brooke, of course, was at short square leg. This was at leg slip, really, that Stokes was trying to catch it, and it says Brooke had the opportunity to dive and catch it, but have needed to sum up the situation very quickly. I think he would have. Yeah, absolutely. And Luck comes back and says 2-1's first series victory since 2001. Draw will please us. Yes, I know, and to be honest, I'm moderately happy with the fact that it's been a good series and it's come right down to the last day of that series. And I think possibly as the away side and having already played a World Test Championship just prior to the series, that Australia probably do just deserve to win it because I think they played the really crucial bits just a little bit better.
A little bit smarter, yeah. Whatever the result. Well, if England do get the draw, they'll look at not winning, and they'll have to look at Lords, and they'll have to look at Edgbaston, and at Edgbaston the drop catches, and at Lords the the mice throwing themselves onto the traps. Time after time after time after time. Four times.
Jahan says Stokes was arguing about losing the review, I think, which is, I suppose, again,
could be
an
crucial.
arguable point, isn't it? Yeah, and could be crucial. Anyway, that's it for the first session. It's provided its fair share of talking points, hasn't it? We shall be back. What time? It'll be 2:05, won't it? If we finished at 1:25. So, well, you can listen to whatever we're going to play for you in the break. What do you reckon, Tony? How do I get there? How do I find it? I have to go down here, don't I? It's on the.
Well, it probably, dare I say it, one last Ricky, because it'll be his last outing for a wee while. And we've had such fun drinking his wine.
Certainly will.
The wine of today, while Hendo does look for that, is the close of play, rather appropriately, the Langhorne Creek Cabernet Sauvignon.
That just makes me sad. Close of play, the close of the test.
The Langhorne Creek Cab Sav. It's a delightful drink. Go to our website. You can see all the details. It's very clearly there in a link. If not, it's pontingwines.com.au/Gorilla Cricket, all one word. GC Ashes 2023, your magic code. That's all in lowercase. And you get the 15% Gorilla Cricket discount. Do, and you'll help the show as well, and you'll save yourself some money, and you'll get some fabulous wine.
Now let's see if I can do this for myself. I'm going to try and play the Ricky Ponting podcast. If not, it'll be something else.
Anything could happen. Might be the Muppet Show or something. Who knows?
Nope, nothing happened there.
Oh Lord.
Let's try again. Here we go.
Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. And alongside me today for this really special podcast is fellow Gorilla commentator Tony Bishop. And the biggest name ever to grace the Gorilla airwaves. Although Gladstone Small might have something to say about that. A man who has scored more than 27,000 runs in international cricket, captained his country to 48 wins and 77 matches at the helm, and presided over some of England's most painful moments down under. Yes, Adelaide 2006, I'm thinking of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Ricky Ponting. Hi, Ricky. Great to have you with us. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you all doing?
Yeah, we're not doing too badly, although, of course, we're licking our wounds after what happened at the beginning of the week. Have you recovered from that first test yet? I mean, what an experience that was.
It's a very small world, mate. I mean, I'm obviously in the Australian camp all week and I'm working in a heavily English commentary box for the last week and sat back for the first part of that game, sort of, first 4.5 days of that game, really just taking little prods in the ribs right the way through that test match. And right at the end of the game, the Aussie boys obviously did the right thing and got across the line. But when I say it's a small world, actually, the day after the game, played golf with Brendan McCullum. And we talked all things Birmingham, all things Test cricket, and it was great to catch up with him. Yeah.
Did he give you any insights as to what's likely to happen at Lord's?
I don't think anything's going to change too much. Listening to him, I think they're pretty clear on the way that they want to play their cricket. With him and Ben, since they've been together, what they've been able to do with English cricket, but more importantly, I think world cricket. With the amount of people that were sitting back and watching and talking about last week's game is brilliant, and I know that they are thinking about that. They're thinking about what people think about the Test game and how can we make the Test match game more appealing to a lot of people, and how do we get viewers involved. And I mean, the television numbers through the week last week were absolutely through the roof. Whether it was Sky's numbers, I know, were astronomical, and obviously we had some people out from Australia doing the Channel 9 coverage, and the numbers back in Australia were huge as well. So, the anticipation for this series was massive. The contrasting styles between the two teams was something that everyone's talked about for a long time, and then to see it actually unfold and see two different ways and two different methods sort of come together over 5 days in Birmingham was unbelievably good to watch. Was there a part of you that was
pleased to see the traditional Test approach win out over the newfangled approach of Stokes and McCullum?
Well, only because it was Australia that was playing that way.
But genuinely not.
If it had been anybody else playing that way against Australia, I wouldn't have been that happy to see it. But I mean, it's refreshing. It's definitely refreshing to see the way that they're going about their cricket, and also listening to a lot of the messaging that's coming out about the way that they want to play. It's also good. But I think what we might see though, I mean, I think England were unsure and a little bit nervous as to how that style was going to go against Australia, and was it going to stand up, and you know, do we need to tweak anything to try and beat this very good Australian team? And I think we will see both teams probably make some little tweaks to the way they play their cricket in the second test at Lords. So that's once again what's so intriguing about this series. I think the conditions will be different at Lords than what we saw in Birmingham. You know, England have probably got a few selection headaches they've got to work out as well. You know, there's no way in the world that Moeen Ali can play again after what we saw with his finger. They'll probably talk about their keeper as well. Johnny Bairstow made some errors last week, but I've got a feeling that Brendan will want to keep him in the side because he offers so much with the bat. But England have probably got a few more questions to answer after Birmingham than the Australian team do.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Pat Cummins, because he's a player that well, certainly I, and I think the rest of us on Guerrilla Cricket, admire greatly. I mean, from the very start of his career when he, you know, burst onto the scene, and then the injury troubles that he has, and of course going back to the India tour, he had to go back from the India tour because he had, you know, his mother was very unwell. I mean, amazing that he could come out and perform like that. I mean, you probably know the guy quite well. I mean, what has he been going through?
Yeah, I know Pat really well. I actually handed him his baggy green cap as a 17-year-old in Johannesburg a number of years ago now. So, you know, I played a bit of cricket with Pat. I've watched him develop as a player and as a leader, certainly as a leader over the last couple of years now. Yeah, I mean, things have been tough for him. You know, I think we quite often forget about what you know, these guys go through. We see them on the field, we see them playing their cricket, we make judgments about them as people and cricketers when we don't really know, you know, what's actually happening in their personal life. So Pat's, you know, he's had a tough time. You know, his mother passed away, and he had 3 months off cricket before the World Test Championship final, and I think, you know, I commentated that game, and I saw him bowling in that game. He looked like he was a long way off his best and a long way off where he needed to be. I think he bowled 10 no balls in that game, which is more than he's bowled in his last 10 Test matches combined. So, you know, it was obvious that he was lacking a bit of rhythm, but it didn't take long for him to get it back. I mean, everyone will remember his batting in the last innings of that Test match. But if you wind the clock back another day, he got 4 wickets in England's second innings as well. And as we know with Pat, they're always big wickets too. He gets the big players out. And, you know, they bowled England out for 270, and if they'd have gone on to get 300 plus, then it might have been a different result. So, you know, everyone should think about his all-round game, leadership, batting and bowling, and it'll go down in Ashes history as one of the great Test matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the time that we thought there's something special happening here was when he got rid of Ollie Pope. I mean, that was almost an unplayable delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's been working on that particular ball for a long time. I mean, people that haven't watched Pat bowl much would, you know, you've probably not seen him swing the ball ever. He's more of a seam bowler, running, hit a line of length, and, you know, use his scrambled seam deliveries. But he has been working on that particular ball. He bowled it a couple of times in Australia a couple of years ago when India were out. Right. A big hooping in swinger, and he generally tries to bowl as a Yorker, and he got it spot on to Pope the other day, and it was too good for him. So he's a very skillful individual, no doubt about that.
It was kind of odd because we hadn't seen much movement out there at all, had we? And then suddenly he just got hold of the ball and produced an absolute worldie from nowhere, it seemed.
Yeah, it was a bizarre game as far as conditions were concerned. I mean, Australia got those conditions, was it late on night day 3? When cloudy and the lights came on and the ball started to move around a lot. And the interesting thing for me, which was a bit of a topic of debate in the commentary box late on day 5, was, you know, around England taking the new ball or not, because, you know, the old ball was hard to score with, but it was also less likely to get a wicket. When England did take that second new ball late on day 5, we thought that it would present some easier scoring opportunities, and it did, but we also felt that there would be a better chance of getting some wickets. But it actually didn't swing at all. The brand new ball right through that Test match in Birmingham didn't move. It wasn't until it got to sort of 15 to 20 overs old and the lacquer came off where the ball started to swing a little bit. And England didn't have enough time in the game to get to that stage where it would start to swing.
Yeah, we've been saying that it doesn't seem to swing until a few overs have gone by. I suppose the other thing that was interesting about that was how as you say, whether to take the new ball. And the fellow commentators were here. I wasn't on air at the time, but I was coming to the door and I was saying to people, don't take the new ball, don't take the new ball, because it looked to me as if, as you say, that lack of pace might have been what proved crucial. But it looks like, of course, then Joe Root stayed on, got that wicket of Alex Carey, and after that. Patrick Cummins hit a couple of sixes and everyone was laughing at me.
Yeah, I mean, the other part of that as well is when they did take the new ball, they opted not to give it to James Anderson, which was a little bit strange.
Do you think it was just because he'd just seen a little bit off colour in this test? I mean, not quite the man that we know him to be.
Well, he said that as well, but if you watched him, I mean, it didn't look like he was that much off the mark. You're talking about England's leading ever Test wicket taker. And an Ashes Test match on the line. I know where I'm throwing the ball. I'm throwing the ball straight to him. I mean, if Glenn McGrath's in my side and he wasn't at his absolute best, I still know where I'm going. I'll give it to him because I know he'll get the job done more often than not, regardless of how good a touch he's in.
So your advice to Ben Stokes would have been to turn to Jimmy Anderson.
Oh well, mate, hindsight's a wonderful thing. It might have been the same result back at the time, but if you're just playing percentages, which I mean. As a captain, a lot of the time, you have to just play the percentages and think about what's the most likely scenario here. Like if you look at, I mean, you can answer this question yourself. If who's more likely to get you a Test match wicket, James Anderson or Ollie Robinson? I know which one I'm going to.
Yeah, very, very, very fair point. Now let's move on from the Test match. We'll probably return to it as we go through the interview. But let's talk about. Well, one of the reasons that we're here is because you've now got your own wine label, which we are proudly drinking and showing off to various people. Now, the first one that we've got here is the Mowbray Boy Pinot Noir. Tell us about your journey into wine, how you got into it, and how you've come to have your own wine label.
Well, firstly, you're making me very jealous. I'm sitting there watching you drinking wine. I'm sitting here with a big bottle of water beside me. This is not the way it's supposed to be.
This is on Gorilla, mate.
This is Gorilla, mate. Come on in, come and join us.
I was going to say, next time I'll do this in studio rather than...
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Our journey into wine. Well, I mean, my wife and I are both avid wine drinkers, if you like. Through my playing career, I was lucky to travel, lots of different countries around the world. I'll rewind it. I was actually introduced to wine mainly through my wife. My background and upbringing in the northern suburbs of Tasmania, Launceston, on the, almost brought up on the wrong side of the tracks, if you like.
Yeah.
I wasn't sitting around the dinner table having a glass of Pinot with my dinner. That's for sure. It was very much a barbecue and a beer sort of upbringing that I had. But once I played a lot of cricket for Australia. A lot of the more senior guys in the team would have a couple of beers at the end of the day's play, and then move on to a glass of wine. I met my wife, and she she was a wine drinker, and so early days when we were dating, I'd take her out for dinner and look on the wine list and try and find the most expensive bottle of wine and try and impress her. And me not knowing anything about it, to be a Margaret River Chardonnay or something, to be a couple of $100 that I'd have to fork out for dinner to try and impress her. But that's where it started. And through the years now, I've been retired 11 years, and we've been together for about 22 or 23 years. It's been a really fun journey to go on. As I said, the countries that we travel to, the regions we go to, sampling different wines from different areas, and then to start our own business nearly 4 years ago now has been an incredible thing to do together. That's the point with this. It's a passion project for both of us. We both love wine, but we're also very passionate about this brand, and people need to understand that it is us. It's Rihanna and I. We're the major shareholders in the business. It's not, we're not being paid to put our name on someone else's wine. This is our business, and we work on it every day. And we, so far, as I said, nearly 4 years in, we've loved the journey.
Well, I was going to say, as soon as I knew that you had this wine, I was thinking, oh great, I've never heard about Tasmanian wine, generally speaking. We talk about the Australian areas that are known, the Hunter Valley, Barossa Valley, various places like that. But you have, it's not a complete Tasmanian wine setup, but there are a couple of Tasmanian wines in that. And the Mowbray Boy, it's the first one that I'm holding up to the camera to show people. That's the first one we're talking about. Why did you feel that you wanted to represent where you were brought up? It's just something that you felt that's where you learnt your cricket and that's the community that you were in?
Yeah, it was the first thing I said to our winemaker and my other business partner, David Krenich, is that I want to be able to tell story through the brand as well. I want to be able to tell stories about me, my life, my upbringing, obviously a bit about cricket, and tie all these stories in together. So, being a very passionate Tasmanian, and I wanted to have those Tasmanian wines in the range. So we've got the 3 Tasmanian wines in the range now, the 2 Pinot Noirs and a Chardonnay, and we're about to. There's a Pinot Gris. It's about to be bottled as well that we'll include into the range, which will be sold exclusively in Tasmania. But the Mowbray boy. I mean, storytelling. If you asked anyone in Tasmania to describe me, the first thing they would say, he's a Mowbray boy. That Mowbray is my local cricket club. It's the suburb that I sort of spent my early teenage years in. And that's just how I'd be described. So, but as I said, the upbringing that I had, I don't think there'd be too many guys at the Mowbray Cricket Club that I grew up with that would ever have thought that I'd have my own wine range. Let's put it that way.
Will they be drinking it now, though? Have you converted them?
A couple, yeah. They're pretty hard to shift away from a BB can. Let's put it that way. No, it's the feedback we've had. And it's great that I've got that sort of support in my home state. I mean, a lot of people from Tasmania, I'm sure, even though we've got 8, 9 or 10 different wines in the range, the Tasmanians are that parochial that they'd probably only buy the Tasmanian stuff and drink the Tasmanian stuff. So it's certainly been well received in my home state.
Talking of Tasmania, I visited there during the 2006-7 tour, and it was a lovely place to go. I really enjoyed it. I went to Hobart. I went out on the Southern Ocean, and it was superb. But with your roots there, have you ever felt that Tasmania has missed out in regards of being part of the Australian summer or Test summer? I mean, it always seems disappointing to me that there quite often isn't a Test. I know there was in the last Ashes, but quite often there hasn't been a Test there.
Well, yeah, there was in the last Ashes, but that was by default as well, remember, because they couldn't go to Perth. It was Perth.
That's right.
Game. So that was the only reason that game was moved from Perth down to Hobart. And it ended up being a night game too down there.
Yes.
So with a pink ball, which they'd never done before. Look, I do sometimes get a little bit disappointed that Tasmania hasn't been able to host more international games. But there are only so many games that can be played in Australia, and there's a lot of venues, and there's probably a few other venues in Australia that would say the same thing, that they feel like they're a bit starved. I mean, Canberra's probably another good example. We've got a terrific ground in Canberra, and I've been on the front foot for a number of years, and even when you talk about that Hobart Test match, I was very much on the front foot then. When it didn't look like it could be Perth, then I was on the front foot, basically demanding that it had to be Hobart.
I imagine your opinion carried a fair bit of weight.
Oh, I'm not sure. It ended up being played there, so I guess it must have had something to do with it.
Okay, well, we're going to move on to what the Ashes is, which is the Pinnacle, and Tony's going to ask you some questions about the Pinnacle McLaren Vale Shiraz.
Yep. I can tell you we've done a couple of wine tasting evenings with your wine, Ricky, and the Pinnacle's gone down particularly well, you might be pleased to know. Well, obviously, what a first Test match. Do you still get the same tingle from the commentary box, or is it just a different tingle when you're watching an Ashes game not playing?
No, there's a tingle, absolutely, but it is a slightly different tingle. I mean, what I was going through with the microphone in hand the last 20 minutes compared to the tingle that Pat Cummins would have been feeling when he was out in the middle, I think they're slightly different. But and I said that game was. There's so many eerie resemblances to the 2005 game that I played in, and we unfortunately lost by 2 runs. I mean, the first day of the 2005 game, England made 407. Yeah, have a guess how many runs were made on day 1 of this Test match? 407.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. Yeah.
England declared 393. Australia were none for 14. 407 day 1. How many did Australia require going into day 5?
It was 174. Wasn't it? No, it was 174. I think.
Yeah, it would have come down to from 187 to 174, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but what does that equal if you add them all up? What were they chasing?
Hang on, who's interviewing who? He's plying us with his wine, and now he's asking us tricky questions.
Arithmetic is not our strong point. I think you'll find it, Gorilla. Generally,
I think there was one run difference of what Australia needed to chase. Last week than there was in 2005. It was an incredible game. Incredible game of Test match cricket with so many similarities. So, yeah, the tingle the tingle is definitely still there. Although when it was getting tight, I felt like going and hiding out the back of the commentary box and just waiting for the either the wickets to fall or the runs to be scored. But as it turned out, I did about an hour 15, I think, commentary stint. Normally our commentary stints are about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
We did the same thing actually.
Yeah, I think we
just,
did absolutely. Yeah,
try
it's
and
just so
manage the timings.
engrossing, wasn't it?
I can tell you one of our fellow commentators was tingling, but that was probably because he was on his 10th class at Pinnacle when he was helping us call that last session.
Yeah. So I mean, Sky wanted me on for the end of the game. So they brought me in when Carey got out 8 wickets down, thinking the game was going to be over, and here I am an hour and a quarter later, still sitting there calling the winning run. So no, look, I loved it, and the guys that I work with, you're calling with Nasser and Athers and those guys, two great broadcasters. So to be on at the end of a game like that, and I was on at the end of the Headingley game last year as well when Stokes got England across the line. So I've been able to call some really special moments in Test history.
Yeah. Do you think the way Ricky England are playing is genuinely different? Now, the reason I ask that is, Test captain, you won, I think, 48 tests out of 77. And I recall the late Rod Marsh once saying, if you can't score 300 in a day, you might as well go home. So there was that kind of aggressive desire to put runs on the board early that was baked into your teams. Have England just kind of accelerated that a bit, but essentially it's a similar principle?
Yeah, Rod Marsh told me that as a 15-year-old boy, straight out of year 10.
Yeah.
Out of Launceston over to the Cricket Academy in Adelaide, and the first chat we had as a group, he sat us all down as batters and said, right boys, I can see where this game's going. If you're not good enough to score more than 300 runs in a day, then I don't want you here. So what we were trying to find, and I think, to be totally honest, I think this is where Test match batting has probably changed a little bit in the last little period of time. The year that I came through and the teams that I played in with Hayden and Gilchrist and Martin and these sort of guys, Michael Clark, Mike Hussey, guys that were naturally aggressive players. The batting philosophy, and certainly the way that I played, I was naturally an aggressive player, but that was the way that I was taught. It was, how do I score runs really quickly here without getting out? So you were always on the edge of taking risk. But how do I do that without getting out? Now, if I look back to the England team, if you look at the England team that came to Australia a couple of years ago with the guys that they had at the top of the order, it wasn't about scoring runs at all. It was about not getting out first, and then if I make some runs at the end of the day, then great. It's almost about taking every little bit of risk out of the equation, hanging around, wearing the bowlers down, picking up ones and twos and the occasional boundary and scoring runs that way. So it's been refreshing to watch England play, but I definitely think, Brendan, I know Brendan really well. I've known Brendan for, 30, nearly 30 years actually. And it's no surprise to me that they're playing that way. And, our best teams, we probably scored at, close to 4 runs and over. This team scoring at close to 5 runs and over, which is remarkable in Test cricket.
Well, no, look, the Pinnacle McLaren Vale Shiraz, it's called the Pinnacle because it represents the Ashes and your fantastic association with the Ashes. You won more tests than you lost in the Ashes. Not so series. Does that still rankle, or is life just too short and there's too much else to look forward to?
You know what? I didn't even know that. I didn't know that I'd won more than I lost. I'd probably, I would have thought that I'd won more than I lost, but the thing that does rankle me a little bit is the fact that, I was captain in 2005 and 2009 in the UK that we weren't able to win. That still burns a little bit. But at the end of the day, I know that I did everything that I could. I know the players obviously did everything that they could to try and win those couple of series. And, as we all know, we talk about, this current England team sort of reinvigorating Test cricket around the world. Well, I think that 2005 series, even though we lost, I think that reinvigorated the game. But I would have. At the end of the day, we all know as Australians and as English cricketers that your name and reputation is forged and created on what you do in Ashes cricket. And if I had have been able to win here as captain, then I'm sure my reputation in Ashes cricket will be a bit better than it is right now.
Well, we're going to stick on the Ashes, I think, because let's move on to another wine, which should be the Barossa Valley, another Shiraz, the 127.
Yeah, that's actually my favourite. That's my favourite wine in the range, actually, the Barossa one.
Well, maybe you can tell us a little about why. I mean, you made an immediate Ashes impact. It was 97 at Headingley, I think. An innings win for Australia, a huge triumph for you with a century in your first Ashes test. But it was another friend of our show, Jason Gillespie, had torn through England in the first innings. Was Dizzy just unplayable, or did England have a real shocker against him?
I think, what did he get, 7 or 8 for, didn't he? 8 for
Yeah,
20.
he did.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, he's, I think, one of the most underrated cricketers that's ever played the game, Jason. I say that all the time. I mean, I was lucky to play a lot with him, and that, you know, he was young and fresh on the scene too. In '97, bowled fast, swung the ball, that Duke ball. You know, he loved bowling with that Duke ball. Yeah, and that 127. I mean, that particular wind that you're talking about that's part of what we call our milestone range. So that's sort of a it's a step up from our sort of I'm not going to say entry level wine. None of them are entry level wines, but you know, we're obviously a premium wine brand, and the Pinnacle Shiraz that you were talking about is that entry level sort of stuff on the bottom side, on the lower end of the premium range, and then we've got another step up, the milestone. So so we've got the 127 there. My first Ashes 100 at Headingley, 127, first Ashes Test match. I thought it was appropriate to start there. What do you think about milestones? I always think about the first time that you did something, whether it's your first test or your first 100 or whatever. So we landed on the 127 for that particular wine, and as I said, it's my favourite. I don't like saying it's my favourite because our winemaker's based in McLaren Vale, and this wine's actually from the Barossa. So, yeah, but it's definitely my favourite.
Well, we've been enjoying drinking it. That 127, by the way, you got a pretty decent lick as well. Going back to the discussion on the speed of getting runs on the board, it was only a shade over a run a ball from my recollection of things. Is that how you remember it?
Yeah, I don't actually. The tour after, I reckon, as well, 2001, I made 100 at Headingley as well. I think I got 140 odd in that game. I know that was pretty much a run ball, 100 in the 2001 series. I'm not sure about 97, but as I said, that was the way that I was brought up to play. You know, and I backed myself and I trusted myself, and my team wanted me to play that way. And when you play that way, you play well, you can set up games really quickly. So, you know, I was all about winning. It wasn't about how many runs I got or how many hundreds I got. It was about winning games, and that's the thing that I'm most proud of through my career is, you know, you talk about that captaincy record, but I played 168 tests, and I think I won about 110 of them. So no one in the history of the game has won over 100 test matches, and I'm the only person that's done it. So that's what I'm most proud of.
Well, you said, by the way, on that, you had said you thought you'd played as well that day, which is your first Ashes test. I think it was your second overall test, but your first Ashes test. You said you played as well in that innings as you ever have done before or since. What was it? Can you sort of give us some more memories of what it was like in your first Ashes to walk into the crease, getting a ton? That's a heck of an introduction to Ashes cricket. Tell us a little bit more about some of the memories of that day.
Yeah, well, I was one of the spare batters on the tour. I didn't play the first two. I think Headingley might have been the third test or the fourth test. Michael Bevan was in the side, batting at 6. He'd been dismissed a few times in a very similar way against the short ball in the first few games. And I think England had sort of exposed a bit of a weakness in Bev's armour at the time. And I'd made 100 the week before. We played a county game down at Glamorgan actually, and I made a really good 100 down there. And then they decided to leave Bev out and give me a crack. And once I got that crack, then I wasn't going to let it go quickly, and I was going to make sure I went out and played my way. And I think it was second ball. At second ball, I think I pulled or hooked Dean Headley for 6 or 4 second ball of my innings, and I was away. And then in a partnership with Matt.
All right, peeps, we're back. It's after lunch, and England will be a little bit disappointed because they could have had a catch before lunch, but unfortunately, and I think we all agree, even though I'd love it not to be the case, but Stokes didn't have full control of the ball. He caught it really well, but unfortunately his momentum meant that his arm came down, slapped his leg with the ball, and the ball came out of his hand, and I think the umpire was right to give it non-out. Pains me to say that, but definitely true. Just got to try and create those chances.
What a fair-minded person you are, Bear.
Not generally, but you know, how many overs? You've got 14 overs to the new ball. We could do with a couple of wickets before then. We could do with one straight after lunch. Best chance to get one.
But you've got about 5 minutes till it rains, I reckon.
I tell you what, the Bear wouldn't have been quite so sanguine if he'd have had a bet on some of Stokes catching it one-handed.
Well, yeah, obviously not. But I'd have liked it to.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of inside information.
Ooh.
that has been gleaned from years of watching county cricket. The ball swings more at the Oval after lunch than it does before lunch. Did you know that?
I did not.
Well, this is apparently
He
a
said he did
proven
tell me at lunch.
fact in the eyes of people who watch, people who unfortunately have to watch a lot of Surrey cricket.
I don't know if it is raining. Is it raining? Is it raining out there?
Well, that's not going to help the swing.
No,
It's
not.
about to.
Yeah, I think it's drizzling down here actually.
Messi's looked out of his window in Perth and decided that it's
Yep.
raining in the London overflow.
Well, maybe it's
Some-
not. I
some
don't know.
reasonably heavy shit coming.
Well, it might go past it. You never know if it's actually going to cross it. You can never quite tell. It's quite windy out there as well. The trees are blowing out the window. And we're only 5 miles.
It's a big Petra Green shit that's coming.
Oh, pardon me. That slipped out. First beer of the day after lunch. 2 beer rule, obviously. Well, as it's
Is it 2 beers per session?
2 beers per day. Well,
What?
That's kind of gone out the window. Well, it depends.
Was it ever in the window?
It was kind of in the window. I try. But it is the last day of the Ashes.
It was within view, put it like that.
It's good to have rules. Oh, they're coming off.
In fact, it's got there before they even come out. Oh, that's really annoying.
Oh dear.
Well, it's going to make it interesting because then will Australia try and go for the...
Well, it does affect the equation as far as they're concerned.
Well,
if
it
they want
does.
to win, they're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive.
Well, as someone said at the beginning of the day, they can change their thing. I mean, essentially they're 2-1 up. They don't have to win.
They don't have to, yes.
No, they can go for the draw. But sometimes that plays into the
Yeah.
oppo's hands as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it might freshen up the wicket a little.
It might freshen up the wicket. They will get the covers on, but, hopefully snap thunderstorm and 2 inches of rain in 1 minute. And will be good.
I
Ricky
reckon they'll
Ponting?
be off for about 90 minutes at least.
You reckon?
Yeah,
I
which
think
will
it
make for
passes,
a
doesn't it?
really interesting final session.
Well, and they'll go till 7:30 tonight, so there's still plenty of time left in this game.
And there's something fitting about this series coming down to a really dramatic finish.
Well, that's what I said to
right at the very end.
I said to Hendo this morning, how would this best finish? And I said, best finish would be if England won by 1 run.
Oh God!
It would be. We'd all be melting on the. We'd all be melting here on.
I think we'd have lost Hendo, who would have had a heart attack long before that.
Well, it's a bit like Edgbaston in 2005, wasn't it? Came down to, was it 2 runs in the end?
Yeah, we're all a bit older and a bit more vulnerable. Okay, I think we should put on some.
Yeah, I think we should just go back
some
to
dice
whatever
cricket,
it was.
Ricky Ponting, whatever.
We'll go back to the World Cup final. There's plenty of time.
Hooray! Who won that? No spoilers.
Uh,
I was sitting next to
Spirit
Bear.
of Cricket won, didn't it?
Yeah, we've still got 2 hours and 2.5 hours of the World Cup to go. So, and as I keep saying, we're going into a whole long period of one-day cricket after this. So, just to whet your appetite about how exciting it's going to be come the end of November / beginning of December, because I can't remember when the final is, but it's around about then. We'll all be on the edges of
October,
our
I think it
seats.
starts, isn't it?
What? It starts in October, but
think-
it goes on interminably long, doesn't it? It's the World Cup of cricket. It goes for 6-7 weeks normally. So presumably, it won't be the final. Will be either the end of November or right at the beginning of December. And so we're going to play you what happened in the last World Cup final. England won. I think we all know that, but it was dead exciting. Here you go. See you in a bit.
Could be a lot of things, but he's managed to master this idea of this French cut between the bat and the
Nation
wicket.
down on his haunches, wasn't he?
Well played by Ben Stokes, I'd say. He didn't mean any of it, but he's got it perfectly done. Perfect timing.
Horribly cross-back shot.
Oh,
there,
it really was. Jimmy Nation, let's see it. Can he be the hero that New Zealand needs? As he comes into Paul's next delivery, it's wide. That just cut away sharply. Sort of half cut, half driven out towards the man in the deep. Signal there.
A little shout out to Jeremy Bray. Good afternoon. Just discovered you in time for the final. Great stuff. Hello from Belgium. I've been banished upstairs as no one else understands what's going on.
Oh, bonjour,
Come on,
Charlie.
England.
Welcome.
Welcome. Stay with us. We'll be here later in the summer for the Ashes and all sorts of other cricket. So now you found us, please stay with us.
And PJ Mead agrees it's squeaky bum time here.
Jimmy Nation.
What's he going to do with his delivery over the wicket? This ball is full. It's just clipped out towards mid-on. They won't come through for a single. Well fielded there.
Matt Sell trying to find ways of reducing his blood pressure. He's got 3 ideas. England smash the ball around. New Zealand takes some quick wickets, and Djokovic drops serve cricket. Watching too many things, Matt.
Too many things there. Yeah, that's right. That's gone into the 5th set, hasn't it? The Federer Djokovic match. I think we'll get a score update in a few overs, I'm sure.
Yeah, but frankly, who cares?
Yeah, I think Federer and Djokovic, but that's probably about
Yeah,
it. And the Royals apparently are out there watching that game
Them
rather
and
than
their
the English
families.
game. As Nation comes to the ball, a thrower ball. That's a Yorker that is actually picked up quite late by Butler, but he managed to just correct his shot and hit it straight over his head for 4.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Well played there by Butler. Just a nice lofted drive.
He was going for the Yorker, wasn't he? And he didn't get it too far wrong, to be fair. But this is the thing that Butler can do. Incredibly strong wrists. He can just lever those balls from right under his nose. And he's levered that one pretty straight.
Beesham coming in to bowl his last delivery of the over. It's a wide ball that's just driven hard straight to the fielder for no run.
The field placing's been very good in this match, hasn't it?
Has been
Many
across,
times the
across,
batsmen
I'd say
have hit them,
both teams, I'd
sides,
say.
yeah.
Both England have done it well, as has New Zealand, and very aggressive attacking
Yeah,
fields.
and what I've loved from New Zealand as well is that aggressive, close-in, offside field. You know, backward point, gully, just one in front of point as well. Almost like a slip cordon in that kind of point.
I can't remember
area.
the last time in an ODI match I've seen a slip cordon in that sort of position.
I know,
It's
it's brilliant.
extraordinary.
It's testament to Williamson and the New Zealand leadership team, as we probably have to call them these days, that they've executed that plan and done it pretty well.
It's been good. That's the end of the over. 38
Full,
overs
full
gone.
crowds, they're not going
164.
away, are they?
Oh, you'd be stupid to go away right now with the game still on the line.
Wonder if there's still some people in the nursery, Tony.
Like, who would be in there going, yeah, we're just going to leave now to avoid the traffic?
There's always a person. There's always
It's
someone
always
you know who
someone,
does that. As Lockie Ferguson runs into bowler's short delivery, that's just pushed out towards point for no run by Stokes.
This is tapering to a very exciting conclusion.
Will be. Who's going to edge their name in the history?
Well,
the World Cup
exactly.
history?
It's going to be a new name, as you said, on the trophy. 7 and a bit required. Current run rate just over 4. These two well set, Butler and Stokes. They'll feel confident, I think.
Going to have to start thinking about who's going to get man of the match soon as well.
Man of the match, I guess still a lot will depend on who takes up this game. There's Lucky Ferg balls a short delivery that Stoke just pulls out there, all along the ground, beats the fielder down to the boundary for 4.
I think
that was a great shot by Stokes there. He actually got over the top of the ball, hit it all the way along the ground. He could have gone in the air if he wanted to risk the shot, but he played it down the ground, found the gap between the 3 fielders on that boundary, and the ball just sort of gained momentum as it headed towards the boundary, and he ends up with a 4.
He did that thing that Jason Roy does, where he hits it into the practice wickets, and so it bounces hugely.
It's well played there. The Sticks ball's just defended off the back foot by Stokes for no run. Stokes on 40 now. He's managed. He started off quite slow actually. He's 40 of 63 deliveries now, so he's certainly he's been pushing at the run and ball in the last 2 or 3 overs at the moment.
They've certainly upped their rate, haven't they, the two of them?
Yeah.
If I try and take a neutral stance here, which is quite hard to do, obviously, but Stokes has played a lot of these innings for England over the last couple of years.
As Ferguson comes to the ball, a full delivery, a full toss in fact, that's just clipped out towards mid-on for a single.
The only grown-up in the room innings, where like semi-final against Pakistan a couple of years ago in the Champions Trophy, everyone fell apart. He played a very sensible innings. He tried to do it against Sri Lanka, couldn't quite get us home. So for him, if he can play a match-winning innings here, playing that sort of innings, I think it would be a massive feather in his cap as a cricketer.
Certainly agree. As Ferguson comes to the ball, a full delivery that's driven. And it will be driven away for a single.
Twitter is alive with references to Bear's T-shirt in that picture with Sachin.
What's the T-shirt say?
Well, Nick Martin's actually very kindly protecting Bear's honour by saying he has 5 versions of the same T-shirt.
What is the T-shirt?
What is this T-shirt? It's
a Breaking Bad T-shirt.
Okay. People who watch Breaking Bad apparently yeah, I mean, all you hear about is Breaking Bad when someone watches Breaking Bad. So
Yeah,
we
Lord-
won't start talking about it.
Lords let you take a bottle of wine now. I'm sure they let you take other things as well.
Lockie comes into ball. His next delivery is just defended off
Oh,
the front
very
foot.
upward.
Well defended there. No run. That is the end of the over. England 160-4 after 39.
Yeah,
That's
just tapering, isn't it, this game? 11 overs to go, 7 and a bit needed by England, 2 set batsmen, but if one of them goes, it's going to be back in the mixer again. It's what you want from a final, really,
You do,
unless,
you want
unless
a
you're a
close
supporter
final.
of one of the teams.
That's
Unless
right.
you just want an easy gallop to victory, but it rarely happens like that, and it's been a fantastic game. And actually, I think overall, a pretty good tournament.
Has been. I think the amount of close games, just the quality of the batsmanship and the bowling has been great, and the formats. What do you make of the format, the round robin format?
I didn't mind it. I do want to see more teams come into the kind of the world fold, and if you're going to do a World Cup, then maybe you make it easier for some of the supposedly lesser nations to be involved in the finals. But overall, I think it's worked okay, and the ICC will probably be giving themselves massively undeserved pats on the back for how they've done it.
But I do think Bangladesh and Afghanistan have been sort of great additions to it. But it would be
Bangladesh have been
nice to see
fantastic.
more of those sort of smaller teams. But you couldn't do it on this format because we would be doing it all year round.
You've got to work it out. You've got to
You'd
work
have
it
to-
out.
You'd have to get back to
Or
a
play
slightly
2 games
different
a
format.
day. Like I still think they could have brought the tournament a bit shorter.
Yeah.
Sure, there's loads that it's Friday evenings to have a day
Exactly.
nighter. Make
it's
more of the
ideal.
weekends, get more people involved.
I mean, there are a couple of Sundays with only one game. That's
As Henry comes into bowl, this next really just cut away out towards the deep point for a single.
Arthur Shire has a suggestion. Never mind MBEs. If Stokes and Butler bring this home, Josh will get a Butler and Stokes will get a royal pardon.
Well, my missus went and got a lovely piece of pork from the Ginger Pig, the butcher, the Ginger Pig, and she also brought home some mustard, which is branded Stokes.
Branded Stokes.
So I'm going like ginger, mustard, Stokes.
There's a theme game there, isn't there?
Could be a celebration. As Stokes is facing steady head there, and his ball just rears up, beats the outside edge of Stokes. Just kind of came out of nowhere. So Henry ball just comes in, bounces extra, beats the outside edge, and flies through to the keeper. But very unexpected, and haven't seen that at all in the last 5 overs.
Really well bowled, effort ball, but also with a bit of the off spinner going on, and it totally surprised Ben Stokes. Bounced way more than he thought he was going to.
Jeez, he did well to get his bat out of the way.
Didn't miss that by much, did he?
Perfectly done. And let's see what his next delivery is. Is there anything Stokes around this next ball? Just sort of pushing out towards the leg stump, and he just clips it away for an easy single out in the deep. What would a World Cup win mean for England? I mean, you talk about declining ratings, the game not being on free-to-air. But for, I guess, some English supporters in the future of cricket in England, do you feel like England in the World Cup is crucial to that?
It's huge. It's going to be huge. Of course it is. It's something that English cricket has planned for the last 4 years and put pretty much all the eggs in that basket.
Yep.
I'm a huge Test cricket fan, but I want to see all England's teams do well. But I think after this,
as Henry comes into bowl, his delivery just clipped away for an easy single out towards short leg for no.
And I suppose the key as well is how the ECB use it as well.
Yeah.
You know, once you've got that victory, it's got to be used properly and actually used to develop the game and bring back.
but it's massive. It's massive, isn't it? It's no exaggeration to say these last 10 overs has a huge effect on how the game develops in this country over the next 5 years or so.
Certainly agree. We'll have a change after 2 more deliveries as Henry comes into bowler's delivery, just pushed back. That is, beats the short mid wicket, so they'll come through for a single. 77 needed off 61 deliveries. We're into the last 10 overs. One of the few World Cup finals that have gone to the last 10, with the game still up for grabs for both teams at the moment. I think we'll have a triple change, I expect, after this next delivery. But it's been I agree with you. It's been an enjoyable World Cup. I've enjoyed it. Like, you think about World Cups and the entire 45
I could enjoy it more.
Certainly could. They're saying, a bit of a scoop. A scoop that's out. 1 bounce to the boundary for 4. What a way to finish that over. Butler, trademark shot there. And that's 4 runs.
It's been too many little couch, oh, just like an old biddy. They need to stretch and slouch. It's been a few overs coming, but to the sofa, change gon' come. Oh yes, it on a little couch.
Right, one's enough. Yeah,
we've got two. I wonder. I thought it was a very good overdub. There we go. Bring us home, they said. Who's us? Well, England.
Well.
But to my right is Messi Jez, and he wants those dastardly Kiwis. There's been Antipodean coming together in the cause
Hatred
of
of
cricket.
England.
Hatred of England.
Well, hatred's too strong a word, but
Strong dislike.
strong rivalry,
Disapproval.
But I think I'm on a win-win because either I will see a really, really happy Hendo, which will be a pleasant sight, or I'll see a fantastic Hendo rant, which will be fantastic as well.
I can't be guaranteed to rant. I might be too shocked. Henry has finished his 10 overs, 1 for 40. He bowled really well, certainly in that opening spell, which I think lasted 7 overs in the end. Butler has 42, Stokes has 43. England are 170 for 4. They have 10 overs in which to get 72 runs. They have 6 wickets in hand. Is there another twist to this game? There could be. Ferguson is coming in, bowling a full ball to Stokes, who somehow digs that out. Bat seemed to go round in his hand, and he didn't make particularly good contact. It runs towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Andy Ward is beside me.
I
on the
am
tweets.
technically on your tweets, but I'm sure you'll understand that I don't really want to step over the ball by ball at this point. So we'll keep an eye, but perhaps we could all just for once focus on the game, including me.
Well, I think an interesting, just as I was coming into the room, Butler played that scoop shot.
Yeah, it was the first time.
First time. Yeah, and I think that shows the pace of this pitch. Onto the back foot goes Stokes and drills it to extra cover where the Ross Taylor fields, and there is no run.
I think Butler's batted really, really well. That is the first time he's got anything slightly unorthodox out, but he scored at a run of ball with minimum risk at a high pressure time. I really can't praise this innings enough to date.
He's on 42 from 45. Stokes is on 43 from 70, and Stokes has had a good World Cup, certainly with the bat. He's come in when England have been in trouble a few times, and although he hasn't always got them over the line, he's really done his best. He drives this one straight back at Ferguson, who parries it down in front of him and then goes to pick it up.
Butler really has been a class above anybody else in this innings, in my view.
Yeah, he's timed the ball quite nicely, hasn't he? Everyone else has struggled with their timing, and he's from the word go, he's timed it quite nicely without
just clipped it into the gaps.
Yep, picking off the singles where he can. But we've had 3 dot balls already in this over, so England will be aware that they can't let too many get away. Here comes Lockie again, in down the leg side, and they'll be pleased with that. They'll get an extra run, they'll get an extra ball, and they'll need 71 or 57.
And the tweeters are understandably nervous. Parks shouldn't have clipped the nails last night. They'd have been handy for these last 10 overs. Muttley, I can't cope with. Juliet Clancy, oh my days. All of that.
Well, what's Kiwi Kelly feeling like? Kiwi, are you still out there? You can't have fallen asleep while this is going on, surely. Lockie bowls to Stokes and turns that neatly off his hip. It'll only bring him 1, though, out to deep mid-wicket. Colin de Grandon does the fielding.
Men with Ven sent us a picture with the caption relaxed, but he looks anything but.
Oh dear, yeah, I can see the close-up of his eyes.
I think Kiwi Kelly is almost certainly frozen stiff. But I think,
with fear,
as happened on Thursday,
underneath the sofa now,
her donuts will get the Kiwis over the line.
You think the donuts will do it? I'm not sure. Well, I'm hoping not. Sorry, Kiwi. Anyway, it's Butler down to face, and Ferguson continues. He's in his 7th over now. He's conceded 31. He's in, bowls a short one, which he goes to, initially hook and then possibly pulls out of the shot.
It's been a good over so far.
That was a good ball. That was a good bouncer. Followed him a little bit. But no one is leaving. Put it that way. No one is leaving early.
There should be a guard on the gate who actually shoots anybody who's leaving.
Just get back to your seat.
Prod them back in with bayonets.
That's a good idea. Or something that sort of electrocutes them as they...
But I want to beat the traffic. In.
Back, get back.
I think it's more likely that there are people who just can't watch.
Well, there is that, I suppose. Ferguson in to complete the over. It's right up full, but slower. I think he waited for that, Butler. And then drove it up to long on, where Kane Williamson has positioned himself. in front of the pavilion. And so just the 3 runs from the over. England 173 for 4. They now need 69 from 54 balls.
Kiwi Caddy is alive, but feeling sick, very tired, and her alarm's set to go off in 90 minutes. That's when she has to get up
and go to work.
There'll be no problem getting an hour's sleep when this is finished.
I would imagine most of New Zealand is still awake at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a very bad Monday morning in New Zealand, isn't it? If they do finally lose,
or a very good one.
It could be a very good one, and people will get through on adrenaline. But if they do lose from this position, they'll be so distraught, I imagine. But I want you to be distraught. Let me tell you that, because I am making no bones about desperate for England to get over the line.
Best World Cup final ever.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been a low-scoring one, but it's been tense most of the day. There hasn't been lovely shots all around the ground. Neesham's back, cut by Butler in front of square, but they have positioned their fielders very well. That's Henry Nicholls, and it's just a single because the ball is not coming on. They've got the man on the cover boundary is round more towards extra cover than square cover.
Whoops, all up, here comes another slow ball. Jimmy Neesham's bowled another slow ball.
Doesn't really need to bowl slower balls because it's that stodgy a pitch that the ball is coming off very slowly indeed.
I don't think that'll stop Jimmy Nish.
No, possibly not. So
Ian Hawke is almost on the point of watching from underneath the bed. Any more balls like that, Lockie bouncer to Butler, and he will be.
Around the wicket now, Neesham to the left-handed Stokes, who comes right across his crease, and then there's a good tumbling stop as that's neatly played by Stokes. Didn't get it past the one man inside the circle. Ross Taylor doing great work there. And so another dot ball, and with every dot ball the pressure grows on England, who are apparently 69% of a chance to win this game according to the win predictor, but that we know that's crazy.
I would think that's about right.
Really?
Yep.
Well, that's because you're supporting New Zealand, so you understand. You haven't got that fear in your belly. Full and slower, clipped away by Stokes. He puts his head down. He runs as fast as he can to get the first one complete, and he can turn in quite relaxed fashion for the second. That's good work from him. He goes to 46. England to 176 for 4. They need 66 from 51 deliveries. Any more tweets?
No, I think everyone's as engrossed in this as we are.
Oh, that's
the tweet finger has frozen.
You don't want
mid-air.
to take your eye off it unless you can touch type.
Well, yes, that's true. Again, Neesham running in from around the wicket, right up in the block hole. It knocks Stokes over, and they would have got a single there. He jabbed it out, but he'd gone down on his front because he'd been toppled.
Now Neesham's been bowling low 70s. He's janged that one in at 87. I'm so tense. I'm making up words.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, very well played by Stokes.
Stokes almost got the Mitchell Stark there.
It was a beautiful ball. I love seeing Stokes fall over there. He does it quite frequently.
Well, he's one of the few people who can actually play a ball like that. He's got the technique to do so. Would have probably got rid of one or two others. He's in again once more, firing it right in full on his legs, and Stokes is annoyed with himself that he couldn't flick that away for at least one. This is a very good over from Neesham, 176 for 4.
That was very well bowled. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a low full toss on the off stump, something like that.
Right, well, we'll look out for that. Just 3 runs from this over, 3 from the last over. It's not what England need. They need something more. They need a big shot, but at the same time they don't want to lose a wicket. And it's not easy to play the big shot today. Neesham in, wide of the off stump. That is the big shot. Is it big enough? No. It's picked out the man at deep cover, Lockie Ferguson, and Stokes more or less walks the single. He doesn't really get full value for how hard he hit that. It's the end of the over. It's 177 for 4.
So as long as they hold these wickets together, 8 and over is very easily manageable in these circumstances, isn't it?
Yeah, Juliet Clancy said I'd tweet more if I could actually breathe. Do try to keep breathing out there, everyone. But yeah, a couple of good overs for New Zealand. The run rate's up to 8, and I think they might go through with these bowlers. They might go through with Neesham. He can bowl through. He's got 5 left and there's only 4 from this end.
So who's he going to bring on now? Santner, or is he going to?
Well, he can stick with Ferguson. Seems to bond quite
Ferguson,
well
of
at the
course,
moment.
yes,
Yeah,
Ferguson,
he
yeah.
can bring Bolt's got a couple.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see Santner again.
No, I don't think so.
I really think that New Zealand are favourites here, and that's not just my pessimism.
It's edged back in their direction last couple of overs, to be fair.
8 overs to
I
go.
think it is your pessimism, actually.
Lockie Ferguson into Stokes. Stokes drives off the back foot. It'll only bring him one. He's going to have to hurry. Oh, the throw came in from Kane Williamson at mid-off. Wasn't that far away. Difficult to see whether he would have been in danger had that hit.
So if I were to come to you and say a team needs 8 and over from the last 8 overs, and they've got 6 wickets in hand, surely
Yeah.
you'd say
You would
yes.
think on paper that looks quite a reasonable target, yes. But I think the way that New Zealand are bowling, the pace of the pitch,
England could really use a boundary this over.
they
though.
definitely need a boundary
Yeah.
this over, really. Here comes Lockie Ferguson in, bowls, and he's
That
maybe
might be
well,
it.
he's driven it
No, long
hard.
on's there.
But long on will get round
Get
to
2
that.
though.
I don't know whether they will get back for a second. In fact, he's going to have to hurry back. Is Joss Butler. He gets there. I think if he'd taken off for the second, he could have been in trouble there. It was Matt Henry sliding round at long on who did the fielding. So just the 2 singles from the first 2 overs. Butler did look as if he was trying to get a move on there. But even when Butler, a man as strong as Butler, with the timing that he has, the wrists that he has, it's still hard to hit the ball a long way
Cleanly,
on
yeah.
this pitch. Really is. Lockie bowls a short one. He ducks under it. Does Stokes? It's signalled as 1 for the over. Erasmus says it's not a wide. Stokes was hoping, I think, that was going to be signalled as such.
Mrs. Clugston has decided dinner is late, marinating and hanging on each delivery. Anna Forsyth bricking it, that is all, as you were. Evil Scooters, no Hendo. New Zealand are definitely not favourites here. A New Zealander speaks.
Ah, well, that may be your pessimism. It's your pessimism versus mine. Ferguson in full and dug out by Stokes. And they'll get a run as it goes slowly up to Williamson at mid-off. But, well, they do need a boundary desperately.
They need a boundary, but I don't know that it's totally desperate. They're not playing silly shots. In other situations, I've seen teams think, I need a boundary so much, I'll play ridiculous shots and get out. I think they're playing really sensibly.
I think they're going to wait for the right ball for a couple of overs. Yeah. Butler might try another scoop. I wouldn't be surprised.
See, Lockie's gone across and he's played
Can
it
I
really
call it, or
deftly.
can I call it?
Very deftly indeed. It's not going to go for 4 though, and they were looking at the ball. They were guilty of ball watching. Butler has finally got back for 2, but he looked at that as if to say that's gone for 4. Didn't really seem to run, and whoever it was down there at long leg did really well to get round and stop it going to the boundary.
That was the player of the day from Andy Ward, get it quietly, who called it about 5 seconds before it happened.
Well, actually, he was even more deft than usual with that shot because he realised it wasn't coming. He more or less glanced it in the end rather than.
Well, a lot of the time when you get down there, you just do what you can.
Yeah, I mean, it was just instinct took over.
Yeah,
to
I
an extent.
didn't-
Yes.
I think it was a slightly slower ball as well.
You've
Well,
got to
that's
be
good stuff.
bloody good to play that shot.
Oh,
It would
God,
have
yeah.
knocked middle stump straight out of the ground.
Well, Butler has 1 ball left of this over. He's on 47. It's wide of the off stump. He stretches for it. Somehow squeezes it down to third man. There's Bolt. He fires it in. Back to the wicket keeper.
6 off that over.
6 off the over. It's not quite enough. 183 for 4 from 43.
Yeah, 3 tweets saying the same thing. Swing it both ways. 8 and over against these bowlers isn't an easy ask. Nigel Burgess, we're not doomed. We're effed, screwed, bollocksed and beaten. Arthur Shit, it hasn't looked easy to score at 8 and over all day. Why should it become so now? Well, partly because, you've got 6 wickets in hand and 7 overs left.
Yeah, but I do
New
think...
Zealand in the driver's seat, says
Yeah, and I
Arthur.
do think it's going to be difficult if we do lose it. If England do lose a wicket, the new batsman is not going to find it easy to adjust.
It's not, but there comes a point where you have to put that out of your mind.
Well, yes, true. 59 required from 42 balls. I mean, how many would England be happy chasing off the final over?
Final over, I'd say 8.
Yeah,
See,
8,
that's
9.
That's not enough. That's. I think it's going to be more than that. That's my
But
feeling.
I think they could probably get 12.
Here's a key over. They've gone with Bolt. They've taken Neesham off. I am surprised.
Yep, Bolt's coming back. Well, he has got 3 overs and he is their premier strike bowler. Williamson obviously thinks he needs a wicket. And
How does he
this is his
speak,
jingle.
or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is is really small.
I am surprised by this.
His mouth is small, but his heart is big. What can he do as he comes in to bowl from the opposite end that he's bowled earlier in the day? It looks like he's coming in from the nursery end. And the looks like the New Zealand pals, partners and lovers, are.
What was the other acronym we had from that?
I don't know. There was another one. I don't know. Was there another one? We shall see. We shall see. Bolt has the ball in his hands. What is he going to do with it?
This is real crunch time.
It really is.
It doesn't get any crunchier.
It's, as I say, it's his first over from the nursery end, I think. He's coming in to bowl to Butler. It's full, and Butler opens the face, drives, but picks out extra cover. And there is no run. 83 miles an hour, the first ball from Bolt, who may be looking to get reverse, actually, this time, across the right-hander. But interesting to see. Looked as if that one did fade away from him ever so slightly.
It's got to the stage where I feel I need a jingle for a dot ball.
Yes, that would be handy at this sort of stage, wouldn't it? I agree with you on that. England 183. They need 59 from 41 balls, and Bolt gets to the crease. And then does he drop the ball, or he's just not feeling quite
New
right?
Zealand might Mancad Butler at this point.
Whoa. Mancad in the last 7 overs of a World
that'd
Cup
be so
final.
good.
Oh, the
That'd be
controversy!
so good.
Oh my word! You wouldn't hear the end of it for years.
I would actually. I mean, it would be even better to have seen Roy Mankad and see the reaction.
He's in again. Bowles, drives in the air over the top of extra
Shot.
cover. Taylor stretched up a hand, couldn't get near it. That's an important boundary for England. Butler goes to 50, 52 from 53.
There's not one more for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Well, they've talked about Jos Butler. Has not really been in this tournament a lot since the early stages of it. Is he going to be the man at the end?
Did someone suggest that a long time ago in this innings?
Is that you?
Well done.
Well, he hasn't got there yet.
No, 5 fours in that 52. Bolt in again. Oh, he tries to cut that one. He gets underneath it. Goes through to the keeper. Goes for a stroll towards square leg.
Neymar Butlin's the only winner from this game will be my therapist. You'll be in there for months after
Or
this one.
cardiologist, actually, possibly.
Don't let score too much in on it.
Yes. Clapping from Morgan, who's out on the tiny balcony. Bolt in again, right up in the block hole. He's driven it up to mid-off. They've hurried through for the single. Taken 5 from the first 4 balls of this over. Stokes would need a big hit as well.
I think Stokes might look to put one over the fence in these next 2 balls.
I think it's
I'm
time
trying to
to start
continue my
taking those
streak
risks.
here.
Well, the 100 partnership is up for England as well.
And
102
they've batted
these
so
two.
well.
Incredible stuff from them. They were 88 for 4.
85 for 4, yeah.
Yeah, and now they are 188 for 4. Oh, there is tension, there is excitement, there is noise. There is lots of baying and shouting in the crowd.
Oh, thank God for them.
The members are banging their sticks on the ceiling.
The nerves are
Pipe
being
it down.
stretched.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Stokes to face. Left arm over to left-hand batsman. It's right up in the block hole again.
Bowled.
Beautifully bowled. In-swinging Yorker, but worked up to long on by Stokes. And he's got a 50 as well. And the members rise to Ben Stokes.
Very rightly not hardly celebrating it at all.
Well done. 50 runs. 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Well, the job has been going a while. I wouldn't say it's just begun, but they've got a long way to go still. They need another 53, is it? From 37 balls. 1 ball remaining of the 44th over. Some people can barely watch. It's Butler to face. Bolt right up at the block hole again. He's
Bolt
dug it out,
again.
but he can't get a single. It's into the extra cover area. There's Ross Taylor. There is no run. 6 runs off the over. So despite the 4 that Butler hit second ball, they still couldn't get it right up to the required rate. Brilliant bowling from Trent Bolt.
Bolt is bowling beautifully, and he's still getting some swing on a ball that's 22 overs old.
Yeah, it's
which
really
is
brilliant.
Pretty good.
Brilliant bowling.
2 very good Yorkers at the end. I'm sure Stokes Stokes and Butler would have been eyeing up a big shot there. Couldn't get it. Federer's broken Djokovic, leads 8-7 in the final set.
What do these England batsmen have to do? Do they need to come further outside their crease to try and negate that Yorker or make it more difficult to bowl that
well,
Yorker?
different challenges against different bowlers. And
Well, I'm talking about Bolt really. If he's going to bowl deliveries like that,
they can certainly do that. Turn those Yorkers into low full tosses, and then maybe try to get underneath them.
Yep.
Plenty of options. Only Henry and de Grandhomme have bowled out.
Yeah, they've got Ferguson with 2, Neesham 5.
I think they've
Santner with
underbowled
7,
Neesham.
Bolt 2. Well, Neesham's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 27. Took a wicket with his first ball. Got rid of Morgan, and that's when things got really difficult for England. But, they've now had 103, these two. And we have 6 overs of the 2019 World Cup remaining.
Hold me.
I'll try. It's all gone a bit quiet. Don't know what's going on. Nothing's happening. Maybe there are some discussions taking place.
Dan Jocelyn stuck in traffic, hurricane-related accidents, and the bad news is he doesn't have a couch to hide behind.
Ooh, Ferguson bowls first ball of a new over. It keeps a little bit low, but Stokes somehow manages to paddle it away down to long leg for a single. The fan zone is packed in Trafalgar Square. It's 190 for 4. England need 52 of 35 balls to become the first team from this country to win the World Cup. And we have 5 overs and 5 balls remaining. What can Jos Buttler do? Lockie Ferguson coming in to bowl. It's right up there. It's a ball. He's driven it over the top of extra cover. He got it low on the bat, but somehow managed to steer it up and over extra cover. And it's a run away to the boundary for a vital one of these. Well, maybe that was it, what we were talking about.
Well, that was where he didn't want to bowl. The deep fielders in the offside are a deep point and not even a long off, I don't think, but there's a big gap out of extra if you can get it over cover, and that's what Buttler
Well, he's
did
quite
there.
short, isn't he, the extra cover there? He's nowhere near back on the edge of the circle. He's probably trying to stop the single there. But maybe he needs to stop the 4. He goes for a big heave at this. He's got a thick outside edge. Is that going to go all the way? No! He's brilliantly stopped by Treadbolt racing round. And they come back for 2. It's getting...
I think they'll check that.
Well, I think it's okay, but he did hit the sponge, but I think after he released the ball.
Well, England moved to 196 for 4. This is just getting almost unbearable. We're having the boundary check. Is he in contact as he feels that? Oh, it's got to be close, hasn't it? Let's have a look. Oh, I think he's been all right. I think he's done that really well.
I think he's okay, yeah. He's lifted up his trailing foot, and he's by a fraction.
Do you think they're going to want to look at that from a slightly different angle? I think
I
they
would
might.
in the circumstances.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to, if they've got a better angle than that. I think he's done well.
I think it's pretty clear. The outfielding has been superb from New Zealand. It really has.
46 required off 33. Lockie in again. Short, he tries to cut. It bounces a little bit too much for Buttler. Just goes over his cross-batted shot and through to Tom Latham. Well, we talked so much about Jos Buttler and his ability to score runs when other people can't. This is when it's really needed.
Couple of people talking about super overs.
No.
Adam Kite and Peter Lloyd.
Oh. Well, that would just be unbelievably nerve-shredding.
Oh.
He's in again, and he's gone for the big hit, but there's someone out there, isn't there? He's going to come forward. He's getting the catch. He's taking it low.
Great
and he is gone. England have lost their 5th wicket. Buttler perishes, and Ferguson has got a second. And England are 196 for 5. And it was Tim Southey. Tim Southey came in to take that catch. So who's he on for? Gosh, subfielders have done well in this tournament, haven't they?
They certainly have.
They've taken a bundle of catches. He had to run in a long way. He took it really low. But that was joy for New Zealand, and absolute despair for Buttler and for England fans. He goes for 59 with 6 4s, no 6s. England 196 for 5. He retreats into the long room. Well, it's Chris Wokes on his way out.
It will be. Butler, I think, decided that was the time for him to go. Stokes was going to stay there. Butler was going to go, and 2 more overs of that from Butler would have probably won the game. But, you know, he batted, let's not dwell on his dismissal, he batted extremely well.
It was the right time to be taking those risks.
I think it was, yes. Yeah.
Well, he's getting plenty of applause as he goes back. into the dressing room.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Well, if Chris Woakes can get England across the line here, he doesn't get the freedom of Birmingham. He gets the freedom of the entire West Midlands and possibly the whole of England, because it's a real uphill task now, I think, for England.
It's very important with that partnership. Another thing they did well, they didn't let the run rate go 9-10 like we've seen a lot of teams do in these circumstances, like we've seen India do constantly. They kept it, just crept up to 8, but for a long time it was 7. They were keeping up with 7. They knew they had to keep close to it, and and it was the right thing to do.
Well, the man who could play the really unorthodox shots has gone. That's the tricky thing for England. But it'll be Stokes to face the final ball of Ferguson's 9th over.
To be fair, it's 9 now, but there's only 5 overs left.
Well, 9 on this pitch is hard work, very hard work indeed, especially when you've got people like Trent Bolt bowling as well as he is. But it's Lockie Ferguson for now, coming in from the pavilion end, bowls to Stokes. Stokes tries to jab that down to third man, nearly gets an edge through. Lockie Ferguson throws his eyes up at the heavens, but there is no joy from there. 196 for 5 with just 5 overs to go.
So Toby Amadeo says the sermon today was on worry, stress and anxiety. Pastor is clearly not a cricket fan. Everybody else thinks we're doomed.
doomed.
Well, here's the thing. Around England today, because of it's on free-to-air television, there are millions of people watching this game who wouldn't have otherwise had the opportunity to do so. And I'm hoping that they're really enjoying the excitement, the tension, everything that goes with a great game of cricket in a way that wouldn't otherwise have been available to them.
Stokes 51 off 83 balls. Roy made 17, Bairstow 36, Root 7, Morgan 9. That's when England really got behind the rate and began to struggle. Stokes and Butler brought them back into it, but now Butler has gone. Woakes has yet to face a ball. There's still Plunkett, Rashid, Archer and Wood to come. It's Neesham back into the attack, bowling to Woakes. Woakes jabs it, looking for the single, won't get it. They've got a man in close at cover. That's Guptill. They've got 2 men in the ring on the offside, and they're not back on the edge of the circle. They're in there to prevent England getting singles. This is clever captaincy from Kane Williamson.
Can Ben Stokes?
Whoops, all up, here comes another slow ball. Jimmy Neesham's bowled another slow ball.
Here comes Jimmy Neesham into Woakes. Woakes waits for this one. It was a slow one. He's driven it down to long on. They're thinking about coming back for a second. They'll really have to go in the end. They decide that 1 is enough because it's Trent Bolt out there. He's a great fielder. And Woakes is off the mark. But we need something bigger. England needs something bigger. They need 1 big over, don't they? 1 big over. But it's not the kind of wicket. It's not the kind of wicket for big overs. We haven't seen many of them at all today.
Well, I think at some point Ben Stokes will get down the track and try to put it in the stand. Whether that's now, I'm not sure.
Well,
but it won't be long.
He's got to decide pretty soon.
I think Woakes will look to do that almost straight away. And if he goes, then you're not losing an established batsman.
Yep, there is that. Pirate Badshaw, come on, you lovely black caps. Ralph the Wonder Llama doomed. Evil Scooter sits in the bag for England.
Neesham round the wicket now to Stokes. Stokes tried to pick that up over the leg side, but it hits him on the pad. And then he says no to Woakes. I'm not going to have a single there. I'm going to trust myself to go for the big shot. We've seen this being done before. Dhoni did it the other day, didn't he?
I don't think they'd have turned down an obvious single.
Well, I think there was probably a single there.
I think a bit unfair to invoke Dhoni in these circumstances. I think Stokes has got a lot more determination than Dhoni had. Dhoni almost gave everything away.
Send your tweets to @messages.
He did in some respects. Stokes. Stokes and Woakes at the crease. Here's Neesham. Wide of the off stump. He could have left that alone and it would have been a wide, but he's crashed it out to the offside boundary for a single. And 2 runs have come from the first 4 balls of this over.
This is creeping up into the 10s now.
Stokes 52, 198 for 5. People are
Prayer
invoking
in the crowd.
various deities now, and I'm not sure that's going to work.
Well, God's on both sides, isn't he?
or she?
Well, I mean, I guess he is, impartial in such things. Although, who knows? Neesham then to Wokes. Wokes opens the face, drives it, but down to third man. It's only going to be a single. England just can't find the boundaries. To be fair, neither could New Zealand at this stage. It was really hard for them.
That's true.
199 for 5. The win predictor now is on the side of the Kiwis. It says 62%. There are men in grey replica kits from, when was that, 92?
92.
Well, that was when the World Cup was in Australia and New Zealand. Can New Zealand do it on English soil? What a remarkable
Big
performance
hit
it will
coming
be. Round the wicket to Stokes. Stokes goes for the big one, helicopters it, and he's got it well. He's going to go for 4. Yes, the dive is put in there at deep mid wicket. Brilliant stuff from Wokes. England go past 200. They're 203 for 5. At the end of Neesham's over, they need 39 from 4 overs.
Smouty says, Jings, Crivens, this is too tight. New Zealand fielding has won this. How many extras did England concede? 30. Haven't seen as many from New Zealand. It was 17 last time it came up. England did bowl a lot of wides.
Well,
then again, de Grandhomme was playing a lot of balls with his ribs.
Yes, that's true. There was a lot of leg buys, to be fair, amongst that number
Yes.
of extras. I don't really think that you can blame the bowlers for that, particularly unless they keep bowling it into your leg.
Ferguson's going to bowl his last over.
Ferguson, 2 for 45, 9 overs bowled. You're absolutely right. He's going to bowl his final overs. Wokes will face the first ball. Presumably Wokes' job is to get Stokes up the other end as quickly as possible. But they'll be tight on the single, I would think. He's in. Bowls, he's gone for a big heave. It's gone way up in the air. And the keeper is right behind it. And he takes it.
Makes
Tom
a meal of
Latham.
it.
Let us hope from England's perspective that Stokes has managed to cross there. Wokes has gone. And England are falling away. The required rate is 10.17.
You flipping muppet.
Yeah, short and simple. But that is true. The New Zealand fans are really beginning to believe. They really are. And England are 203 for 6.
Tell you what, Tom Latham looked pretty nervous under that catch.
Yeah, he didn't take it that confidently. I have to say, he edged back and then had to come forward a little bit, didn't he, to take it in the end. Oh, Lockie Ferguson has 3 now.
This game is adopting the shape of about half a dozen games that we've had this World Cup, I think, where a relatively minor target has just been that little bit too much towards the end, and when it seemed possible, things started to fall apart. I'm not saying it's over, but gee, it's tough from here.
Yeah, very tough indeed. 39 required from 23 balls. Liam Plunkett, the farmhand himself, is coming out to play what could be a very important hand for England.
What a difference just 2 sixes from Plunkett would make.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But how many sixes have we seen all day? Maybe not even a handful, I wouldn't say.
Not very many.
3 maybe at the most.
New Zealand got at least 2. I don't remember any from England.
No. I don't think there have been any.
Juliet Clancy says, nurse the smelling salts.
Indeed, indeed. But Stokes is the man who will face the next delivery. Really neat. I mean, Stokes has been unlucky, hasn't he? He's batted so well in difficult circumstances in this tournament for England. He kind of deserves to get them across the line once. But will he? We shall see. Ian Plunkett standing at the non-striker's end as Ferguson comes into the left-handed Stokes. Stokes drives aerially, pushes it up to mid-off. He's right back on the edge of the circle. There's Williamson, the calmest man in the stadium, and they get just 1. Well, it looks like England are going to fall short again.
It's not done
Their own
yet.
Soil. I think New Zealand are beginning to believe it. Brings Plunkett down to face. But it's so hard on this pitch where it's really difficult for anyone to time the ball. For a man
he's
to
not
come
really
in.
a timer, Plunkett.
Well, no, but even then, he's got to hit it hard. Well, he's beaten by one there. It was a slower ball that just grubbed almost past him outside the off stump. He's got to wind up, hasn't he? He's got to wind up, I'm afraid. He's got to go for the biggie.
I do think Jeff Perkins had a point when he talked about New Zealand having the moustaches to win this game.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's made the difference. It's all about aerodynamics, and if you've got decent moustaches, I wouldn't be surprised if Merv Hughes' moustaches had some effect on the atmospheric conditions as well. So it's no wonder that England are going to fall short here. Well, here we go. 21 balls remaining. In comes Lockie, right up in the block hole, flicked, but he's one man on the onside inside the circle, and Plunkett picks him out. So
This is very good bowling.
38 required from 20 balls. England's dream is disappearing, I'm afraid to say. Yet again, they're going to get the silver medal.
Well, we haven't got the silver medal for the last 27 years.
That's true. We did have a silver. We have had 3 silver medals before. Ferguson in, flicked away in the air as he found the gap. Yes, he has it. Well done, Liam Plunkett. He's put it out towards the tavern boundary, and that has brought 4 absolutely vital runs. Still don't think it'll be enough. So
Lennox Lee has
34
got
required.
your number, Hendo. No amount of reverse jinxing will save you now.
Oh, come on, I'm doing my best. I'm doing it all. Anyway, 1 ball remaining in this over. Angus Fraser has got the face of...
Angus Fraser.
Well, Angus Fraser, next to Prince Andrew, who's got the face of Prince Andrew. Plunkett faces the final ball. He's in. Bowls a short one. It's a clever ball. He was through the shot far too early. And it just dribbles through to the keeper. 208 for 6, 3 overs to go. England need 34.
Well, Evil Scooter says give the trophy to England, because he says for F's sake, Hendo, if Stokes is there, England win 100 times out of 100.
Well, Stokes is there.
I think he means if he stays to the end, but even so.
Well,
I think there's some double reverse jinxing attempts going on there.
I think so. Well, the New Zealanders, I mean, the fans and the pals, the wags, if you want to call them that, they seeming to believe at the moment. And the England fans, who make up the vast majority in the crowd, seem to be rather solemn.
Need a big over here.
It's going to be Neesham, I imagine.
No, I think it's going to be Bolt.
Bolt.
Oh, it's Bolt, of course, yes, absolutely.
He's got 2 overs left.
Well, he's bowled brilliantly.
Yes.
He's bowled brilliantly. If he bowls those Yorkers, there's not much you can do, is there? The required rate is 11.33 runs per over. England need 11 at least from this over. 12 would be better. 14, 16, 18, anything.
Can Stokes redeem himself in a in a World Championship last over?
Oh yes, the man who was hit for 4 4s in the World T20.
4 6s. Have you
4
tried to think
sixes,
of it already?
Yeah,
it's
4
etched on
sixes.
most people's brains.
Yeah, true. Now that must have been a real low point in his career.
Just
Can he make
imagine
this the high point.
Stokes needs 19 off the last over and hits 4 6s.
Well,
I can't see Bolt giving him a length that's hittable for 6.
he's got to come down the wicket to him.
Fields
hasn't he?
back on the leg side, up on the offside.
He's got to come in. He's got to come down the wicket. No, he goes back deep into the crease, and he's gone for the
He's
big
got
one.
4.
It's gone. Is it? Yes, it has. Has he gone for 6 or has
No,
he gone
4.
for 4?
2 plus 2 is a man.
Really hard to see. There were 2 men converging on it. One from deep mid wicket, one from deep square leg.
You know what? He's hit that well because he's hit it flat enough so that if it's a gap, it's 4. But if it's on the line of a fielder, it won't be caught. Maybe I'm giving him a bit more, too much credit there, as he just swung it in for leg side. But
No, but he did that previous over as well. He's picked his spot really well. Here comes Bolt again in. It's off his legs. Where's he got that? He's got to come back for the
Gotta
second. He's
come
got to
back for the
really
second.
go. Is he coming back for the second?
he's
No,
not.
he's not. Just the one. Perhaps he just caught that too well. 5
If
runs
anything.
off 2 balls. Plunkett to face. Now Plunkett has to think to himself, what is he going to bowl me now? Is he going to bowl me the Yorker, the swinging Yorker? Or is he going to bowl me the slower ball? He's got to be aware. He's got to think the slower ball might be coming. He's got to wait and hold his position if that is the case.
yes, and if he does, he's got the muscle to put it all away.
He has indeed.
But what if then Bolt bowls a 90-mile-an-hour toe-crushing Yorker?
Different then. Different then.
It's so much easier batting from here.
It is. It is.
29 off 16.
Wow. People are enjoying this. That's for sure. They're enjoying this as a game. And that's important, isn't it?
It's the point, after all.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Then a back straight for Plunkett.
Yep. Plunkett waits for Bolt. He bowls and he drives over the top of mid-wicket as he found the gap. Now there's a man running round. He's going to get there. It's Mitchell Santner. He dives. They're going to come back for a second. That's well placed by Plunkett. 27 required off 15 balls. And
Yeah, looking
Ross
a bit
Taylor
more
is
anxious in
saying
the
to
field.
Trent Bolt, come on, bowl in the cutter, bowl in the cutter. I think that's what he's saying. So that was nicely picked up. But again, on a quicker pitch, on a quicker outfield, that might have gone for 4. But Santner had time to get around to it from long on.
Well, they're getting
Theresa
anxious.
May is jumping up and down with excitement.
Engaged jumping up and down program.
Indeed, indeed.
We're getting anxious in Sydney.
Change the field. Mid-off's up.
Yep, he has come up. Can he go over the top of mid-off? We shall see. He's in bowls. He goes with a
Ah.
big pull and he misses it. And Trent Bolt smiles.
With an even
An
smaller
evil
mouth
smile.
than
An
you.
evil smile, I would say that was. And England remain needing 27 of 14 deliveries. It's for New Zealand to lose this, I would say.
Yep. 70-30.
I think the idea is don't pitch it up.
Don't put it in the slot.
Yeah, just keep it in the deck, and then it'll die in the deck. In he comes again. Bowles looking for the Yorker. It's hit straight. Has he hit it well enough? Yes, he's hit it well, but he won't get 4. He might get back for a second. Stokes has really got to hurry, and he just about gets there. Well struck by Liam Plunkett. 25 required off 13 balls.
Oh, some of the
my
MCC
word.
members even look engaged.
They've actually woken up. My goodness me. And some of them have been there since goodness knows what time. Probably, I don't know, 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, he's put that quite straight, Plunkett. The long off rather had to come round quite a long way. Otherwise, he might have been in business for the catch.
Yeah.
I think they probably think it's a bit of a late finish for day one.
Now, this is almost a free hit for Plunkett.
He's in, bowls in the Yorker, but he
Well
digs
bowled.
it out, and he's going to get a single. Are they going to think about having back for a second? No, surely not. They won't get one.
He
So it
didn't
means
think about this.
Plunkett has to face with 24 required from 12 balls. England 218 for 6. They need 242 to win. Plunkett has to get the big shot out, or he has to get a single. That's the simple equation, really.
Could you think of a better climax to 45 matches?
It'd be hard.
Yes, one in which England win.
The Super Overs looking
Listen,
slightly
I've
short
been
of
watching
odds.
World Cup since 1975, and I still haven't seen England win. I was at Lord's on that day, the 21st of June 1975, when Australia lost to the West Indies with 5 run-outs and Clive Lloyd's amazing 102. And today, I'm sitting in a house in Sydenham, watching England yet again struggle to get over the line. So 24 required from 2 overs. I think the lights must be on by now, aren't they?
Yeah, it'll have to
It's
go
a bit of
off.
a glow,
Who's winning
isn't
on DRS?
Oh, it's exhausting, isn't it?
It's pretty exhausting. And what Ben Stokes is going to make of this if he doesn't get England over the line, I don't want to be near him in the dressing room. And in fact, I think they might just actually sort of just lock him in there for a while afterwards, and then see what damage he has wrought upon said dressing room. Go back in a couple of hours.
It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be Neesham.
It is. It's Neesham taking over from Lockie Ferguson, who's now completed his 10. And there's going to be no pace on this ball from Neesham. He's coming in from the pavilion end to bowl to Plunkett. Plunkett needs to get a single. Comes in, he bowls, he goes for a big swing across the line. He's only going to get 1, I think, out to deep square leg. No point in running back for 2. You've got to leave it to Stokes now. 23 required off 11.
We'll give Jimmy his jingle.
Again?
Here comes another.
How many spells has he bowled today?
I think he bowled several.
5 spells?
Neesham's bowled another slow ball.
Now, Ben, a big 6 would be handy from England's point of view here.
It's very doable for England.
It's doable, but it's difficult. It's difficult with all these cutters and balls stopping, and Bolt's going to come back and bowl some Yorkers. And
Well, there's not much joy on that England
what do
balcony.
you think they want to get this down to for the last over? 12,
10,
13?
I'd say 10. He's round the wicket, down the leg side. He could have got out of the way of that and it would have been a wide, but he didn't. He's fallen over again. He's having to struggle to get to the other end. I don't know, 5 yards either side. That would have
I wonder
run away for
if
4.
Stokes was trying to stay there and suddenly found Plunkett right in front of him.
Well, he
He's
went
fallen
down,
over
didn't he?
again.
Fell over again as it was an attempted Yorker from Neesham. It took him a while to get back up again, but now it's down to Plunkett. 22 required of 10 balls. They need a boundary
He
desperately.
really needs to get underneath one of these.
He's got to go back deep in his crease. He's got to be aware of the slower one, and then he has got to muscle it over that boundary. Can he do it? 22 required, 10 balls. Tension on both balconies. In comes Neesham to bowl to Plunkett. Plunkett drives. I'm not sure
Yes.
he's got enough on
Yes,
that.
he
I don't
has.
think he
He
has.
has.
No, he
No.
hasn't.
Oh.
Hit by Bolt at long off. Plunkett goes in the desperate attempt to hit a 6. And England are 220 for 7.
It was there to be hit. That was in the slot. It was there.
It's the pace of the wicket.
It is.
It's the pace of the bowling. It's the pace of the wicket. Another day that would have sailed for 6, but the safe hands of Trent Bolt are the ones that get underneath that one. New Zealand think they're almost there. They are almost there. Plunkett goes for 10 off 10. With just the one boundary, England have now 9 balls to get 22 runs. And it's Jofra Archer coming out to bat now.
Oh, he
He's
can
been
make himself
brilliant
a
as
hero.
a bowler in this tournament. Doesn't really deserve to lose, finish on the losing side, but what can he do with the bat?
Archer. Archer, not only handsome, but also
A secret agent. That's what I am.
Well, no one's having a word with Plunkett as he goes back there.
Getting well out of his way.
Just well, the farman wouldn't have taken kindly.
I mean, he's there as a bowler, isn't he? And that wasn't a bad effort.
No, it wasn't a bad effort. I'm certainly not going to criticise him. You know, England have got to look at the likes of Morgan and Root if they really want to.
I think so. Yeah.
You've got Root who came down and played a most un-Root-like shot across the line and missed
Most
it.
un-Root-like innings.
And then next ball, he was out to a big loopy away swinger, driving at it. He got 7 off 30 balls. Archer is in then. He's
why
not going to face.
No,
Stokes.
Stokes is on. Stokes is on.
will face, and he, well, if England needed a boundary before that ball, they need one now. Neesham round the wicket to Stokes. Stokes waits. He swings this. He's gone
Where's
over
it
that.
gone?
Has he
Where's
got
it
enough
gone?
on
Where's
that?
it gone?
No,
No,
Bolt
no.
is underneath it. Oh, and then
Six.
smacked it back.
That's 6.
Well, we'll have to look at this
No,
one.
that's 6.
Stokes is calling it a
they've
6.
given
He's
us a
given us a
6.
6.
Yeah.
He took the catch. He was falling back. He threw it to Guptill, but not before it had left his hands. He just touched the rope with the back of his heel. And England have got a 6. Could it be tighter?
What a moment. He can catch that. He's got time.
Oh,
He thought he was
did it.
okay.
Oh my goodness, he thought he was fine.
okay, yeah.
Then he trod on the sponge. At that point, he threw it up for Guptill to complete the catch, but it was too late by then. 16 required off 8
He had
deliveries.
time to hand that off.
Now,
Even Stokes wants to wait.
Neesham is herring in, and Stokes is not ready. Just to stretch it even more to breaking point. We're at 10-7 on July the 14th. Has it finished at Wimbledon?
7 o'clock curfew at
knows?
Lords, isn't it?
Probably.
Because of all the residents.
They'll have to turn the lights off and stop the music.
What time did that game finish in 1975? Wasn't it 8:15?
About 9
or so?
o'clock, something like that. 9 o'clock. Well,
You can get one more boundary.
here comes Neesham again in bowls to Stokes down the leg side. He should have got inside that and allowed him to take the wide. He's gone for the 1. They're going to hurry back for the 2nd. He's not going to get there. In fact, they didn't go in the end. Jofra.
I think they did.
No, I don't think they did.
No.
Archer's
'cause
back on strike.
Yeah, but it wasn't Archer facing.
Ah, yes,
was it?
correct. Sorry, yeah.
That was actually very well bowled.
This is a free hit for Archer. Archer should just swing for the ropes. If he gets out, doesn't matter. He only needs someone to. Stokes will be on strike. He only needs someone to run next over.
That's good when you got Rashid to come at number 10, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they can only get 1 run from this ball, do they take it?
Not sure. If there's a chance of 2, I'd go.
I think you have to take every run now, don't you? 15 runs from 7 balls.
I think you do.
But I think Archer should be swinging for the fence here.
He's got to. It's his first ball he's going to face. A lot of pressure on a 24-year-old. But if anyone can handle it, I'm sure it's Jofra Archer. So waiting for Neesham, who's going to be over the wicket now to the right-hander. What can he do with this delivery? He swings and he's bowled! He swings and he is bowled. He went across the line, it hit his pad, onto the stumps it went. England need 15 off the final over. Stokes will face, he's on 17 not out. England are 227 for 8.
Well,
Clever bowling. He'd have been LBW even if it hadn't been out bowled. It went off his pad. It was right in front of the stumps anyway.
slower ball, yeah. It is a chance for Stokes to get last over redemption.
Yeah. Well, that would be amazing if he could,
He
wouldn't
needs to find a 6 and a 4 at an absolute minimum.
it? Yep, he does. Adil Rashid is running out to the middle. Applause for Jofra Archer, but that's got to be for his bowling, not for his batting. Out first ball.
Oh, look, he did the right thing.
No, of course he did. I'm being sarcastic, I suppose.
And we'll give Rashid his jingle.
Adil Rashid on the 45. 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 Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it on the 45.
Well, whatever. It's redemption for Ben Stokes for what happened in the World T20. It could be redemption for New Zealand, who failed in the final of 2015. And I guess who's going to bowl this final over? It's going to be Trent Boult, isn't it?
Now, do you take a single here? I don't think you do.
No, I don't think you do. Although Adil Rashid has got those wrists that sometimes can put the ball into unusual areas. Whether he could do it immediately, I don't know. Boult in, it's a Yorker, he digs it out, he's only going to get a single. In fact, they decide against the single. England need 15 or 5, and the trophy moves ever nearer the hands of Kane Williamson.
Remember, they need 14 for a super over. That may become crucial.
The field is up on the offside and back on the leg side. It was just a long off, predictably enough. Stokes can either back away and go over third man, or...
Well, we'll see what he's going to do. It's right up there. He drives. He can't get it past the man at extra cover on the fence. England need 15 off 4 balls. It's gone for England. The dreams of a World Cup. The first time they've been in a final for 27 years.
If anybody's capable of giving 15 off 4, it's Ben
It's
Stokes.
Joss Butler.
Yes,
Well, Orion Morgan. But, I mean, it could be done. Don't write it off completely, Hinder.
227 for 8. 4 balls left for England to pull off a remarkable victory, but it's going to be also a remarkable victory if New Zealand do it. He's gone for the big shot over mid-wicket. Has he gone? Yes, it's into the crowd! He
9
put
of 3.
1 foot across. He swung it
Slot
into the
ball.
leg side. England need 9 from 3.
I love
smile
that.
or
Just
a
a
grimace
smile
from
from
Kane
Kane
Williamson.
Williamson.
In comes Boult again. It's a full toss. He smashes it into the onside. They've got to get back for a second. They've got to go. They have to go. He's running and he's dived
This
in.
might go
Oh,
for
this
four.
could be
This is going for
overthrows.
four.
There could
This
be
is gonna
overthrows.
go
It's
for
going
four.
to offside. It's gone all the way. Would you believe it? Is that going to be given? What's
Of
going to
course,
happen?
it has to be. It's in the rules. That's 6.
Well, now
He's not
we
gonna
have
take
to
it
wait
back.
and see. We have to wait and see.
There's no way you
well,
can take
nobody
that
knows
back.
because we're not seeing on the screen what that means.
That's 4 extra runs.
It's given us
6.
6. It is given us 6. Oh my goodness me.
hell.
Martin Guptill cannot believe it.
Well, what can you do? What an amazing thing to happen.
They had to come back for the second, even if it meant sacrificing Adil Rashid. But he went to the striker's end. He dived
He's
in.
middled it.
He's hit it as he dives in, and it's flown away. And because it's
What
not
a
been
shot.
they have to give it. It's 6 runs. He stands up and holds his hands up and says, "Oh, I'm so sorry about that." But oh my word, that is the sadness, the badness, the awfulness of cricket. I
I've
told you
never
it's one of the
seen
worst games in the
anything like
world.
that.
I told you it's one of the worst games in the world. What is going to happen now?
Now do you take a single? I think you do because 2
No,
is a because
no.
2 is a super over. 2 is a yes. Now you take a single
they need
and
3
back,
runs from
back
2
yourself
balls.
to get another single. Rashid to get another single if you need to off the last ball. Now you take a single if
Well, listen, if you weren't turned on to cricket before this,
you'd be thinking, what a stupid game.
what a stupid game. That's not fair.
That's run.
Now, what is that? Does Stokes say that's not fair? I must defend the next ball
And
for
if
a
I
dot-
was
for
a
a dot
Kiwi,
ball.
I'd be devastated.
Well,
That's
of course
just
you would be.
such an extraordinary stroke of luck.
Well, remember the time when Paul Collingwood and Sidebottom got in the way, didn't he? In a one-day international at
That's
at the Oval,
a
when there was
one-day
run-out.
international, Hendo. This is the
Well,
World
I
Cup
know, but
final.
all I'm saying is that if New Zealand have got any more reason to feel sore about England, that would be it, wouldn't it? If England get this over the
that
line.
wouldn't be on my mind at the moment.
Well, maybe not, but these things these things. I'm sure it's
Now,
still
can
remembered by
Stoke-
the New Zealand fans.
Stokes compose himself. One boundary will do this. 2 scampered singles will get a super over.
If there's one thing I know, whatever the result, Williamson will not complain about
Everyone's praying. Stokes has stopped for a prayer break.
Whoever is your anointed god, I think you need to. put in a
Les
few words.
Ferdinand, please get
Les
us over the
Ferdinand,
line
okay.
in this game.
Okay, to me it's probably Vinnie Jones.
No, so I think you'll find that's the devil.
England need 3 from 2. This is absolutely extraordinary.
Sodi can't believe that. And how if you could scripted this, you put it in Roy of the Rovers of cricket, everyone would say that's just stupid.
Yes. Well, they would. Yes, absolutely. Well, as they say, truth can be
Stranger than fiction.
Well, England's still not over the line, so New Zealand may yet pull this out of the bag.
After that stroke of luck.
239 for
goodness
8.
me.
Are England going to feel that they won this in some sort of unfair way? There's going to be controversy whatever happens, isn't there? Unless New Zealand win it. Stokes settles down as he composed himself. In comes Bolt. Bowles, he drives, he's fallen over again. He's got to run like bugger. He's got to go back for the second,
Got
hasn't
to
he?
go, suicide 2, got to go.
And he's run out, Adil
That's okay,
Rashid.
they got one.
They've got 1. England need 1 to tie and 2 to win from the final ball, and Ben Stokes will be facing.
What do you do with the field on this ball? What a conundrum. Everyone up.
There could be a man.
Split field.
There could be a mancad now. I think there could be a mancad, and no one would complain about that, would they? Really?
Yes, we would.
Would we?
Well,
After what
I wouldn't, but many people would.
What you've got to say is that throw was not great, and Trent Bolt did brilliantly. He picked it up well wide of the stumps on the half volley, and then brought it back onto the stumps. I know it was the wrong way
Rashid's
back.
job was to cross. That
Yes,
was his
I agree.
only job.
I
was to
agree,
cross.
but I think you could have got there had Bolt not done that brilliant work in collecting the throw.
I think we should take special note of.
Get on your horse, Mark
That
Wood.
was a diamond duck.
Yeah, and maybe save the jingle. We don't want to miss the ball.
No, and it's a long jingle.
Now where's Stokes going? He's going off to see the umpire.
Oh
at
no, we're
square
not
leg.
going to miss the ball. We can give him a jingle.
He might be checked. Is it a super over?
Do you know Mark Wood?
Super over if we
yes,
tie?
He is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy.
On your
of
blocks,
course.
Mark Wood.
Except
Sprinters
for just
pose.
One thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
Under starters orders.
I have to say, if England are going to get home in this World Cup final, it's going to be down to the men of Durham. It is Mark Wood out there at the non-striker's end. It is Ben Stokes waiting to receive the next delivery, the final delivery of this tournament.
Or is it?
Or is it?
Would you bring the keeper
Trent
up?
Bolt.
Or lots of things you could do. They got at least 2 men out in the deep who look very. They look like they're not even saving 2.
I think England are going to think, let's go for the single here. Just get a single. But
Well, I think you see where the ball is.
well, you don't have much time to see the ball when Trent Bolt's bowling. He's coming in now, left arm over the wicket. It's all come down to the final ball of the tournament. Can you believe it? Ben Stokes is waiting. He's in. It's a full toss. He's driven it down to long. Are they going to come back? They've got to run. Is he going to be run out? Yes, he's run out. It's a tie. It's a tie in the World Cup final. Would you believe it? England 241 all out as Mark Wood dives for home.
What unbelievable scenes. It's gone for review, but we're pretty sure it's out.
Is it going to be done on wickets lost?
No, super over.
It has to be a super over.
Super over.
Are we absolutely sure?
Well, I'm not, to be honest, but he's got the ball in his hands. He's not dropped
Brilliant.
it. The batsman isn't in
He's
the frame.
outrun Miles. Brilliant work from Trent Bolt.
Darmacena's got to send it up anyway, even though the batsman is, as you say, not even in the frame.
Oh my God!
And we'll just get some confirmation, but we're pretty sure that's a super over.
Well, I don't think anyone really knows. Everyone's just standing there. It's given out. England have been bowled out for 241. New Zealand made 241. No one's
still
exactly
standing.
disappointed.
No one knows the rules.
rules.
One's jumping up and down like they've won. I think I'm pretty sure it's a super over. In the event of a super over, I'm certainly going to step out and let someone else have a go at commentating that. But who would you? I'd send Buttler in for England and Bairstow, Roy. Who bowls for England? Archer.
Well, Stokes is wandering off, and he's almost in tears. The match is tied, according to what we see on the screen.
That's my choice for England. Bairstow and Buttler. Archer. Who's for you, Hendo?
Oh, blimey. Yeah.
Well batted Ben Stokes, by the way.
Brilliant from
Tremendous
Stokes.
innings.
Well, he's got England within a touching distance of a chance of winning the
Do you
World
bat
Cup.
Stokes because he's in, or not because he's tired?
I don't know. I don't know how long it takes to actually stage a super over.
Usually, certainly IPL rules, the team who was batting stays batting. Knuckles going to tell us what's happening. Are England going to bat? Don't know. No. They might have another toss. They might follow IPL rules, but that's, in which case the team that was fielding stays fielding.
Oh my word. Well, can you believe that a World Cup is going to be decided on a super over? We
After
joked
that
about it this
absolutely
morning.
crazy 4 overthrows.
Wow.
England needed 15 off 4 balls. Ben Stokes hit it out into the outfield, came back for 2. The throw came in, it bounced off the middle of his bat, right off the sweet spot, and went down to fine leg for 4.
Well, first of all, he'd hit the 6, hadn't he? He hit the 6 over mid-wicket. Then it was the next
Correct,
ball.
sorry, yes.
So they got down to 9, required off 3.
Now, the umpire's been showing New Zealand some balls. That suggests to me that New Zealand are going to field. I think it may well be the same rule. There's no toss. The team that was batting stays batting.
Right, so who do you think for New Zealand? Who's going to bat for New Zealand? Guptill, even though he's had a terrible tournament, because he is a man who can hit
Grantom,
the
even though
ball.
he was terrible today.
Grantom, yes. What nerves you've got to have to bowl slower balls in the super
does
over.
Williamson come out or not?
I don't think Williamson will, although he might think he should as sort of as skipper take the
Bolt's
responsibility.
probably going to bowl it.
The last time a captain took responsibility, that was Gulbuddin Naib against, wasn't it, Pakistan? He
Yeah,
got hit
that
all
didn't
over the
work
shop.
very well.
I would be inclined that they've got to go for their big hitters, which would suggest...
Well, I've had more than my share of excitement, so I'm going to step out, and you can fight it out amongst yourselves in the green room for who's going to come in.
And for the jingles as well.
Well, let's get Knuckle in. Let's get Knuckle in, and let's get
Bish.
let's get Tony back, shall we?
Decisions. Someone's going to be
Well,
disappointed.
Knuckle and Grubby, because Grubby hasn't had a ball-by-ball this session, so let's get Grubby in. Knuckle and Grubby, calling Knuckle and Grubby for the super over.
I have to say, before I go, 2 things. Firstly, a huge thank you to everybody, both here and on Twitter, for welcoming me so warmly in my trip to England. And secondly, that if there is any justice in the world, New Zealand will win the super over, because frankly,
Yeah, but we know
they
Messi
deserve
plays.
to.
We've been alive long enough to know that there is no justice in the world. So I'm hoping there is no justice in the world today, so that England may win. Now here we go, the Super Over Explainer. Only nominated players from playing 11 may participate. 3 batsmen and 1 bowler. Team batting second will bat first. That's confusing. Fielding side will choose end to bowl. Team scoring more runs in the Super Over will win. Loss of 2 wickets ends the team's Super Over innings. If the Super Over is tied, the team hitting more boundaries in their innings and the Super Over wins. Count the boundaries, people. Count the boundaries from today's excitement. Oh well, this is extraordinary. Go in there, and if you come in here, I think we might. I've got an idea that we might do commentary roulette for this. I think we should do commentary roulette. I think that would be fun. Well, we do, but we can do 1 ball per person. 1 ball each.
If I were England, I would go with Joss Butler,
right,
Ben Stokes, and
Yeah.
Joe Root.
Joe Root?
You need a run off every ball. You need a run off every ball.
What's an average score in a Super Over?
I don't know.
Neither do I. I'm sure I
I
don't.
just have one thing to say, Hendo.
Yep. Ah! Yeah, it's painful, isn't it?
England are a long way ahead on boundaries.
So let's just try and draw. Let's just try and tie the Super Over, and then we're home.
So much extraordinary stuff has happened in the last few overs. A super over to decide the World Cup. It's almost cruel, isn't it?
It's worse than penalties, isn't it? Is it worse than penalties?
It's absolutely astonishing is what it is. Cricket. Bloody hell.
Well, if you wanted to choose a game to improve the image of cricket amongst those who don't watch it a lot, but just have a
Oh yeah,
passing interest in
how's this for English cricket's return to free-to-air?
Absolutely. This
Yeah,
is
exactly.
wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. We talked a lot about how finals often fail to live up to their expectations. The last final at Lord's was one of those, wasn't it? The Australia win over Pakistan in 1999.
Yep.
But this has been a cracker. It's not been filled with wonderful stroke play. There's been some very good bowling, and the pitch has been a bit sluggish, but wow.
There have been crucial catches held.
Crucial catches held, and 1 or 2 dropped, but wow.
Q&A says, why don't these teams want to win? Evil Scooter says, cricket, who the fuck needs this?
Well.
Andrew Veer, in case I don't survive the Super Over, thanks for everything. To quote Vinnie Jones, it's been emotional.
Andrew Veer said that. Yeah, I know. I'm on my last legs here, Andrew. I totally feel you. I might go to sleep for a long time after this.
Well, you got some beer to drink yet. Whether in a state of
And by the way,
depression or
I talked earlier in the tournament about games coming down to one moment. Trent Bolt's foot, if it had been 6 inches further forward, or if he just managed to get the ball away to Martin Guptill, and then 4 overthrows with the ball hitting Ben Stokes' bat from Martin Guptill throwing it from the other end of Lord's.
Well, the thing is, had that not gone to the boundary, it wouldn't have. They wouldn't
No,
have
they
run.
wouldn't have run.
So that's a ridiculous thing, isn't it? Well, I can see Joe Root in the middle
It's
of the
Stokes
balcony.
and Butler.
Stokes and Butler.
Oh
That makes
my
sense.
God.
It makes sense. And do you think this is fair? Do England have an advantage here by being able to send out a man who's just scored the best part
I
of
think
80
batting
runs?
second in the Super Over is definitely an advantage.
I got up in Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean, and he called me up, said he'd punch my. Said I made him. The arm looked up and said, "You angry redhead, you'll get fined again."
I suppose you can argue it both ways. I mean, the bowlers have been out there. They're certainly warmed up after 50 overs out there. So yeah,
A few overs ago, I was trying to work out who I want to bowl the Super Over. At the time, I was thinking Colin de Grandon because he's bowled so well on this pitch. But I don't see how you're going to get the ball out of Trent Bolt's hand.
Yeah, that he may well want to take the responsibility, even if he did go effectively for 15 runs in that final over. Wow. Well, there's no one leaving Trafalgar Square either. The fan zone is packed, and it's. Well, I just need to take a breath for a moment. Are we going to do commentary roulette then? Shall we do it?
I think we
Sure.
should.
Shall we do it? Okay. All right. Starting from left to right. Knackle will take the first
So
ball.
me up first. It will be Ben Stokes and Joss Butler to be the heroes for England.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to bowl from
Hang on.
Prior
Ooh,
ain't
nice.
no loss, 'cause we found someone subtler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's.
And?
Joss Butler.
How does he speak? Or play the horn? Or clean his teeth? Or even yawn?
It's Trent Bolt bowling from the nursery end. Stokes will be on strike. Left arm over the wicket to Ben Stokes. He's in. Bowls full outside off stump. Stokes tries to swing. It comes high off the outside part of the bat. Loops over to Grundom at short third man. He races back to the boundary. It'll probably be 2. They've come back for 3. Brilliant running by Stokes and Butler.
Well, there you
Oh
go.
my goodness.
3 runs. And I can tell you that from the tennis that Djokovic has won in the 5th set. Who cares about tennis?
I couldn't give a flying fuck, Hendo.
Okay.
I'm sorry to say. But everyone out there, I can barely stand this. It's been 27 years since England have been in a Cricket World Cup final, men's. And
50 over.
50 over, yeah, of course, yeah. And, you know, we're so close here. If New Zealand win, I'll be delighted for them, but I will be absolutely weeping into my beer, which is, by the way, huge.
I really hope this is decided in the Super Over because I think a win on boundary countback would be incredibly unsatisfactory.
It would be. It would be. Now let's have a look. There's a man going out to deep mid-wicket. There's a long on. There's a mid-wicket. Over in the offside, we've got. I can't see. We switched to the crowd. Can we see the fucking field, please? That's all we need to see.
I imagine the men up will be on the edge of the circle.
It's Bolt coming in to the right-handed Butler. He's got to swing it. He swings it into the onside. Where has that gone? Only for a single, I think, out to Guptill on the boundary edge. England move to 4 for no wicket. They've only got 2 wickets, of course.
Hendo, it's almost as if the gods have conspired to make it as sort of
Agonising?
as possible.
Yes, I think so. They
and
do that in
utterly
sport.
thrilling, utterly heart-racingly gripping. This has been by a mile the best World Cup 50 over men's World Cup final in history.
It's over to you, Grubby.
True enough. Is it?
Yeah, it's
What do you mean?
Stokes to face. You're doing the next
Oh shit!
ball.
Yeah. Okay.
Offside up, leg side back.
Trent Bolt over the wicket, left arm over, and Ben Stokes whips this over the onside. Oh, it's gone for a boundary! It's gone for a boundary! It's 4 runs!
We're getting a bit excited.
Oh
here.
my good God!
3 balls bowled of the super over. England have moved to 8 for no wickets. Stokes has played an absolutely amazing hand here, in first in the normal part of the game and now in the super over. England have 3 balls to see what they can get. What can they
Just
get?
to give you an example, that was a sweep from a Yorker.
He's in again. And it's wide. I'll do it because Knuckle was looking at something else. They're going to get a single into the offside, and they're lucky to get away with that. New Zealand. Ferguson got across to it. There was no one back, I don't think. But they prevented it running away for anything more than a single. England have 9 off 4. Over to you, Knuckle.
Sorry, trying to keep the tweeters updated with what is going on. It looks like Jofra Archer is going to bowl for England, but we've got 2 balls left of England's batting super over before then. 9 they have off it. Butler on 1, Stokes off 8. Not that that really matters at all.
So imagine you're Jofra Archer, right? 6 months ago, not in the England
Exactly.
setup.
Unbelievable, isn't
Right,
it?
now you become an integral part of that team, and now you've got to bowl the over to win your country, your team,
He'll back,
the World
he'll
Cup.
back himself to bowl 6 Yorkers. The leg side field is entirely back to Jos Butler. The offside field is entirely up, apart from long off.
What does he do? Does he come in, try and get
Wait,
inside it?
I can only count 3 men in the...
lift it over the infield on the and the offside. Here you go.
In comes Trent Bolt, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Jos Butler, who goes across his stumps. He's got this pretty full Trent Bolt, but Butler's got it out to the offside. They've come through for 2. It's a very well run 2. Butler will be on strike. 11 England have off the first 5 balls of the super
God
over.
damn it!
Wow. Butler has 3. Stokes has 8. Butler will face the final ball of England's super over. What can he do? They need a big 6. Would make such a difference, but Bolt won't allow it. He'll put it right up there in the block hole if he can.
If my wife is listening, this is as excited as I've been since the 31st of May.
Bolt
2008.
into Butler. Butler clips that away into the onside as he found the boundary. He has
Wonderful
found
from
the
Jos.
boundary. He's got 4 through mid-wicket. England have 15. What they got off the final over in the super over. Is that going to be enough? Well,
Oh
Trent
my
Bolt
God.
has conceded 30 runs off his last 2 overs. Well, no, 29, isn't it, to get the tie. But it's extraordinary. England have 15 runs. Jofra Archer has to come out and restrict New Zealand to 14.
It has to be Guptill, doesn't it?
Jimmy Neesham is running off. He's going to be one of them. Kane Williamson surely has to be one of them.
Why?
Why?
Because
1 over.
1 over.
It has
Would
to
you-
be. It has to be.
It's got to be Guptill, hasn't it? It's got to be Guptill.
Must be.
Big hitter. He's got to be the big hitter. I wouldn't put Williamson out there. That said, Williamson is a very crafty batsman.
Yeah.
And he might pick up the runs
Bat
when
on
you
ball.
need
You can't afford dot balls.
Yeah, it's true.
He certainly is crafty.
He's very crafty.
I'll give him that.
You think he's dull, but I think he's crafty, and I think he's a lot better than dull.
We had a tweet from your wife sending photos of your kids dancing up and down.
Oh.
PJ Goodalls, I'm having heart palpitations. This result won't affect my life in any way. Imagine how the players feel. Kiwi Kelly says, can we just share it?
Yeah, I'd like that. I'd be happy with that.
No.
No.
The tournament needs a winner. As something falls off the
wall.
wall over here, the tournament needs a winner. That's what things are. That's what these tournaments are for. And may the best team win. But please let it be England.
So many tweets. So many tweets. Mrs. Clugston, I'm eating. What the fuck?
Don't eat now. Jeez.
Sarigal, dear God, I cannot cope. Tonaltalani says Nish, Guppy and Colin.
De Grandhomme.
Neesham, Colin. Yeah, I'd go with
Yeah.
that. Yeah. I think so.
I don't think Kane gets a squeak at that top 3.
Oh, it changes, doesn't it? With 15 needed, you need boundaries.
You need a big hit. 1 big 6 though could do it. 1 top edge. 1 top edge. He's
One
gotta
inside edge
he's
past the stumps.
Got to take pace off the ball. That's what you got to do here. That's what I imagine.
Remember, New Zealand
England will
have to win this. They need 16. They can't tie it because they will lose on boundary countback.
Yeah, we know that. You may not know that, but we're now telling you that.
But now we know that.
You need 16 runs or England are world champions. 16 runs. Extraordinary stuff.
Oh my God, this is horrible, isn't it?
It's kind of horrible.
Either
but at
way.
least, but imagine how more horrible it would be if it was Australia v England.
Either way, there's a new name on the trophy tonight, everyone.
There is.
Hey?
Absolutely. extraordinary stuff we've witnessed today. It's going deep into the evening. The sun is out. It's glorious now, Outlaws. The best it's been all day, really, in terms of weather.
It was Trent Bolt was trying to bowl full. He just missed his Yorker a couple of times. You don't have to miss it by very much. And credit to Stokes and Butler for holding their nerve and holding their shape.
Nattel, he didn't bowl a bad over, to be fair to
No, he didn't.
But, you know, when you've got to go Burko, you just...
Even the one Butler hit for 4 was almost a Yorker, but his hands are so good. They're so low. He hits through the ball. He looks like he's barely sweating out there.
Well, he's not been out there for long, to be fair. It's been
But
back in
Stokes,
Berlin
it was
for a
Stokes
while.
and Butler who got England into a position to have a sniff. Stokes jumps in the air like he's won the World Cup, and maybe they have.
Well, I'd be interested to know. I'd be really interested to know what the greatest number of runs Jofra Archer has gone for in an over.
Well, he's gone. In this tournament.
Yes. I mean, I know it's a completely different approach that they will be making to the 6 balls that he's due to propel, but it would be quite interesting to know that, whether he's gone for a 12 or 13 in an over.
Smouty says hell's teeth.
Owen Morgan is out there having a chat with the umpires. He's also close to Jofra Archer. You're absolutely right. Jofra Archer, what a transformation. He was not in this side. He came into the side to play against Ireland, didn't he, right at the beginning of the season?
He was always going to play him.
He was. No, I totally agree. I mean, if anyone who'd seen him in the IPL knew he had to play. But now he finds himself with the task. He might have World Cups to come, of course. So
You'll never have another one like this.
He probably won't. It'd be nerve shredding enough if he did. Owen Morgan is having some final words to Jofra Archer.
Why are you telling Archer anything at this point? Let him bowl.
I don't think he is. I think he's just having a little chat with him, keep him calm. He's not telling him how to bowl.
Archer's telling him what field he wants. That's good.
Yeah, that's quite right. I mean, I would have 2 men very fine, a very fine third man and a very fine long leg, or a very fine.
So what you
fine
could
leg.
do is, you're only allowed 5 out. So third man, fine leg, square leg, mid wicket, mid on, basically.
Yes, I suppose so. Will they bring out... I'm curious now, England had a left and right hand combination. Do you think that that's what New Zealand will go for as well? Because that may mess with the bowler a little bit.
If they're their 2 best batsmen, I think they've just got to go with their
Jimmy
best.
Neesham and Guptill, would you go for them?
It could be.
It's got to be more difficult for them, actually. It's certainly got to be more difficult, 'cause both of them are coming out to face after they haven't batted for the best part of 3 or 4 hours.
It's not Williamson, it's not Taylor. You've got to get in your big hitters.
Yeah, it's got to be Neesham, de Grandom and Guptill, I would think. Yeah. Not necessarily in that order. Would you go Neesham?
I go Guptill straight off.
Guptill and Neesham? The left-hand, right-hand combination?
Neesham's was by far New Zealand's best batsman.
I personally, I would go Guptill and de Grandom.
Okay. Well, I think it just adds something, doesn't it? By having a right-hand, left-hand combination, it gives the captain of the fielding team something extra to think about. Stokes is now having words with Jofra Archer. Jofra Archer's just smiling. Oh, England have gone into the huddle. Well,
it's the Tony Mowbray huddle.
It's Tony Mowbray, is it?
Yeah, when he went to Celtic, he did that, and that became a thing. And then he came down to Ipswich, and Ipswich.
And now it's all the way around the world.
Exactly. Yeah, it's Tony Mowbray's thing.
Jofra Archer is going to bowl the super over for England. New Zealand needs 16 to win at a rate of 16 per over. They need 2.67 per ball. Alan Lamb is there. Trying to recognise 1 or 2 other faces in the crowd. I can't.
Someone who looks a bit like Paul Firebrace but isn't.
Well, we still haven't seen who the New Zealand batsmen are going to be. We're still waiting to find out that.
But we do know it's going to be this man for England.
Archer, not only handsome, but also
a secret agent. That's what I am.
Let's have a look. It's looking to me
That's
like
Kane
it
Williams,
is.
isn't it?
No, I don't.
No,
think so.
Neesham and Guptill.
It is Neesham
and Guptill,
which is basically what we suggested.
Here comes
Not that
another
bloody jingle
slow
again.
ball. Jimmy Neesham's bowled another slow ball.
Martin Guptill.
On the basis that Jimmy Neesham bowled about 5 different spells today, we've heard that jingle many, many times. Out they come down the steps at Lord's, applauded by the members. And
All they need is 4 fours.
4 fours will do it.
Ready the defibrillator in the long room. Martin Guptill, who's barely scored a run since the first game.
Oh, now, what a hero he would be for New Zealand. He had a great 2015 World Cup. It hasn't really worked for him at all with the bat. in this tournament, apart from that 50 he got in the first match against Sri Lanka. But now he comes out, and he could be the Kiwi hero.
It's going to be a short ball, isn't it?
It's got to be back of a length, hasn't it? It's got to be back of a length. Who's going to take strike? Let us see. England are going to be bowling from which end? We don't know any of these things yet.
It's the nursery end.
It looks like no, I don't think so. I think it's going to be.
Where's Archer? Where's
we
Butler?
cannot find the bowler. Where is he? New Zealand still needs 16 to win from 6 balls.
Importantly, I need a wee.
Oh well, you've got to stay there for this.
I
You
know.
cannot move. It's
I know.
not
I think
allowed.
he is bowling from
Just
the nursery
adds
end.
to the jeopardy.
I saw the umpire standing at that end.
I saw Dharmasena. You're absolutely right. Stokes is getting a massive round of applause as he goes out into the boundary. Looks like Jimmy Neesham is coming down a face.
He'll be delighted he's not bowling this over, Stokes.
Yeah, well, that would be asking a bit much of him after what he's done so far. The shadows are lengthening. It's what time is it now, people? Is it about 7:30?
It is 7:23.
7:23 on the final day of the World Cup 2019. It comes down to these 6 balls or fewer, depending on what happens.
So everyone is back on the leg side. We've got long on, mid wicket, deep square, long leg.
Do you have the nerve to bowl the knuckle?
Bowl it fast, Jofra.
There you go. It's over to you, Knuckle, for the first ball.
In comes Jofra Archer, England's newest hero, 4 men up in the offside. At short third man, 2 short third men in fact. Point, cover. Jofra I think is going to go round the wicket to Jimmy Neesham. A pause and intake of breath. Archer in, bowls full and wide outside off stump. Is that a wide Yorker that's just outside the line? No! Just outside the line. Kumar Dhanmasena spreads his wings. A wide!
Oh dear.
That is outrageously
15
poor.
off 6. It was barely outside the wide line.
Well, now, who's that? Ian Morgan's coming over to talk to Jofra. Has Jofra just lost his nerve? It's a right decision.
That's on the line.
It's
That's
on the
not
line.
a wide.
Oh,
it's
that's
a
ra-
fucking fit up.
Oh, that's razor
I
thin.
think that's fair enough. I think it's fair enough. He was obviously looking to try and keep it out there. He's coming in again to bowl to Neesham. Neesham
Well
gets a
bowled.
Yorker. He drives up towards long off. Long off's got to be quick. They're coming back for the second. It's got to go to the far end. Is he going to make it? Yes, he does. He makes it with time to spare. And New Zealand need 13 from 5
Oh,
balls.
fucking hell's teeth.
Do you want to do this,
Sorry.
or can you handle it? Can you handle this? Can you handle it, Grubby?
I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Jofra Archer, England's new star, 24 years old. He'll be here for generations to come. He has bowled a couple of good balls. One was unfairly called away.
I don't think so.
He's bowling now round the wicket, and this is swung away. This might be 6. This might be 6. Is it?
Wow.
I thought it is a 6.
What a hit!
I believe in miracles.
I don't understand what he was doing there. Right up there.
He bowled it on leg stump, and it was swung away for 6, and that's all there is to it.
7 required.
Well done,
Four.
New Zealand. 7 runs required from 4.
Deep in his crease and high over mid wicket. Really good from Neesham.
It was, but I wonder whether when you're a bowler of the skill of Jofra Archer, you've got to be bowling back of a length at this stage, haven't you?
Slower ball into the pitch.
I would have thought so. Something like that. I really didn't think that was the right ball. Looking for the Yorker. Anyway, over to you.
Neesham. What can he do? What can Archer come back with? He does bowl into the pitch. It's swung away into the leg side. It's all along the ground. They'll come back for 2. A misfield! There might still be a run out. No, the throw is not great. They come back for 2. It was Jason Roy who's done so much to revive England's fortunes after their mid-tournament wobble. 5 needed off 3.
What we need now, of course, is a 1 short. That would be perfect. Over to you, Grubby. You do this one.
Okay, I shall. It's 11, and New Zealand need 5 more. They have 3 balls to do it. They must be favourites now. 5 required from 3. Jofra
England need a
Archer
wicket.
spins the ball from right hand to left at the top of his run-up.
Is Neesham going to do this all on his own? You wonder,
Neesham.
don't you?
Jimmy Neesham, who was watching the last World Cup final from his sofa on the verge of giving up cricket.
Weren't we all? Weren't we
We will be
all?
after this.
Archer round the wicket to Neesham. He bowls a ball of length, and it's swung away into the onside. Fielded there. 1 run. They're going back for 2, are they?
It's going to be
Is
run
that
out.
gonna be run out?
Or is he?
Well,
Or is
let's
he?
have a look. I think they're going to look at this upstairs, but it's difficult for us to tell. I think he may be in.
I think he got back comfortably.
I think he may be in, which would mean there are 3 runs required from 2 balls. We're going to look upstairs. Wowzer, wowzer, wowzer.
Well, 3 required from 2 balls. Can you believe it? Morgan is talking to Archer. Neesham has done it all on his own. Guptill's just been running like buggery at the other end. 3 required off 2. It may only be 1. They may only need 1 ball to do it. 3 required for New Zealand to win in a super over. What heartbreak this would be for England. But then what greater heartbreak it might be for New Zealand if they weren't to win after what happened in that final over of the game proper. 13 for no wicket.
You, me.
And I'll do this.
I think it's going to be Hendo for this ball. 2 balls left, 3 runs required.
I think I've got to take responsibility. Archer into Neesham, short ball. He tries to pull. They're going to get a run. Don't throw it at the wrong end. They've got 1. They need to. I'm going to do the final ball.
Oh my
2
good God.
required from the final ball for New Zealand to win the World Cup. It couldn't. When they talk about something going down to the wire, sometimes that's exaggerated, but this has literally gone down to, there is a wire out there which it is going down
It's
to.
gone down to the same wire twice.
It has. It's astonishing.
Do you
isn't
bring
it?
the field up now?
You have to.
Do you go in out field?
No, you have to bring the field up. You have to bring the field
Not
up.
all of it. I don't think all of it. You give them 1 and then you win, don't you? You win on boundaries.
You need
that
to take a
score.
wicket.
We saw a tie last year in the Asia Cup between India and Afghanistan. Afghanistan had everyone up bar 1 man. Ravi Jadeja found him halfway up the mid-wicket fence.
Oh my goodness me. Well, I don't know what they've got on Channel 4 tonight, but I imagine that it's been delayed.
Red triangle.
Oh, the red triangle's on. Oh, that's all right then. Now, is it going to be Guptill to face his first ball of the super over? He needs 2. It is the chance for Martin Guptill
bring everyone in
to be the hero. Oh my word.
It's going to take about 20 minutes to set this field, so make yourself a cup of tea.
The other thing we can think about is that that would have been the final ball had the wide not been bowled.
Well,
England would have the World Cup trophy in their hands now.
I don't know what it is about the world that makes me just feel terrible.
Ooh,
But I feel terrible.
They're not bringing the field up.
Well,
they brought the offside field up. Short third man, backward point, cover.
You've got to have a man at deep third.
Bring
third
everyone
man on
in,
the-
it's
on the-
ridiculous.
No, for the catch. Now, here we go. This is it all. It comes down to this delivery from Jofra Archer to Martin Guptill. It's on his legs. He's flicked it through the onside. They're surely going to come back for the second. Are we going to win the World Cup? It's going to be it's a run out. It's a run out. England have won the World Cup just by the takes the bowls off. Guptill can't stretch, and England have won by 1 run. Would you believe it? Would you believe it? There's pandemonium amongst the England supporters. Let's just calm down a bit for a moment, chaps. It's pandemonium. England have won for New Zealand in the most heartbreaking fashion. Kiwi Kelly, I want to hug you. I feel so sorry. Jim Burchell, I feel so sorry. Guptill, cannot believe it. England have won a World Cup. That balcony, the New Zealand balcony, is utterly stunned. Utterly stunned.
It was brilliant from Butler. He had to take the throw quite a long way from the stumps. Absolutely nerveless. Took it, knew exactly where the stumps were. Took it in one hand, broke the stumps. Guptill's full length, desperate dive saw him many, many feet short. Jos Buttler has held his nerve, and England, for the first time ever at a packed Lords at 7:30 p.m. off the last ball of the Super Over, have won the 50-over Men's World Cup.
Wow, wow,
Oh
wow.
my
Well,
God.
I mean, all I have to say...
Could we make it any more difficult?
All I have to say is I'm kind of drained. I'm drained to the point where I feel so sorry for New Zealand that I'm finding it hard to enjoy the victory. Is that ridiculous?
Yes.
It
Yes,
is
it is
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
But it's
Enjoy the
no
I'm not
team, neither team deserved to lose that. Neither team deserved to lose that.
Let's try and take a step back and be objective as we try to be. We don't always succeed. That was an incredible World Cup, and it was an incredible World Cup final. And
New Zealand in both the semis and the finals have scrapped and scraped and run and occasionally smashed their way to defendable-ish scores on pitches where chasing wasn't easy. Against India, they got themselves over the line with wonderful bowling and wonderful fielding. They got the little bit of bad luck just at the wrong time in the last over. But they bowled brilliantly. Their plans were brilliant. Their fielding was brilliant. They pushed England, who have been, let's not forget, the best team in the world by a distance, I'd say, over the last 3 or 4 years.
But not necessarily in this World Cup.
To the absolute limit of their nerve, of their skill, of their ability to not give up a game. It came down to Jofra Archer, who wasn't in the World Cup squad until a few months ago. It came down to Jimmy Neesham, who, as we said, was on the verge of giving up cricket. It came down to Martin Guptill, facing his first ball of the Super Over after the last ball of the Super Over, having barely scored a run through the whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it is utterly incredible, and I think both teams are out there, and I think both teams will realise that they've had an incredible contest. They've been part of something incredibly special that's been seen around the whole country because of Sky's decision to let Channel 4 show it. And what a better advert for cricket could he have than that? It's just wonderful. Liam Plunkett is now wandering around the outskirts of the pitch. He's triumphantly punching the air. Jofra Archer, well, with 3 required off 2 balls, surely the odds were on New Zealand, weren't they, at that point? I mean, it's just been a wonderful, wonderful game in the end. It's not had the greatest cricket, but it's had... Well, some of the skills that have been on show have been remarkable.
What more pressure could you put on yourself as a cricketer?
I don't think you
to
could.
Execute your skills. And actually, the throw came in. It was a pretty good pick-up and throw, one-handed.
Was it Jason Roy?
I can't quite recall who it was. It was out at deep mid-wicket, wasn't it?
I think it was Murray Walker once when Nigel Mansell won the F1 championship, like I care about that, who said, and I've got to stop talking now because I've got a lump in my throat, and I feel very similar now.
Yes, it was. It was Jason Roy, who had misfielded 2 balls before, who could have possibly have been banned for this final, who was injured earlier in the tournament and looked as though his injury was going to hamstring England's chances of winning this 50-over World Cup, but he held his nerve. He picked it up cleanly. He threw it in hard. He got the throw early. It wasn't the best throw, but it was good enough. It was good enough for Jos Buttler to do the rest. The commentary team are filing in.
Champagne coming in.
The messages is bringing in the carver. Wow.
Listen, everyone out there, thank you.
Pray silence.
All our listeners, all our grudging watchers on Facebook
Cheers
Live.
to you all.
Grubby, can I just take a moment here?
Yes.
To cricket. To cricket! It is the greatest thing that humanity has ever invented, and no one will ever tell me otherwise.
Well, there are 1 or 2 other things. Anyway, moving on. We should look and see if our tweeters want to take part in this wonderful, historic moment for England. There must be tweets flying in by the dozen, and we need to give voice to those people out there, apart from our own.
A little bit of levity before we go to the drama. If South Africa were out there, they would have miscalculated how many runs they needed from the Super Over.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Marty Q says England to win by 1 run. I called it earlier.
Wow.
Rocky Cricket says I had my money's worth with 1 over to go. Through the tournament. Thanks to Guerrilla Cricket for getting me through. I still don't know who's going to win. I love cricket. Arthurshire. Eep.
Eep.
Oh my God. There's someone's tweeted us. Konotolani has tweeted us a prophetic tweet from Jofra Archer from 2013. 16 off 6.
No, don't believe it.
The man Jofra Damas strikes again. Jamie McAllister says I got into listening to cricket commentary this year to help me relax.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Evil Scooter says, how in the name of all that is holy am I supposed to sleep after this?
You are not supposed to sleep.
Well, I just want to take a moment, and I just want to say, Kiwi Callie, Jim Birchall,
love you.
Sean Barry, of course, who came in for our listener experience. Your boys were just edged out in the most extreme manner imaginable.
Kiwi Takanawa.
Extraordinary stuff. Kiwi Takanawa.
Vertical Cat says, I may pass out with excitement in this Super Over. Thank God for you lot, or I'd be in the dark over in the US.
Russell Crowe.
Far Lap.
Of course, Crowded House. Feel sorry for Crowded House.
The Fun Brothers.
Oh,
listen,
my word.
There is no gloating, certainly from me. It's been an incredible game.
Edmund Hillary!
It has been an incredible game. I cannot believe that England got over the line here. New Zealand can count themselves very unlucky. It seems to have been England's destiny, and I must go now because I have a lump in my throat.
Yeah, I understand that lump in your throat. We saw Ben Stokes out there. He looked like he was in tears. I mean, that must have stretched your nerves to breaking point if you were out and involved. Maybe if you were out and involved in it, it wasn't quite so bad because, you know, you were using up some of your nervous energy.
At least you can do something about it.
Well, exactly.
I mean,
for us.
I'm glad I feel incredibly privileged to be in these seats having described that.
Well, that was amazing. I wonder what the Bear made of it on the in the ICC. He might have enjoyed that as well a little.
Pirate Badshah says it's been fantastic World Cup coverage from Guerrilla Cricket and Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. You've made it worthwhile. Thank you all and good night. Chris Dobertine. But damn do I feel awful for the Black Cats. Kings among cricketers even without the crown. They did it the hard way. My God, they did it the hard way.
Well, we're all going to be saying, when we come back in 2023 for the next World Cup, we're all going to be saying, oh, I do hope New Zealand win it this time. Well, if you're one of those Black Caps, there's a lot of fans in the ground. They're just standing there. They're absolutely stunned. I mean, they didn't really lose it. To be honest, it was a tie. It was a super over.
Well, it was a tie in the super over, and England won on boundary countback.
Exactly. The maddest of maddest endings, and really extraordinary stuff. This is a game that will live in the memory of anyone who saw it, anyone who took part in it, anyone who heard about it on Guerrilla Cricket, saw it on Facebook Live, saw it through Crick Tracker, who've been our partners throughout. It's been an absolutely... It hasn't always been the best tournament, but it's been a pretty good tournament.
Look,
and in the end, I guess we've got the final that we wanted.
We've got, by a long, long way, even if it hadn't gone to the super over, even if it had been finished with a few overs to go, the best 50 over World Cup final men's that I think there's ever been.
Well,
and you are going to struggle as long as you live in however many universes you manage to inhabit to see a closer, tenser, more gripping game of cricket than we have just witnessed.
Yeah, I'm just looking back now, those final two balls, and finally Jofra Archer, that penultimate ball to Neesham, he pitched one into the middle of the wicket, and he tried to pull it away. It may have been a little bit slower. He mistimed it. That enabled them to get only the one, and that brought Guptill down. And he hadn't faced a ball. He worked it out to deep mid-wicket, but he couldn't get back. The throw was great from Jason Roy, and then pandemonium erupted. England were absolutely glorious. They all went off on runs reminiscent of Imran Tahir taking a wicket. It was wonderful. They went to all corners of the ground. They couldn't believe it. The two Yorkies, Root and Bairstow, came together in an enormous hug. He was lifted off his feet, was Joe, by Johnny.
Butler ran one way, Butler ran the other way. They didn't know where to run.
They didn't. Now Owen Morgan is just trying to take it in. He's out there on the balcony, and poor old Marty Guptill.
It's actually quite hard to watch.
It is. Marty Guptill, who looked so despondent when he was out against India, and then so delighted when he effected the run out of MS Dhoni in that really tight game in the semi-final.
That is hard to watch.
Now looks absolutely devastated. What can you say about New Zealand? They've been in two finals. They didn't do themselves justice in the one at the MCG, but they've done more than justice to themselves on this occasion.
They've proved themselves masters of defending a low total, haven't they? In the latter stages of this tournament, Guptill has not done it with the bat. He's been outstanding in the field. I feel a bit teary-eyed, to be honest. I'm really sorry, but what a game! What a game! Could England not have made it easier, though? For Christ's sake!
No, that's
England for you.
You don't get to choose the script. You don't get to choose how you win. You just have to enjoy the ride, and the ride that Johnny Bairstow is getting off Mark Wood through the long room.
Well, I would say that it's always better. It's always easier to enjoy the ride once the ride's over, in a way. And now England will be. The relief will be phenomenal. The delight and the relief. They're coming down the steps again.
Nobody at Lord's knows quite what to do with themselves.
They don't. They don't. It's
a very static crowd.
It is. I mean, well, I just don't think people can quite believe what they've seen. It's astonishing. It's now 7:15 on Sunday evening, right at the toe end of the tournament.
And is it me, or did it get hotter as that game was going on?
Just
well,
here
I feel
under the
sweaty.
studio lights.
Yeah, I think it was just the studio lights. I feel quite hot because I've been in here for quite a while.
There's
now.
an extraordinary kind of sensory overload that you get when sport gets tight, and every single sinew in my body is straining.
Well, I think the difficult thing for us in particular is we can't really see the field that well, so we don't quite know the whole field. Thanks to Pralab, he's on his way. That'll teach you for supporting the Kiwis. Off you go, you bloody bogan bastard. Fill up. Come on, Australians. Fill up, Mike.
Sommelier Jez. I'm going to read some tweets while Messi Jez fills up our cups. Kiwi Cali. Congratulations.
Oh,
Heartbroken,
Kiwi.
but so proud of the Black Caps, and quite as he should
love
be.
you, love you, Kiwi.
Ravi Nair. Effing hell, what a match, what commentary. Thank you, England, thank you, Gorillas. Surrey Gal, in floods of tears, oh my, and thank you. Been wonderful to have you around for 5 years, especially today. Chris Dobertine, his friend has just texted, who's working on the TV broadcast at Wimbledon, just texted him. The whole broadcast centre here completely erupted after that super over. Divya Rao, no George R.R. Martin, no Stephen King could have written the twists and turns that the World Cup final served. So sad for the Kiwis. And congratulations to the champions England. Thanks for the commentary. Lots of thank yous for us. Jeremy Bray doing pretty much what we were just doing. Russell Crowe, Sir Edmund Hillary, Flight of the Conchords, etc., etc. Alice Cladhill Commissar says, thank you, Guerrilla Cricket. You guys were great during the World Cup. Not happy about the result, but you always delivered. Vector Victoria says, see, this is what happens when you put England on free-to-air. They win things.
Ah, yes, now that might be the cue, mightn't it? Absolutely right. Well, Joss Butler's being interviewed by Simon Doull, and he looked quite teary as well. The emotions must be phenomenal for these guys. Expected to win coming into today, really, I suppose, and then struggling to get over the line in the most chaotic way imaginable. And well, they've got to be happy they've won, but it's a strange way to win. It's a strange way to win. It's like, I mean, I suppose if you look at the number of football World Cups that end up going to penalties, or European Championships that end up going to penalties, I suppose it's only right that a Cricket World Cup should go right down to the wire in this way. They didn't even score more runs, says Messi Jez. You're absolutely right. That's pathetic, England. You haven't even scored more runs than the team you've beaten.
We have more thank yous than I can actually read out.
Well, let's
here.
read them, because we need to bask in glory.
But Chris Dobertine, let me add my tweet to the pile of thank yous. Guerrilla Cricket and Guerrilla Cricket South Africa, our friends out there who've been doing sterling work for us through this tournament. They were covering this game and the semi-finals as well. Kiwi Kelly says, bloody hard to take right now, but thank you, she says to Vector Victoria. Daniel Leach says, are you all okay? Congrats on winning the World Cup. Bring on the Ashes and another ripper contest. Vector Victoria says to Kiwi Kelly, your team played so well and fought for every ball. You should be really proud of them. They've done cricket a world of good.
Well, it can sound better, but it's true, though, isn't it?
It's true. It's absolutely true.
It won't be solace, it's true. But
Benjamin Hughes says, what an incredible final. Thank you for the mind-boggling excitement in your commentary. Wonderful for England, heartbreaking for the Black Caps. Beyond knackered. The man who goes away says,
I knew he was there somewhere.
Anna Forsyth just says thank you.
Thanks for the pizza, Anna.
Shrujan Sriram says, tie in the game, tie in the super over. I doubt we'll ever see this again.
No, never.
Jim George says, thank you from Guerrilla Cricket. It's just stupid o'clock in Japan. I ate my sofa.
That's bad. If you eat your sofa, then you'll have to actually watch it again.
Peter Svidler, chess grandmaster.
Peter Svidler.
Thanks to Guerrilla Cricket during the last 3 hours of it with you guys was a thrill. EDM Larkin says, thank you for your brilliant work at the World Cup. See you for the Ireland test.
Oh yes.
Nitin Bajaj says, amazing scenes. Feeling heartbroken for the Kiwis and especially for Kane. What a way to not win. I'm not going to say lose.
Yeah.
That's the breaks. Well done, England. Rahul Anantaraman, one of our earliest patron fans, says thank you for the wonderful commentary throughout this tournament. Full Hammerway says, amazing, we've never heard anything like that. We're dancing in the streets of Gdansk. Cheers, chaps.
Somebody's got to be dancing in the streets of Gdansk.
Yeah, if I can just...
yes, of course.
Yeah, look, I've been watching football for 30 years. I've burned my brain cells out gambling for 10 years. You become immune to swings and losses and highs and lows, but that was so exciting. The guys did a brilliant job on the Super Over putting that excitement across. I hope we got that excitement across in the last
I tell you, it wasn't
5
difficult.
overs.
I tell you, it was not difficult.
That's what we were fed the inspiration, and just for so many swings and so many crazy things to happen. For Trent Boult not to hand the ball off on that catch that he would do. In practice, he would do 100 times.
He's done it already in this tournament against the West Indies.
In this tournament, for that ball to smack off the bat and go for 4, and every Stokes going, sorry, but it's 4.
No, it's 6.
It crossed
4 more.
It crossed the boundary rope, and Ben Stokes was still flat on his face.
It did.
It's 4 more, and just for these bizarre things to happen, and England just held their nerve in the Super Over. And don't forget, Jason Roy could have fumbled that ball.
Yep.
Joss Butler could have fumbled that throw.
Yep.
That could all have happened. Martin Guptill just not quite quick enough, and it's so close in so many ways to that game going to New Zealand. And honestly, I think they would have deserved it.
Well, when it goes to that level of tension and hair-splitting closeness, you can't say either side didn't deserve to win.
No, I don't think so. I think it was a great game. It's just one of the great games. I know we look back in 150 years and say
that was the great game. That was the great game of white ball cricket.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't understand. You can't. I mean, I wouldn't have written this script beforehand. The imagination boggles.
So you can't write a script where the ball goes off the bat for 4 overthrows. I mean, that is literal, Roy of the Rovers in cricket terms.
Can I just say, we had a lot during the 2005 Ashes about people watching cricket for the first time and it being the Edgbaston Test match. If this was your first ever cricket match, wow!
You
How
think it's quite good.
disappointed you going to be?
When you see the rest of it.
No. But, Andy, how hooked are you going to be?
I hope so. Yeah.
This is what cricket can be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Despite the awful format of this tournament, despite all the nonsense around it, despite all of the corporate nonsense, cricket is wonderful and it delivers things like this.
yeah, of course, you've got to remember that possibly one of the worst things about this tournament was the £32 sausage roll at Lord's. I think that's an absolute outrage, and that nothing, even this match, makes me feel better.
There'll have been sausage rolls going cold all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just phenomenal. Are we going to actually get a presentation ceremony at some point? Because we're all just hanging around at the
Dragging
moment.
this out. Milky,
They are.
do you
There
want
are
to come
some.
in and say
There are some
anything, Jez?
interviews.
Come in and say something.
Messi Jez is coming back.
Jack quickly says, imagine trying to explain to a non-cricket fan who 241 for the loss of 9 wickets loses to 242 for the loss of 10 wickets, because even though they lost more wickets than the second team, got their 241 with different kinds of hits.
Yeah, that is tricky. And then to talk about the super over on top of that would be almost impossible.
And Vector Victoria, an important question for Hendo.
Oh,
does this mean that England are finally undoomed?
Well, they were almost doomed, weren't they? They took their doomedness right to the very edge of doomnessicism, because that was incredible stuff. And I mean, Simon Doyle is now chatting to Jimmy Neesham. I don't know what these guys are going to say. They're just going to be, when they get home tonight, or when they get back to their hotel, when they go home tomorrow, perhaps. They're just going. It's going to be a long flight home.
I hope that the players all have a drink together.
Well, I would hope
from
so,
both
because then
teams.
realise that they've taken part in something special. Yes, I agree. I think that would be a lovely way to finish the day. Whether New Zealand want to do that, I don't know. It'd be tricky.
I tell you, if you're anywhere near Lord's, get yourself to the tavern.
It's going to be riotous in there tonight, isn't it? Blimey, O'Reilly, they're going to take something on the bar tonight. I imagine the Bear might be there. I mean, he could come and join us at the Woodhouse, but I suspect not. He's been with his friends Colin Croft.
We have a lot of people with us on Facebook as well. They obviously were flooding in as that bit of drama unfolded. Irfan Jan, Najim Uddin, Asif Ali, Malik Sobia, Ariful Islam, Shahid Ahmed Nazir, Gurpreet Kanda, Ganesh Lama, Mohammad Shiraz Basir, Bilal Nagra, Maruf Mokul, and many more. Thank you for everyone on Facebook Live, on Cricket Tracker India's feed, on our feed, and on YouTube, who's been watching and following and sharing and commenting throughout the tournament. You've made this an absolute joy to bring you.
Well, I think we should still keep talking until the presentation takes place. I want to see England lift that. I want to bring that moment when Owen Morgan holds up the trophy. I think we should do that. Messi Jez is back.
Yes, can I just have your indulgence for a couple of minutes to talk about what this has meant to me?
Yes.
I mean, came into the final today as relatively impartial. I was keen for the Kiwis to win, partly because I always like New Zealand, partly because I have this anyone but England thing going for me. But today I witnessed in the green room and here just the joy of cricket. The joy of being in a contest that was played in hugely good spirit and with absolute commitment on everybody's part.
Yeah.
And the communication from Guerrilla Cricket of that over the last 48 days, I think it is, has been something fantastic to me. I mean, I've been in here for 7 or 8 matches, but I've also spent every day listening to the World Cup as I've driven around the country and explaining to some people what Guerrilla Cricket is.
Do they know? Do they understand?
Some do, because it's a connection. It's an involvement of people in a place around cricket. It's not just about cricket, it's about the people involved with cricket. And that's the beauty to me. I'm probably one of the worst addicts of Guerrilla Cricket that there is.
Or best addicts.
But having been here, I see the amount of work that goes in, the dedication, the preparation, the technical expertise. There's a huge amount of work. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the people who do the real work bringing Guerrilla Cricket to us. I sort of floated along the top of all that work and I really enjoyed it. But the guys like Hendo, like Knackle, like the Bear, like Tony Bishop, a whole lot of people who do a whole lot of work making this happen and do it for the joy of it, and wouldn't do it if they didn't enjoy it, but do it at their own expense as well. I just want to say thank you for that.
That's very kind,
Yeah,
very moving.
We can't get too self-indulgent about this, but it is its own reward. But
we are great.
It is its own reward, and we do think we're good at this, having done this for a long time now, over 5 years.
Indeed.
But you get moments like this, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be
Yep, indeed. Well, it looks like we're finally set up in front of the Warner stand, isn't it? That the various items have gone up. I don't know what you would call them. The stage, the cardboard trophy at the back. Sachin Tendulkar is up there. Colin Graves, boo, he's up there. And Prince Andrew is up there. I'm not sure who else is up there.
Is that Shashank Manohar, the head of the ICC, on the right?
Could well be.
I'm surprised the bear isn't up there.
I'm surprised the bear isn't up there with his friend Sachin. They're about the same height, aren't they? He should be up there.
Not entirely the same width.
Not entirely the same width. But I imagine very shortly we are going to see Owen Morgan come up and be handed. I think it's quite a nice trophy. I quite like the trophy.
It is a nice trophy. It's a good shape. It's good for lifting. It glints in the sun.
I like it. I like the trophy.
We're seeing presentations to the match officials first.
I do prefer it to the old Prudential Trophy of the 75-79 World Cup. Yes, we are going to see the presentations to the match officials. Damascena, Marius Erasmus had a good game. I think there's Alim Dar. I'm not sure.
Rod Tucker, the TV umpire. Rajan Madagale, the match referee, who was a very busy boy the other day. I think Damascena and Erasmus, they didn't get every decision right, but they got enough right. They got most right.
It is a little unnerving to see Erasmus smiling, I must admit.
Yeah, well, when he starts smiling, you've got to be scared.
I think he's a brilliant umpire.
Yeah,
really.
he's done very well.
He's incredibly calm.
Now, what else is being brought out? Let us have a look. Some sort of small trophy for the runners-up, I suppose. Anyone could have been a runner-up today, to be honest.
Well, will there be a player of the tournament announced?
Will there be a player of the tournament? Yes, that's a good point, isn't it?
Mine would be Shakib.
Yeah, I think I would have to say Shakib, but if it has to be a player from a team
Stokes
out there today, well, after today's performance, he's got to be man of the match, hasn't he?
Well,
Ben Stokes?
Player of the tournament.
But I'm just talking about man of the match, man of the final. Wouldn't you say Ben Stokes?
Yes.
Well, he's going up. He's getting something for sure. He's going up there now, festooned in lovely ink all down his arms. He shakes hands with Sachin Tendulkar. He gets given a mini trophy, and what looks like an enormous, huge. That's a huge watch, was it? I thought it was a massive medal. Moeen Ali is there amongst the England.
Ben Stokes
team.
is player of the match in the World Cup final.
Well,
remember, it wasn't that long ago that he was banned from all forms of cricket for England and up on trial.
Well, yes, and when you think back, we were talking about whether it would be redemption for him, weren't we, after the T20 final in which Collis Brathwaite hit him in that final over for those 4 sixes. And okay, he didn't hit 4 sixes. He hit 1, he hit 2, actually, in the last couple of overs. And but he has got England effectively over the line.
This is a wonderful tweet from Pirate Badshah. It's just struck me that a fellow North County Dublin is about to lift the Cricket World Cup. When I started watching cricket, it's something I'd never have imagined that... Sorry, let's not paraphrase. I'd never have imagined that something like that would happen. Some might gripe it's not for Ireland. I will not. Congratulations, Owen Morgan.
Yeah, Owen Morgan has led England to victory in the World Cup final.
There's a double irony there in that a Kiwi-born man is taking the man of the match trophy.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Well, he chose the right side.
There's narrative.
Just.
There's narrative everywhere you look.
Well, England are delighted. I mean, there are smiles. There are smiles of real joy on their faces. I don't know whether they can quite believe how they got over the line in the end. I guess when you've been that close to losing as well, the delight is even greater. Poor old Kane Williamson is there just fingering his beard.
I would be surprised if it sunk in. I'd be surprised if this sinks in anytime soon.
Well, all I'm hoping is that Ben Stokes is taken out by a bunch of people who show a lot of sense and say you can only have 1.5 pints tonight.
or they surround him with a sort of human cordon wherever he goes.
And Alex Hales is nowhere nearby. That is all I'm suggesting. I suggest go to the Lord's Tavern only and stay within your group, Ben. Don't do anything to spoil the day.
Or go to someone's house and drink there.
Yeah,
that sounds a pretty sound idea to me. Maybe Sessions place.
It's like when your parents say, "I don't mind if you drink in the house. I'd much rather you do it here."
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Actually, I think that's a nice idea, isn't it? Because it's only just across the road. They could nip over to Sachin's penthouse apartment, and they could take the pals with them.
Yeah, and Bear could film it for us.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Bear hasn't got his own medal for this. Actually, he's done great work for Guerrilla Cricket in this particular tournament. Anyway, we are finally, I think, going to see Owen Morgan climb up the one step. It's not like Wembley, 39 steps. He's going to climb up one step to receive the World Cup trophy in front of the new Warner stand. I think it is. It's a lovely stand, actually. I really like that.
I think there's something else coming first.
I think you're right. There are women holding things. I don't know what they're holding. I can't see from this distance. but we're not quite going to get the trophy yet. They're making us wait. They're making us wait. There's more applause for somebody. It's for Kane Williamson. Of course it is. Oh, he must feel absolutely devastated. Sachin Tendulkar is talking to him and he's saying, well, here, look, here's your mini World Cup. It is a mini World Cup. It's a tiny World Cup that he gets given, and he's also going to get a big watch.
The gentleman of the tournament.
No, he's so boring. He's taken the watch.
Kane Williamson has done a wonderful job of bringing this new era of New Zealand cricket to life. He couldn't be a mini BMAC. They couldn't keep doing that.
Oh, of course.
But
not,
he's led this team in his own image. Their ability to get out of any situation. And they so nearly did it. They nearly did it twice in this game. They did it in the semi-final. They snuck through the group stages, kind of falling apart at the end. Kane Williamson is named player of the tournament.
I think that's fair enough as well. I mean, he's batted beautifully. He's kept New Zealand in games where they've been falling away. He's been the mainstay of their batting.
And he's captained brilliantly in the field.
He has indeed.
The third highest run scorer, is he altogether?
Yeah, I think he was in the end. Yeah, there was.
His skippering has been superb.
Yeah, I mean, you can't believe he does look as if it's difficult to find, words. I mean, I'm not sure what you can say at this sort of situation. He ended up with 578 runs, at an average of 82.57, 250s and 200s. He's batted beautifully throughout the tournament, and he's brought New Zealand back. I mean, think about that time. They lost those games, and then he had to go and face India in the semi-final, and he brought them back from a low point to win that game. He's almost got them across the line here. I mean, phenomenal stuff from him. I just go back to this. No team deserved to lose this final. It's as simple as that. It's just been a great final for cricket, a great final for both teams to show off the talents that they've got.
My analogy is that Kane Williamson is to cricket what Jacinda Ardern is to politics, what you can be.
Well,
We are back. We are back. England are back in the field. Australia are back with the bat. And I've got the wrong scorecard up completely because I'm looking at 1948, Hendo. Which was, until today, possibly Australia's only run chase that would have been bigger of this one if they achieve it.
Even I wasn't born then, Tony.
I didn't say you were, Messrs, but I'm sure you will know the story of the game. The revised session times, 4:20 to 7 o'clock. So, there's 52 overs left. God blimey, they're going to be going some to get that in. Chris Wokes is the man who's going through some calisthenic whirling. Shall we jingle him up very quickly?
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Well, we can tell you, let me see, England win 48% according to WinViz. That's massively optimistic. What are they smoking?
I don't see that at all.
What are they smoking? Australia 34%, and the draw and or tie, which they lump together, which is equally what are they smoking question, 18%. I think that's utter horse tosh, isn't it?
Well, I think almost everything we've seen on WinViz has been utter horse tosh, hasn't it? I'm absolutely convinced that while they want us to believe that there's some scientific method to this, someone's just deciding in a room. I don't know, 48%. Let's keep England interested by saying they've got a 48% chance of winning this.
Well, Australia, they're 238 for 3. That's where they got to when the rains came. And we weren't delayed too long, but in the context of this run chase, it means that Australia need to score 146. They have 7 wickets in hand. They've theoretically got 50 overs to score 146, which would be normally a walk in any park of your choice, wouldn't it? However,
even at a sort of normal test rate of scoring, if you're chasing a target, you would expect to get, you're looking at under 3 and over, aren't you?
So why then are our chums WinViz being quite so, and as if just to waste a bit more time, there's somebody moving behind the bowler's arm that is disturbing Steve Smith, but we are now ready. Wokes has 2 slips in attendance, and that's wide of off stump, easy for Steve Smith to leave. He scratches his mark like a man possessed, and that target remains 384, but obviously remains 146 of them still to be scored. We're watching multiple replays of Ben Stokes swinging his arm as he took that catch, then bashing his thigh as he wheeled his arm round. And I think we've all come to the conclusion that it's effectively a drop, and Joel Wilson was more or less blameless. Woakes in, kept pretty low, swung a little bit, prodded into the onside. England quick about their work in the fields, no run.
I don't think there was any problem with Joel Wilson. I mean, the final decision was made upstairs by Nitin, who must have shares in Steve Smith on the basis that he gave him not out.
Well, we're watching it
but
again.
I don't think it wasn't out, and I think Stokes knew that because of his reaction almost as immediately it happened.
Nitin Menon said Menon.
He did indeed.
As he has done many times.
Oh.
You're right, Messrs.
A well-known Frenchman.
We've missed you, Tony. We've missed
Not
you.
if you aim carefully, as this one is defended nicely by Steve Smith. He's on 40. He's got Travis Head with him, who's been quick about his work. 31 for him, off just a shade over 50 deliveries. No runs since the resumption. It's wickets England need. I think they'd rather go down in flames, wouldn't they, Hendo? And
who, England?
Yeah, I think they. I don't think they want to draw either. They'd rather.
Or do you mean Australia?
No, I think Australia definitely would be happy with the draw. Oh, that beats the outside edge. Everyone's got their arms up. Chris Woakes only one arm, in a kind of a that was close, but not quite close enough way. Terrific. But didn't half move, didn't it?
Yeah,
swung away.
It's a good ball. Sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying, Tony. You're saying that Australia will go after this or not?
No, I don't think Australia will. England would do everything they possibly can to try and make it happen. And to the extent where they had to give away runs in the pursuit of wickets, I think they would still do it. Because winning is everything, drawing is not. They still lose the series, whatever, don't they? As this one's defended out into the offside by Steve Smith. So what I'm saying is England need to hunt wickets relentlessly. There's no point in them accepting a draw. Okay, they lose 3-1, not 2-1. They'd rather take the risks to do that.
Well, that would be the Baz Bat way. As we're calling it now.
Although it is Baz Ball here because it's what England are in the field.
Well, exactly. I suppose it is.
But I would disagree with you in relation to Australia. I think Australia will seek the win. I don't think they'll go recklessly.
Woakes over the wicket, worked off his legs. How many times have we said that over the course of Steve Smith's career? Remember, he averages over 90 at the Oval. Definitely his favourite playground. It's the end of the over. 238 for 3. 67 overs completed. 49 left tonight.
That's what I was saying. I think that Australia desperately want the 3-1 win because it emphasises that they've won the Ashes. I still think that they are, for some reason, I don't quite understand why, they're getting a little bit sore and unhappy about England claiming moral victory, which is obviously nonsense anyway, but it's quite entertaining that they are getting so exercised by this. But I think they just want the 3-1 because, look at it. They can then say, well, it didn't matter that it rained at Old Trafford. We've still won. Anyway, Moeen Ali, I think this is a good choice because he was bowling really well before lunch and then before the rain came along, and he should have had Steve Smith out, and he's bowling quite well to the right-hander. He's going to be bowling to the left-hander for the time being. This is his jingle.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over.
And he comes around the wicket, and that's short. And cut away by Head out to Duckett, who is riding the extra cover boundary, and they will come back for a sharp 240 as Australia move on to.
I think the worrying thing perhaps is that Ali was just getting into quite a nice rhythm when lunch came, and then so he's got to get back into a rhythm. We don't know how much pain he's in with regards to his
groinal impediments.
Yeah, exactly.
And he comes again. That's Fuller and defended by Head into the offside this time. Better balls. First one was a real loosener. It was a short wide, and I'm surprised actually Travis Head wasn't able to split the field and send that all the way. He didn't. Duckett was out there. Second ball was much fuller by Ali, as is the third one, but it's been just clipped. Maybe came off the pad. It's going to be chased, and it's going to take some catching. I don't think he's going to get there, is he? No, he's stopped it. Yes, they have stopped it between them. It's Crawley and Mark Wood. Sharp between them. They will have come back for 3 though, because that was a long old run. It was Joe Root, in fact, I beg his pardon, who really puts in a fantastic dive and just flicks it with his merest tip of his fingers. And he had Woakes for company. Joel Wilson has confirmed that it's probably leg byes. Well, he thinks it's definitely leg byes, but that's no guarantee, of course, that it actually was. Old blind Joel. Or Ray Charles, as he has been called on YouTube, given his penchant for wearing his sunglasses. 3 men around the bat for Ali. Down the track comes Smith, nudges it into the offside, sharply run. England look at each other. Broad and Moeen Ali both said, I think Moeen Ali said, I'm the one with the dodgy groin, Stuart. Stuart said, oh, well, look, it's my last game. What do you want me to be doing here? Running about? I'm saving my energy for bowling. Net result was they nearly gifted Travis Head a run. Travis Head said, well, one of them's going to go for it in a minute. I might as well stay where I am. Not good cricket all round, to be honest. Ali in again, 5th ball of the over. This one is going to get a run for Head. A little bit guided off the inside edge, out towards Dharmasena, past him, backward square, fielded by Mark Wood.
So sorry, that wasn't. It was a run. Steve Smith was the batter, and he got a run.
Well, fair enough. Well, it was sloppy. In that case, it was poor by England. They can't really afford to be giving away gifts right now. We have a slipper, leg slip, forward short leg. And that again is well run. Again it's into the offside. There's a big old gap there. Australia could just do this by nudging that ball every time and just keep taking singles.
They could, but Smith has got to take a little bit of a risk playing against the spin like that, and he's really overemphasising the opening of the blade there. I'd like to see, and I said before lunch, I'd like to see a man in at silly mid-off there, so that if he is trying that shot, there is a risk of him squeezing out a little catch.
I agree. I'm with you, Hendo. It's the end of the over anyway. 68 complete. 246 for 3. Messers.
Warren says it's going to be very appropriate if Messi's series prediction is off by 1, which is every chancer. Matt Searle, a lovely message, says as we're into the last session of the summer of real cricket, what a fantastic summer it's been, and your coverage as ever has been great. Thanks for the jingles, the banter, the camaraderie that you all bring. Best commentary team on air today by far. Thank you so much, Matt. We really appreciate that.
On that basis, could someone send me coffee every morning for the next month?
Chris Wokes back into the attack. Attempted drive by Smith. It swung away. Ben Stokes has his head in his hands. He doesn't drop that as he rather did earlier.
That was a dreadful shot, to be honest.
It was a very strange shot. Maybe though, Hendo, that was. You did say he's going to have to take some risks. He is going to have to open his shoulders a bit. That's what he was trying to do.
I think he is. I think Australia are definitely going for the 3-1 here. And I think they should. You know.
Ben Stokes is thinking, what if I'd have held that catch earlier? What if I hadn't bashed the ball against my thigh? Wokes in. Jags back in. They're going to get a single, though. No, they're not. Smith has to go back this time. Oof. It's nervy stuff. It's nervy stuff. It's nervy from Australia. It's nervy here in the studio. There's some very quiet-looking Australians at the Oval, or in the tour party. That's presumably somewhere in the midst of it all will be Merv Hughes. Took him quite high up, sort of groin height, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing
for all that Stokes has done for England this series, which has been fantastic, he has dropped 2 really crucial catches, hasn't he? Lyon at Edgbaston and Smith.
Yeah, the Lyon one was that one's. Oh, Johnny B! What was that? There's more free runs for Australia there. It did leap up, but Johnny B was in front of first slip, gloves sideways, and he basically padded it away.
Hang on. I'm just going to. If you're talking about the catch that I think you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not a fair.
I mean, to say that he's dropped 2 crucial catches, that was an extraordinarily difficult catch at Edgbaston.
It was a difficult catch, but it was
right over his head. He was diving back. He couldn't have done much more.
That would have been a worldie of a catch.
I think you're being very unfair. It's not like the catch that, say, Steve Smith dropped off Stokes at Lords before he was out.
No, it wasn't.
Nothing like that. I think that's really harsh to say that he's dropped 2. I think that one is a big mistake.
It was a
that
drop.
He's made. Well, barely a drop.
Yeah,
barely a drop in my opinion.
Yes, let's as well. Wait, that's swing and a miss past the outside edge. Through it goes to Bairstow. This time takes it cleanly. Stuart Broad has got his arms folded, his hat pulled down over his eyes, He's thinking, well, I don't have any wickets yet. This is not the goodbye I was expecting.
I mean, I think that catch, my opinion of that catch, Messi, is the kind of catch that you maybe take 1 in 10. It was that difficult to catch. He was running backwards.
But it might have won you the match, though. It might well have won you the match.
It would have probably won you the match, but I still think it was incredibly
Wokes. It's going to be in too. Travis Head, who drives, but he drives straight to Stuart Broad, who's at mid-off, and there's no run.
I mean, we have seen some pretty simple catches go down, and I think you would have to look at that. I don't think you can pull up Ben Stokes and say, oh, well, England might have won this series if he'd taken those 2 catches. I mean, I suppose technically that's true of the first test. They probably would have won it. But, when you think of some of the things that have gone down, Johnny Bairstow, Pat Cummins has dropped a couple.
Mm.
There've been 1 or 2 bad spills, haven't there?
Wokes.
Oh, absolutely.
Clipped off his legs. That's really guided away past mid-on. Moeen Ali's after
struggling, isn't he?
He's not going to get there. He's not the man you want racing after a ball.
Ooh.
He touches his groin when he gets there, but the ball beats him by quite a bit. And his Australia advanced by 4, and the runs required decrease by 4.
I'm imagining that Moeen Ali has got some sort of mechanical device holding his groin together,
I think it's called a truss.
I think
obviously
Yes,
not a Liz
yes.
truss, but a truss of some kind. If you're relying on Liz truss to hold your groin together, you're in serious bloody trouble.
You
Let's
really
say
wouldn't want
that.
her anywhere near your groin, would you? Let's be honest.
Well, no, almost certainly
or the
not.
nation's finances, to be fair.
No, Messers. Anyway,
Warren says, hoping that Wai Pom hasn't been doomed by the typhoon that has hit Beijing.
Oh yes, he
I
was
didn't
out there, wasn't he?
realise.
That's right. Yeah.
Leah says, first Ashes win in England for over 20 years is within reach of
Yes, all
coming.
right. Yes, all right. You'd have to remind us.
was it 2001? The last one, wasn't it?
About it as it is.
Yeah.
It was.
She says, I feel like I'm witnessing an obscene history.
Moeen Ali still has those 3 men around the bat. Onto the back foot goes Smith. Pushes it out to backward square. Mark Wood does the fielding. It's 1 more. Well, I think we say off the target rather than on the score. Obviously, it is both.
You've got to. Moeen has got to bring both these players forward. He can't allow them to go back at all.
132 now. It should be the target, shouldn't it? 252 for 3. Round the wicket comes Ali to Travis Head. He strokes it quite pleasantly, but straight to Ben Stokes, who is there and in the cover, very quite short cover, and is looking to cut off that particular cut shot of Travis. This one's in, stroked again, straight once more to short cover, where Harry Brook now also appears to be in some discomfort.
He was off for a little while, wasn't he? Didn't come back on with the team.
Well, he's wearing his pads as if he'd from having been in at forward short leg, but he's out a bit further out now where he doesn't need them. That's easily stroked away by Head. They amble, the comfortablest of singles. Harry Brook went down. He caught it on the side of just above the knee when he went down, and that clearly did hurt a bit. It'll be just a nasty bit of bruising, though. There's nothing overly concerning about that. Then all the fielders come in. Oh, that one jags back. No, says Joel, shaking his head. No,
It's a good ball.
no
by
real
Moeen.
interest. It was a good ball.
It's a good ball, but it's almost certainly going down the leg side because it's hit him more or less in front and it is turning. But that's exactly where he's got to be. Maybe just a little bit wider. Try and find the gap between bat and pad.
Very, very good ball. Really nipped back from Moeen Ali. That's what they want to see to a right-hander.
Lovely drift as well.
Steered towards short mid-wicket again by Smith. End of Ali's over. None for 40 for him. 253 for 3. Australia.
Gentleman Thug says, point of order, gents. The Ray Charles meme was my work.
All right. We're not taking credit for it, to be honest.
I didn't think we stole. We didn't. No, we weren't
deliberately steal it.
Nicking it. We were merely reciting it or reprising it.
Farong's never one to let go of his bone. He says, very foolish by Angry Bun in not bowling Mr. Versatility this series. Must be saving him for the Indian tour. Shame, shame, shame.
Is this Duckett he's after or Brook? Which is one of the two, isn't it?
Duckett.
Oh,
Duckett.
Yes.
What's the official finishing time? 7:30, but it might go on longer because the 15 overs for the last hour will.
Yeah, but the last hour starts
predicate-
at 6:30 though, so I think that still means
but the
7:30
15
cut-off.
overs will go beyond 7:30. still.
Ah, I'm with you, yes. Chris Wokes again. And that's cut very pleasingly indeed out towards Ben Duckett. 85 from 127 balls, the partnership between these two, which is good, brisk progress, and certainly the progress of a team that, as you've been saying, Endo, does want to make this score 3-1. Put to bed all discussion of what's a moral victory when you've actually not won. That ball from Moeen Ali
turning a long way
would turn so
Whoa.
much. It would have yeah, it was turned from
It
about
missed
what
in every respect.
it did. It was almost like ball of the century turn, only the opposite direction, being the off spinner rather than the leg spinner. That's well defended by Steve Smith off his off stump out towards mid wicket again. No run. 4 balls left. Yes, sorry, Masters, go on.
I was going to say, I'm virtually certain, given what's happened so far this series, that there is a whole lot more drama left in the next couple of hours.
You would think so. It's been a series that's had more than its share of drama. It'd be a shame if it fizzled out to a draw, but that looks pretty unlikely the way Australia are going about their work. Chris Wokes is in to Steve Smith, who drops the bat, looks for a single, heads looking for a single, but it's straight to Moeen Ali, who's pretty short there at cover. You certainly don't want him chasing after a ball again, because he was limping and labouring down to that boundary. You've really got to save him to try and bowl those sharply turning off breaks and have someone else that does the chasing after the balls in the field, I think. Wokes is going to be
Can
in
a
again.
fielder have a runner?
From the pavilion end. Worked off his legs by Steve Smith. Backward of square. Down to Jimmy Anderson, who's fielding in that position. Shocking, really, series for him. You really think, to be honest, that he will look at this series now, regardless of the result today, and the fact that he's lost his mucker, and think, probably, is that me done? I would expect it.
I don't know. I mean, I think if he's because I think he's one of those people who, like a batsman just lives to get runs. He lives to take wickets, and I think
he does. Well, living to try and take wickets now desperately is Chris Wokes, who has bowled beautifully, but that's not quite so well bowled. It's short and pulled out to Mark Wood at deep square. Should restrict them to just the one. Woody's looking grumpy. England are looking concerned. It's ooh. Did he overstep there?
No, I don't think so.
Chris
No,
Wokes?
no.
He fielded that pretty well, did Mark Wood, to be fair.
I don't really see the point of anyone trying to bounce Travis Head apart from Mark Wood.
No.
And Wokes did there, and he's hit it cleanly. Okay, he's got one, but he could have got 4 for it. I really don't think he plays that shot well when it's not threatening him.
The 2 slips are down.
Very
That's defended back to the bowler by Smith. It's the end of that Wokes over. Still the 2 wickets for him. 31, 256 for 3. The target reduced to 128, Messrs.
I was going to say it's a really good pitch, this, isn't it? Dave Wood says, I get the impression Joel Wilson is very superstitious.
Stevie
Barish.
Wonder, I get it. Very good.
Brown Barish says, G'day nerds, before I forget, I predicted a 3-1-1 Australia win when I
That's
was by
better.
Hendo. Not bad for a sepper. Well, it may be, or it may be way off. You never know. My thanks to you all for a great call all series long, and my thanks for allowing me to sleepily poke my head in and read tweets. We love having you when you're with us, Brian. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, to be fair, Brian, I forecast that it would be 0-0. And every game would be tied.
Are you sure you weren't talking about Wimbledon then?
Hey,
Not
no, well, that would
England.
be 0-1 or 1-2.
Well, that's true. Normally with a 96-minute goal.
96-minute winner, yeah.
Quite a deep conversation going on between Joel Wilson and Ben Stokes there. I'm not entirely sure what it's about. Is he having to bowl spinners? Has some concern about that? Shouldn't he? Should there?
No, well, I think he's trying to get through the new ball, but he's also thinking that Ali was bowling pretty well before we went off first for lunch and then for the rain.
Oh, Joel Wilson puts his arm out to stop Moeen Ali. Travis Head's inspecting the field. Joe Root's got 2 caps on. Presumably one of them is Mo's.
And don't forget, Ali should have already had the wicket of Smith.
Round the wicket comes Moeen Ali. Oh, that's slapped by head, half stopped by Stokes, who then has to scamper after it. And they will come through for just a single. 257 for 3. 127. The target. It's coming down, it's coming down. One ball in to the 72nd over. So Moeen Ali, I mean, if Moeen Ali is really turning it, you know, do they take the new ball? I guess they have to. And he comes, defended off the back foot by Smith. You always think he's stepping back onto his stumps. Can Moeen Ali find that shooter? But he just always seems to be able to play that.
Well, he just lets
doesn't seem to ever get him out, does he?
He's well balanced. He's not sort of trying to get his pad out of the way because he's already done that. He lets the ball come right into him.
They've fucked up. Instead of 52 overs, it's 47 overs. That's what they were just telling Stokes.
Oh, right. Forward.
Right.
Forward comes Smith. Ali again, who's keen.
What a shit show, eh?
Yeah, it hasn't been the best. It hasn't been. The umpires haven't covered themselves with glory, have they? In this
Reality is, I don't think that overly affects
no
the way the game is currently going. That's nudged around the corner. They're going to take the single. They're going to hurry it. And there might be overthrows here.
For fuck's sake.
It hasn't gone all the way for 4. No, I don't think it has. It will have been fielded down there. England looking a little concerned, a little ragged, a little wild. It's not going the way they need it to go. Ben Stokes it was who threw on the turn. They were indecisive.
He's pretty clever to know that he should go to the non-striker's end there.
Yeah, no, he did the right thing. England were lucky it didn't go for 4 buzzers though. Travis Head's going to take strike. There's a slip for him. Drives straight to short cover. No run. It's 53 miles an hour. Quite loopy. Giving it some air is Mo.
The question is, who's he going to give the new ball to? Is it going to be Wood and Broad?
I would say Wood and Broad. There's a shout.
Shout.
A very optimistic shout, because that looked to me like it was going quite a long way down leg. Quite apart from height.
I don't know that it was. It may have been pitching outside leg, but
Moeen Ali doesn't look. No, he's shaking his head, going, "I don't think so, Skip." Harry Brooks coming.
They've only got 9 overs, 9 seconds. Last chance. He's having another go with Ali. No, they're not going to go for it.
No, righto, Mo. They say we'll trust you. Trust you to be our number 3 batsman. We trust you to be our frontline spinner. We're going to trust your decision, or your decision that would have been not out. Right, Chris Woakes again is trying to keep getting some life out of this old ball. 258 for 3 Messers.
Matt Searle says, cometh the hour, cometh the Jimmy. Now is the time for Jimmy to finally play in a winning Ashes test for the first time in 8 years.
Yeah.
Moeen Ali is Robocock, says Muttley. Bagger Cans disagrees with Messi. This pair have all but taken the drama out of this fixture, drifting inexorably towards an easy Australian victory. But, you know, every time that seemed the case, something has changed during this series.
Well, it needs to change, and it needs to change quick for England. Chris Woakes, the man charged with trying to make that change happen. He still has 2 slips next to Johnny B. Swings a little bit, and again just guided into the onside. No run this time though.
Going to have a look at this. Is there a little inside edge? No. Oh, this could be. We're looking at this front. This is going to be close, you know.
Oh, let's have a look.
This is going to be
Pitches
close.
in line.
It's the back pad.
Impact in line.
Oh,
missing.
Really?
Just over the top of leg. I did think height was an issue as well as just. I thought it was also sliding down. It probably wouldn't have slid down, but it was given as too high. Well, that's a relief at least. Woakes in.
Yeah.
Decent bounce and carry, but taken and left by Smith through to Bairstow.
There's been a few DRSs that have surprised me as to how high that they've predicted them going. I think Murphy had one in the last innings too.
Yeah, I sometimes think that's a fault, if you like, of Hawkeye. I sometimes think that it looks, you know, to the naked eye as if it would hit, and I, you know, sometimes think you should trust the naked eye a little bit more, and then it's suddenly going over the top. Just seem weird sometimes.
126 is what is left for Australia to score. That's defended back to Woakes by the former Australian captain, Steve Smith. 384 the target, 126 is what is left to score. That 1948 test was at Headingley. Australia got 404 for 3 to chase down their target there. Arthur Morris 182, Lindsay Hassett 17, and inevitably Don Bradman 173 not out. Driven sweetly away through cover. It wasn't a great ball. Smith just stroked that imperiously away, and it's 4 more.
I'm 4. Have you met me before?
It would be a historic win, for sure. 26. You gave these figures yesterday, I think, or maybe this morning, Endo. I know.
Yesterday, yeah.
26 times a team's been set 300 or more at the Oval. Nobody has done it ever. 16 defeats, 10 draws in those 26. But Australia are looking well set here, and that's driven straight to extra cover this time by Smith, who's cross with himself. He thinks he should have bisected cover and extra cover there, and he's really giving himself a good talking to.
Colin is.
Do you think?
Go on.
Do you think he listens?
To himself? Who knows?
Yes.
He's also, his head was quite twitchy as well. He was twitching his head like a sort of a angry cockerel. Odd manoeuvre, but then so much he does is odd. Woakes defended into the ground by Smith. Straight to Harry Brook at short mid wicket. No run.
Suter Who says, "Come on, Hendo, let's not be a DRS doubter. That's for the Indians to do." Well, yes and no. I mean, I think you have to, abide by it and you accept it. But sometimes you look at things and you think, really? And that's not just.
That doesn't feel right.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's nothing to do with which side you're supporting. It's to do with just having played cricket and watched cricket for a long time, and
But yes, I completely take your point. But what you and I are sitting 9 inches apart, looking at the same screen, and to me it never quite felt like it looked like a wicket, and yet to you it did. I mean, I'm not saying one is right and one is wrong. I'm just shows how different people can see things. This one's cut.
It's probably
by head. Oh dear. There is a man though riding that deep cover boundary. It's Mark Wood. For some reason we keep seeing Nasser Hussain.
Yeah, I don't know why we
and
need.
Mike is that Mike Atherton just disappearing?
Self-indulgent Sky stuff going on at the moment as the commentators congratulate themselves on what great cricketers they were.
Possibly. It's not going back to the 2001 series, is it? Because that would be the relevant one. 3 men around the bat. Down the track comes Smith. Tip and run, really. Tipped out to mid-on. What's that
I've
for?
just had a bet come in. I bet
good.
At 13-2 that Smith and Khawaja would both get 50s in this innings.
Well, he's just got one.
This
is 39th Test 50 in 102 matches alongside 32 hundreds. And it will...
It's 50 and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50 and you know you should be glad.
Comes Ali. Travis Head's edge taken. Head has finally gone. England have that breakthrough. The crowd are on their feet. Moeen Ali is getting the high five, so he should. Straight, was it Harry Brook that took that? I think it was, wasn't it? I might need to see it again. Doesn't matter. It was very, very safely pouched. I don't know. It wouldn't have been Brook.
It would have been, presumably it's Root, isn't it?
Well, let's have a look.
It's gone a long way.
It's going to be. It's Joe Root, of course it is. Straight to him. He doesn't drop it. He runs away, Alan Shearer style, one arm aloft. And it's 4 down for Australia.
So much for no more drama. I give that wicket to Bag of Cans.
Why?
Why?
Because he said this pair have taken all the drama out of the fixture, drifting inexorably towards
good work. Good work.
Bag of Cans, where are you? Just keep those coming.
You absolute hero.
Keep them coming. The bear's appearing. He's looming.
Oh, we're going to let Russ in, have we? Let me have a look.
Orsinely Loomy way.
We did talk about whether he would be back tonight, and I guess he wasn't.
He's massively off-brand because he's drinking a San Miguel when he absolutely should be drinking some closer play. Cabsav.
Have you still got the light roller locked in the green room?
Yeah, he's there.
We have, yes.
Yeah, he's just tweeted, "We need to bowl more shit."
Well, he is wearing a shit takes wickets t-shirt.
He is.
And a very proud wearer of it he is. I mean, we should say to people, get our merchandise. It's your last opportunity, or it's our last opportunity to remind you for a while. So go to merch on GorillaCricket.com. You find lots of lovely t-shirts, including the one I'm wearing, the Missing in Action Ben Folkes one, which is an absolute cracking design.
New man to the crease, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. It will probably slide straight off them because they are very downwardly slopey. It is, of course, this fella.
He's not Jeff, he's not Sean, he's not Rob.
Oh, that'll be the end of my commentary stint. Just waiting for this jingle to finish.
Now, Mitchell Marsh quite fancies mowing, which could be fun.
Yeah.
There's enough of that.
Might need to wait until after the game before he does anything about it, though, one would hope.
Well done, Moeen. I mean, I think he's bowled well, considering all things considered.
In comes Moeen Ali. Forward comes the slopey-shouldered one. Out to mid-wicket.
I think England get one
No
more
run.
wicket and it becomes really interesting.
Well, it doesn't it
One
just?
more wicket, because Mitchell Marsh is
Doesn't
another
it
of those
just?
guys who can take it away from you pretty quickly.
Moeen Ali again. Swept by Marsh. There's nobody out there. That's past square leg all the way for 4 runs. He's only got one thing in mind. Played that beautifully, actually, didn't he? Big old forward stride. Wasn't the best ball Moeen Ali's bowled after he's just taken that wicket, that's for sure.
The Jersey Jingler says, I'm summoning the spirits by repeating a walk around the same lake when I was listening to the Stokes Miracle of 2019.
Oh, good try, good
Ooh,
try.
that's one way of doing it. That's not a bad shout. 116 Australia need. That's going to be under 100 in a heartbeat. Let's have a look at Moeen Ali's field. He has the 3 men around the bat. He has 2 men on the leg side, sort of deep square and sort of deep, sort of backward square. So clearly they're trying to shut off that supply line for the sweep, and also the hope that Marsh may. He's swept again. This time I believe there should be somebody there. Yes, there is. It's the Woodster.
Well, just before I go, just say that Harry Atkinson has sent us £2 super chat to celebrate Moeen's wicket. So
Thank you, Hattie.
That's very kind of you, Hattie. We are very, very grateful indeed. 269.44.
And a chance for you to give us money via Patreon. I will remind you how to do it.
It's me,
Tony
isn't it?
Farong is next.
Oh, fabulous. Righty-ho.
Oh, there's lots of opportunities to support the Gorillas. Patreon or buy some merch and enter the GPL. We got the comms, you got the ears. Give us lots of money. No Michael Vaughan and no KP. You can spare us some money.
Go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Choose either $2, $5, or $10 per month to keep us going. You know it's a bargain.
You know it's a bargain. Look at that. Super chatters. You could have entered the GPL, which will be live. If Australia win, someone's going to get it. Wokes is in to Mitch Marsh, who defends that square on the offside. Out to Woody, and there's no run. Skane's going backwards and forwards. We've got a wicket before the new ball came. Great, if we want to take the new ball. And still over 120, well, just over 120 required. No, just under 120 now
116.
required. Yeah. Get another one before 100, and then it's really fucking...
Yeah, I'm with you. It's going to be interesting. Still, my money's on Australia. WinViz has finally caught up with us to realise that as well.
Well, I think if Smith goes, things change dramatically, don't they? Wokes is in. Pulled! Out to a vacant backward square leg for 4 runs. Damn, man. I've got so much nervous energy, it's ridiculous.
Well, the inflatable kangaroo is getting a bit of an airing, being bounced around amongst those Aussie fans.
I'm still going to go for a run out. I'm determined there's going to be one in this series, and I want to get it at 33-1.
Really don't see the point of dropping the ball short to Smith. So not
No,
if you're
I
Chris
don't
Wokes.
really at all. I think you bowl on that. You bowl in the channel, hope you get one to move, and he goes at it and gets a nick. It's probably the best way, or one that darts back. That's defended out to cover, and there's no run. Methodist Smith will run out. Give it some. We're going to have £5 on that, and then we're going to go for under for the fall of the next wicket. And hope that they both come in. Wokesy up to the crease, bowls. That's defended by Smith out to the offside, and there's no run. 300. What are they on? 274. 26 of 25 and a half runs.
How are your nerves, Russ?
Well, they're all right.
I wouldn't have expected you to say much else. I've got to be honest.
Well, you got to think with the pig there, you've got a good chance, surely.
Well, I think I'm creating a good chance. I actually took a little nap before because it started to rain and because it's really freaking late. And so I've seen all 4 wickets to fall. And
Wokes is in, and it's defended back down the track by Smith, and there is no run.
I managed to do that even though I was watching the Australian women play football earlier. So that implies that I'm the bad karma for Australia here. And
that's good. You stay there. You stay right there, Russ. Then.
Yeah, but that's already reverse psychology. By admitting to it,
no,
you're essentially saying that I am that. Therefore, I won't be that. I know the way his mind's working. It's very devious.
Edged, gone! Oh my word! Piggy Smith has gone. That's the one, and he's edged it through to the keeper. Stokesy's catch has not cost for that much, only probably 12 runs. He's the man that England wanted out. Suddenly it's 2-7-4 for 5. This game is so on.
Oh, shitty shit. This is really fucking bad.
Great ball, by the way.
Great ball.
Just enough movement.
I thought it'd gone down into the ground. I wonder why everyone was going into catch.
Crawley
it's
took
Crawley
it.
again. He's got a few blinders. And it is that thing where batters are scoring runs, they catch the catches. And Smith goes. I thought he would look as safe as houses. But, oh my word.
Tell you what, Moeen Ali suddenly forgot his groin. He was off
yeah,
like a shot.
Well, I keep saying groins aren't as bad. You know, they come and go quite quick. And it's only the real long stretch. I mean, I bowl with a groin strain. You just shorten your step a little bit and play through it. And once you're warm, it's all right. It's when you stop that it's all painful.
For wrong, I will quickly catch up on a few then. When feeling a tad nervous or a touch of the squeaky bum, hopefully you're like me and can reach for a bottle of rum. I don't know if that was meant to be poetic, but it has come across like that quite nicely. Mike Taylor. Right, this is all too depressingly inevitable, but no! I'm cracking open a beer and investing a massive emotional energy into willing a monumental Broad Jimmy Ashes swan song. Come on!
Well, I don't think you're going to need Anderson.
Well, you've got Wokes who's doing the damage at the moment. Wokes and Moeen.
Exactly.
Shit, it's working! Come on again, says Mike Taylor.
Yeah.
Muttley says...
Is that walking around the
Be
room?
right back! Griselda has bound in another gift. I just caught the wicket. I don't know who Griselda... Who's Griselda, Muttley? Is that your dog? Or your wife?
No
or
idea.
a friend? Or is Griselda supposed to be one of the players? I'm a bit lost.
Next man in is... And he's no, he's not facing up to... Because that was the end of the last ball of the over. First ball of the next over is Moeen Ali to Mitch Marsh. Defending non-side, there's no run. Now I think, what did I say in the green room? 2 wickets before the new ball was due. And now we have the choice of whether to take the new ball or
Well,
not.
this is a point which I'll hold.
Moeen tosses that up, tempting the drive. It's driven hard. It's down to mid-off, and there is no run. It's all very... Right, I'm going run out again. I'm going run out, and then under for...
You're going for a run out. There hasn't been a run out all series.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. There will be one. Some crazy run out. Just knocked into the leg side and there's no run. Maybe there won't be one, but at 170 quid it's worth a punt. And then I also do under for the fall of the next wicket, and if that comes in then it doesn't really matter because they both basically...
I did hear my most niche stat driving in here today. I'll tell you that in a minute. I think I might have already told you, Bear, but it would have been in the green room.
Oh, yes. No, I think you said it on air as well.
Yeah. No, I didn't say it on air.
What, the one about...
Headingley, first time ever in a test match that no 3 was scored. Bizarre, isn't it? What a niche stat that is.
That is a really niche stat. That's worked into the leg side. There's a short leg behind square.
I can't claim credit for it either. It was Andy
Zaltzman, wasn't
Zaltzman. It was.
Yes.
Once of this parish, of course. So we can sort of half claim it.
Messi Jez, your $5 Australian dollars is not going to work as that one. Oh, they're going to appeal for coins.
He's got him!
Oh my word! Inside edge. Moen's doing the business. Inside edge onto pad. Amazing catch by Bairstow, who's rediscovered his keeping gloves. Mitch Marsh walks on, doesn't even wait for the umpire. Suddenly Australia are 274 for 6. Messi Jez wants Russ to get away from the mic. Step away from the mic.
No, stay there. Stay there, Russ.
Get Russ away from the mic. That's Australian $5. It's not enough money, I'm afraid, Messi. If you want him away from the mic.
Yeah, good. Big inside edge.
Big
onto
inside
pad,
edge.
wasn't it?
Oh, why am I playing a 4 jingle? That's completely wrong.
No, don't. You're all getting all flustered
I'm
there.
getting all
Calm down.
flustered. It's all
Calm
very
down, lad.
exciting. Let's one of these. What can I do?
Please fuck off, you useless twat.
That was a random one I just picked off, but it had fuck off in it, so I thought I'd go for it.
Highly appropriate.
Messi's betting on Australia to lose by more than 80. He's got it in the bag at this point.
Oh, yeah, it's got 11 to 1, didn't you, on that, Messi?
More dodgy Mooney Pons reverse psychology going on there again.
Well, suddenly 3 wickets have fallen in no time at all. And the weather, look, blue sky, mate.
It gives a whole new meaning to doing a Mooney. What it now means is you're basically using that weird reverse psychology trick.
So now we got Mitch Stark, Pat Cummins.
Doesn't matter. Look how well they batted in Australia's first innings. They put on plenty. Look what Todd Murphy can do. He's the ultimate no mug with the bat.
They didn't face a new ball though, did they?
But will they take the new ball?
I
The ball is
now,
massively turning for Moeen Ali.
Yeah, but it will still turn with a new ball. It'll be harder. It'll get an inside edge and that'll be fine. But you can still get. Well, they might not do. It depends. It's
not convinced, Bear.
Still
We'll wait and see.
They might not do, but they'll have the option when if things don't.
What would you do, Russ? New ball or no new ball?
I would take the new ball. I think unless they think it's still moving enough for Works to keep going.
Well, the thing is,
the
with
issue for
Moeen bowling
Australia
at
is-
one end, their best 2 bowlers have been Broad and Wokes, so they can get this spell out of Wokes probably 6 overs, and then they can probably get 6 overs out of Broad and still have Moeen going at the other end. Moeen would have forgotten about his groin strain now. Everyone's around the bat as Carey faces up. We've got a slip, we've got a gully, we've got a silly mid off.
Ordington.
And that's just defended by Stark into the onside. There's no run. The thing is, if Stark tries to counter-attack, he might get a couple of 6s and then spoon one up in the air to someone.
Well, absolutely. Bag of cans TV. Still a foregone conclusion. Marsh is going to wield the long handle and reduce the target in double quick time. Well, bag of cans, you've done it again.
You have.
Keep it going, son.
Yeah,
we're
big
loving it.
inside edge.
We are loving it.
Great catch by Bairstow. Great reactions, to be fair.
Paul
The
Marshall.
current rate of wicket falling, Australia will in fact lose before the new ball anyway. So I'm not sure what
There he
what
goes
the real
again.
issue we're discussing is here.
There he
you're
goes
trying
again.
it. You're trying it, Russ. It's just not working.
It's the Mooney Pons mind games all over
No,
again.
I'm just quoting statistics. We've lost 1 wicket every over for the last 3 overs.
Since you've
There's
been on,
4 overs
basically.
till a new ball.
Since you arrived.
Essentially,
That's
exactly
why you've got to
since
stay there.
I've woken up.
Finally, something has gone England's way. Did I just do the unders?
Paul Marshall did say the new ball will decide the match. If it brings a couple of quick wickets, Aussie are in trouble. Well, it's looking interesting. What
It's
else?
already at the point for me that Australia is going to probably roll the dice and hope that they win. No? There's no real betters left.
Well,
Well,
Carey
Carey.
can bat and Stark can bat. They're defended by Carey out to the offside. And there is no. I mean, this is the thing. If they start now trying to go in their shell because they're still 110 runs behind, with only 4 wickets left now, I think that also becomes problematic, doesn't it? Once you start going in shell, everyone can get around the bat. You don't try and play any aggressive shots. Suddenly you do, and it all goes horribly wrong. I'm still going for a run out.
No, they may as well try and win. They've still got plenty of time.
Yeah, true. Wokes in. Carey works it into the leg side. He wants 2. Stark says no, and they won't go for 2. Damn, I've got a run out still. Are they going to give me a fall of the next wicket? 290, they're saying now. England fans looking happy in the crowd. The sun has come out in South London temporarily. I just think with a new ball you'll get a bit more zip off the surface probably. It's harder, it's faster. Look at that. It's similar to England's innings actually. Everyone in the top order got a decent score.
Carey's another one without the proper footwear on. What's going on?
None of them got the proper footwear in those photos.
It's embarrassing.
That's because they were done in front of a green screen, and probably someone in the production office said, "No, you can't wear spikes, man."
Photoshop them out.
Well, you could Photoshop them out. Photoshop boots on them, you mean? Wokes is edged, gone. Stark has driven, and that has gone to the slips, and another wicket bites the dust. England suddenly rocking through this. 275 for 7. Stark's driven at 1. It's gone across him. He's got an edge. You're right, Russ. 1 and over. They might not make it.
Tony thinks I'm having it on. I've had every prediction bang on since I've been on. I'm not sure what the problem is here.
Crawley again. That's 3 in this innings, isn't it?
Russ is the new Shelley.
Yes, well
Russ
done.
is the new Shelley.
Russ is the Shelley for Australia.
He is.
You're Australian Sherry.
Next Ashes, I'm going to have to bear these things in mind tactically when I'm
Yeah.
doing rotors. If we
Well,
need Australian wickets, Russ is your man.
That's you're going to have to change the rotor whoever wins the toss, basically, aren't you?
Exactly.
Suddenly, from needing about 140 with 7 wickets in hand, they've now only got 3 wickets left and still need 110. It's all suddenly gone wrong for Australia. As Wokes has ripped into them. Has Marvin got 2?
Again, you see, would you take the new ball? They've just
Well,
literally.
you don't need to, but I mean, the point is, if you want it, it's going to be available, isn't it? If someone just sticks in.
Personally, I wouldn't. If it ain't broke.
No.
If it ain't broke.
I couldn't get under for that one.
And it's very much unbroke at the moment for England because this whole ball is doing plenty. Keep it. That's what I say.
It is indeed. And suddenly England are massively on a roll, and Australia have just fallen apart.
There's still some twists and turns, Bear. There always are. This series has just been full of them.
Well, you got to think Todd Murphy and Hazelwood don't last long, do they? So these two have got to last a very long period of time. Well, no, I mean Murphy was fine when he was slapping it around, trying to get quick runs. But does that happen when you're trying to, facing losing a test and you're still miles behind?
I think so, because I think he doesn't have any other way.
And then eventually he gets out. He's got to get 50 or 60 doing that, surely. Maybe he will, who knows?
Maybe he'll induce panic into England.
Cummins facing up to Wokes. Oh, Christ, I don't know how he didn't get anything on that.
Don't JC, old ball, don't
Through
get rid
to
of
the
it.
keeper and there's no run. And Wokes is bowling 86 miles an hour. His adrenaline is pumping. He's got 4 for 41. He's got a chance to get a 5-fer. He's bowled extraordinarily well, hasn't he, Wokes, in this series? And we're all a bit like, what is he doing in the squad at the beginning of the series? But he came in at Headingley, and him and Woody made the difference. Woody hasn't bowled yet. Broad hasn't bowled yet. Jimmy should be put in a glue factory, let's be honest.
I don't know. No, that would be Mark Wood that would be put in a glue factory.
Well, Jimmy too.
Not that we really would ever wish that on him.
Of course. But Wokes in. Driven at by Cummins. Half stopped at backward point by Moeen. I don't know. There is someone out there. It'll be 2 runs. And suddenly South London is bathed in sunshine.
Cometh the hour, cometh the Australian captain. What do you reckon, Russ?
You going to give him out?
Am I going? Well, not in this over. We've already had a wicket in this over.
Right.
There is but 11 more minutes in my stint. So I'm sure he'll have time to do
Oh,
something.
but didn't we tell you we've just changed the way? You've got to stay on. We're not changing you.
I'm going for the run.
We're not taking you.
Where's
You're
the
like the old
sign
ball.
that
You're the equivalent of the old ball. We don't want to change you at the moment. Why would we ever
Take
do
a
that?
30-minute break, and
No,
then I'll
no.
come back and
Lord,
you can
no.
take some wickets when Australia just starts to make you a little bit nervous.
Okay, fair enough.
Wokes in. Tries to work it into the leg side as Cummins. Come on, I want you to run one of these stupid ones. I've gone for a run out again, by the way.
You're just determined to actually somehow make it happen, aren't you?
I'd just love it if it did. It'd be brilliant.
Well, I don't think we mind how they come. Right, some messages. The Light Roller says, I'm taking that last X back. I think he's talking about what used to be the artist that formerly known as Tweets.
It is the Light Roller.
We know it's the Roller. It says the Light Roller.
But
There
he's
he is.
next door and he said he's the Light Roller.
Well, then, okay. He doesn't, okay. Well, whatever. Bowling, good deliveries might do the job here. Yes, you never know. Mike Taylor. Another! That one happened while I was pissing. I must keep pissing. Keep drinking, keep drinking. And that's easy. I've got shitloads of beer in. I'm going to neck it like a mother. Do it. Hombre Nuevo says, goodbye, Piggy. Oh, that must be fairly old now. Jersey Jingler. God damn it, Bear. Play my Alex Carey jingle or I'm going on strike.
Who's that?
Jersey Jingler.
Oh, God.
Griselda is Muttley's cat. This was yesterday, having enclosed a lovely picture of Griselda. It's every fucking day lately. She brings in a bird, waits by the front door for me to free it. I'm sure she thinks it's a new game. Doesn't help that the neighbours have bird feeders. Griselda thinks it's her personal smorgasbord.
Well, Carey's going to face up. Moeen's going to bowl around the wicket. Gets right forward and defends that back to the track zone. And I crowd him as well. Right, Alex Carey, Richard Peel, Alex Carey, cheat. Okay, I get your point. I shall get it in and I will play it as that's defended back down the track and there is no run. I might have done that already actually, but yeah, I have. So I must have put it in there. I will get it out. Moeen is coming around the wicket to Carey. Tosses it up. Ooh, gets forward, defends it. Out to the covers, and there is no run. Keep talking. I'm trying to find a jingle.
You mean start talking?
What's going on here?
We will do. I can pop in another. Pirate Badshaw said, considering Azort's cricket recently pilfered my long-standing suggestion of Curtis Camphor as a one-man testudo formation to describe Labuschagne, I have no problem with the Bishop pilfering his stats.
Okay. Import audio.
Oh, that's nice.
Swept. All the way down to...
It's going to go...
4 runs.
Yeah.
Down behind square, long leg, really fine leg probably. It's one of these.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Played that beautifully, Russ, didn't he?
Yeah, Carey's sweeps make me very nervous. Even and he plays them religiously, as we saw, particularly on the Indian tour, to spin.
What's Jack Leach wearing?
A hoodie?
No, it's not. It looks like some sort of, I don't know, weird piece of military gear. I'm sure it wasn't.
Swept again. I put a man on the 45 as he goes down. It's going to come back. Are we going to get a run out? No, we're not going to get a run out. It's going to be a single. Don't come back for 2. Okay, I found the jingle that you're asking for.
It's not cheating, but it's wrong just the same. When you go against the spirit of the game, you know it's all that you'll be remembered for. After the appeal, you could have withdrawn. You would man-cat a ball under arm. Spirit of the game. You'd sledge Bluey, who means you know.
Bit of Norman Greenbaum, right?
And even if your mom came at the bat, you'd whip off the bales and scream, how is that? Oh, Alex Carey, you're a cheating twat.
Whoa, I like that. That's brilliant. Well done. Thank you for sending that in.
Spirit in the sky. That is genius.
Cummins just defended that into mid-wicket and there is no run. How it all started was Travis Head driving at one, got an outside edge caught in the slits by Rooty.
Had that been an English batsman, we'd have been all over them for irresponsibility and carelessness.
And finally, Piggy Smith edged one. And then
Johnny
Mitch
B,
Marsh,
to his credit, took that magnificently.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Inside edge onto back and pad and bounced off the body. Really well caught by Johnny B. And then another one from Wokes across Stark, who had a big drive at one and got an outside edge.
They're all good deliveries. Even Head, they turned quite sharply out of the rough.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it's 5th day track, isn't it? So maybe you could say it's right at the end of the 4th day, only beginning of 5th day because of the time lost yesterday. But I mean, it's right at the end of the game type track. Oh, look, there's going to be a run out.
No, there isn't.
Get in there, Duckett, for fuck's sake. Could have easily run him out. It was just dropped out of the offside. Cummins' hair down the other end, and Carey just wasn't looking, and Duckett was just being an idiot.
It's his modus operandi generally, Bear, isn't it? Even by his own admission. He has said in the past, isn't he? He can be quite dopey.
Yeah,
and
well,
struggles with concentration. I think that does relate to earlier stages of his career, not the way he is now.
Yeah.
He's certainly nailing on that opening slot. If only he could just learn to leave a bit, Russ.
Well, I don't think he does. If he averages 42 for the rest of his career and scores his 41 and 42 every innings, I think I'd be happy. Carey is going to not face. Yeah, he's going to face. What happened? Was that the end of the over? There's one ball left, so Cummins probably wants to get this going.
No, there's 5 balls left in the over. Australia's got a whole over without losing a wicket.
Oh, yeah.
Their fortunes have turned.
Shh. Oh, they nearly haven't though, because that one is prodded at by Cummins. You want to keep quiet there, Russ, I think, as that just nibbles past the outside edge and through the keeper.
I said Australia would lose quite comfortable. I said we'd lose. We'd put on about 150 today. We're only just on it now. None of this is surprising to me.
It's funny, isn't it? I mean, how chases can just fall apart in an instant, and suddenly all the pressure has gone the other way. I mean, England, you would have said, when they came out after this rain break with only 3 wickets down, Australia requiring 140 runs, Australia are going to get that. Couple of wickets, and suddenly the whole thing is, well, it's 4 wickets now. Wokes in again, squares up Cummins, coming down the track at him. Defended back to him, and there's no run. Well, at least the sun's out, can't complain about the light. Does Woody get a go? We'll probably have one more over after this one, and then that'll be it. And then it's a time for a change. It'll be not Fred Nestlers and Jack. If Jack turns up.
His internet was fixed last time I checked.
Was fixed. Thrown up outside, nice drive, but straight at Moeen as at cover, and it is no run. Hit
No
one of
timing
those.
on that
I
at
want him
all.
to. I want him to hit one of those shots and run on the shot, not where the fielder is. In that classic way that tailenders do. I got that really nice run. And get run out.
He didn't time it though. You only do that when you've like absolutely creamed it. You know, go, that's 4.
Well, yeah, that pretty well.
No, that was dribbled out.
He didn't dribble out.
Off the toe.
Yeah.
Looked nice. It was all very classically pretty, but
2 off 7. Wokes is in. Short.
Oh.
It doesn't go over Bairstow. Is it going to be given as a wide? Can't see the umpire, so presumably not. 283 for 7. Australia requiring 101 more to win. England require 3 wickets. When does that need 101 more to win? England need 3 wickets, 2 wickets. Do you think when it gets to 2 wickets it goes England require 2 wickets?
I'm surprised it's not already back to England 3 wickets.
The toddler, look, there's a Penfold having a thought
There's only
about
Todd and
what might be needed
Hazelwood
from him.
left. And Hazelwood really cannot bat for toffee.
Steady bear.
He can't.
Steady bear.
Wokes in. Ooh, guided by Cummins down a 3rd man. They've got a 3rd man in. They don't want to leak those pointless forwards. It's more a backward point. Stokes Fields. Cummins will retain. And we're going to have a switch now. I want one more over.
One more over, I think. Yeah, one more over. Chris Dobertine says, between you all bursting through the computer speakers and my exclamations from the couch, my dog is annoyed that her nap's being rudely interrupted by wickets. Sorry about that. Hombre Nuevo, Tony, enjoy it. Don't be the voice of reality. Well, the reality is looking a little better than it was. Bag of Cans TV says, still have Australia's favourites. Cummings, Stark and Murphy, all capable of knocking these remaining runs off with ease. Well, we know they're capable and they've proved it. Dave Wood, Jimmy to have Cummings caught by Broad at fine leg with Australia needing 3 to win. That is how this match ends. Sorry for the spoiler. Wow, that'd be a story. Hombre Nuevo, fucking love you, Wokes, Grand Theft Auto, running errands, check the score. What the fuck is going on?
Genius is what's going on. Oh, goes back. There's Cummins inside. Maybe no, I think he shouldered arms, but it was a bit high. Maybe a little bit of inside edge onto his pads. Probably going over. Bounced. If it hit his bat, which it didn't, it came off his box, I think, which is why it bounced so hard out into the offside, and there is no run. There's a leg gully driven hard straight back down the ground. Doesn't beat mid off. Good dive from Jimmy. We'll get a single though. Well, there was a leg gully, short leg and a slip. Presumably it will change for the left-handed Carey. Good dive from Jimmy. Well done, you old man.
41 yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That was actually his birthday, and he had to kind of very much take the back seat to Brody, didn't he?
This is fair enough. Defended by Carey, out into the covers, and there's no run. I suppose these two are capable of a 100-run partnership?
Oh, I think they absolutely are. They've proven it this series, haven't they?
I mean,
No, I
that
don't
was
think so.
Stark
Yeah,
and
but
Carey, wasn't it,
capable.
who did that?
I don't think they got 100, did they?
Not sure. I thought they did.
Swept! Oh, it's up in the air, it's up in the air, it's up in the air, it's up in the air! It's bounced just shy or wide of Wokes. Swept by Carey. Big top edge.
Under 100.
Under,
It's under 100 Bear.
97. It is. There's only 3 wickets left.
It's interesting. They still only have the one player down there for Carey. He's sweeping so many balls.
Well,
No,
I guess if he's
convincingly.
sweet. Well, presumably there's someone out deep mid wicket. I mean, if it's only going to go in 2 sort of directions if he does that. Defended out to the covers, and there's no run. One
I
ball
mean, so
left of
far
our
he's-
spell. You can come in now, Fred. Who's on next, Fred? Nestler's Jack. Not sure Jack is in the room actually. Defended once more by Carey, and that is the end of the over. No run. Nestlers is there. I'll just hang on until Jack gets. So sit there.
Nestlers, I can tell you that Messi Jez is actually next 11 minutes ago. Where's Nathan Lyon? And I really haven't even had a chance to get to YouTube, which I'm sure is jumping like a lunatic. So
It is.
over to you, mate.
But if you really want us to mention you on YouTube, Super Chat game, Super Chat game, Super Chat
Muttley
game.
has done that, £5, and he says even though he's not playing, can you find time, even if it's at the end, for the Ravi Bopara jingle, full version?
Oh.
If you still have it, I miss that jingle.
Let's see if they have a little stop in play since you gave us money. How much money did you give us?
£5.
Okay.
Bag of Cans TV is trying to desperately influence the result by saying, with only 109 needed, the Aussie tail will wag and these runs run off without breaking a sweat.
Yeah, they lost 3 wickets since then, I think, because they need 97 now.
Well, the new ball's come out.
Yeah, I mean, even if you want to keep the same bowlers on, it's still probably worth taking the new ball because it's going to bounce a bit more for the spinner and it's going to seam and swing a bit more perhaps for Wokes. Anyway, Wokes is going to be starting a new over. He's bowling to the Australian captain, at least at the moment, Pat Cummins, as this is guided away down to third man. I don't think there is a third man. It's going to be 4 runs.
Ooh, suddenly they're back in the game.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I know what happens in the green room stays in the green room, but Hendo sitting there every time there was a wicket, yes, we're going to win, and then there's a single to Australia and goes, no, we're doomed, we're going to lose. Which won't surprise long-time listeners.
Classic Hendo.
291 for 7, 93 runs for Australia to win this game, 3 wickets for England. There are 3 slips, a third man, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a long leg as Wokes comes in and bowls, and this is driven well by Cummins. But there is a deepish mid-off, who's Mark Wood, and he gets on his horse, fields the ball, and it's just a single to Cummins. He has 9 off 13. Is he going for it? I think it's important to show that they're going for it, even if they aren't. Because otherwise, if you're very passive, you'll just allow England to put loads of men round the bat.
Exactly. So they've got to, and they'll either succeed or fail, won't they? Because at the end of the day, you need 92. Well, obviously, but I mean they've got 92.
Or
runs.
it's a draw or a tie.
No, because there's 92 runs. There's loads of time left, and so if they go aggressive and England don't take the wickets, obviously they win. You know, you'd expect England to take 3 wickets for 92. Even if this partnership lasts for 30, 40 runs, you'd expect the last 2. Well, you know, I suppose
Wokes to Carey, and forward, an authentic forward defensive shot on the middle of the bat up to mid-off. If you're interested in what the weather's doing at the Oval, whether you're in Perth or elsewhere in the world, I can tell you that the sun is out and there are strong shadows on the ground behind Chris Wokes. He's had another great day with the ball today, hasn't he? He got 2 wickets early on. He's taken 2 in this. So 2 odd spells for Australia when they lost 3 wickets in the first hour this morning, and they lost 4 wickets in 45 minutes after the restart, and apart from that, they've looked untroubled, which sounds a bit odd, as Wokes is in again to Carey, and leans forward again, defends, pushes it to extra cover. I think that was Moeen Ali fielding. No run.
Well,
Missy,
I've still gone for the run
Gesture
out.
says, where's Nathan Lyon when you need him?
Well, indeed.
He's back home, nursing his injuries. And yes, Australia have missed him. But likewise, England have had their injuries. Wood didn't play the first 2 Test matches. Of course, Jofra Archer hasn't been available for the whole series. Ollie Pope only played, was it 1 Test match? Or half a Test match? So that's the nature of international sport. Round the wicket now to Wokes, and it's outside the off stump. It's not much of a delivery, but Carey has a waft and misses the ball. It would have been an absolute gift of a wicket had he edged that, because there was no danger in the ball whatsoever. It was short, well outside the off stump. He didn't need to play it that wafty shot at it. 292 for 7, 92 runs for Australia to win, 3 wickets for England to win. And did we think that anything other than this match going and this series going to the very, very last? I think we all knew in our heart of hearts that was likely. As Carey concentrating, pushes this into the leg side as an easy single as it's short of mid-wicket. The retiring Stuart Broad. He's not shy in retiring, but he is retiring. The end of the over, 293 for 7. Messi. Not Messi.
Nestless.
For once it's not Messi, it's Nestless.
Muttley says, this is why I think they should have a reserve day for if an entire day gets washed out. Yeah.
They do for the World Cup final, but I think in the 5 Test series it's all part of the ebb and flow
part
of
of
Test
it.
cricket, isn't it? Yeah.
You didn't say that at Cardiff in 2009.
Yeah, exactly.
So Jimmy and Woody to the glue factory. Can we also sell Cornwall to the Paper Street Soap Company and solve all of Cricket West Indies' financial problems?
I'm a
How do
great
you
admirer of
feel, Rucks?
Rakeem Cornwall's cricket. He's a good cricketer. He's also a fearsomely good slip fielder.
Yeah, just needs to get on a diet, really.
I don't think he does. I think that, he's a big man. And
yeah, too big. Can't be healthy. He nearly had a heart attack, didn't he, the other day?
Did he?
No, he didn't. He went off. He went off with chest pains.
Oh dear, that's not good. Moeen starting you over round the wicket to Carey, who sweeps
God
uppishly, but there's
damn it.
nobody at a sort of a leg gully region. Duckett is down at backward square leg near the boundary, so it's a single to Carey. He has 10 now, 294 for 7, 90 more runs to win.
I'd have 2 men down there. I'd have one man on the kind of 45, and I'd have another man out a little bit deeper.
You'd have a man where the ball's just gone.
Well, yeah, I would, but I'd also have a man deeper as well for the harder one. But I mean, if he's going to play that shot, I mean, it's 2. He's top edge basically.
Yeah. You know what they call that kind of captaincy? Stable door captaincy. There's a short leg going in now for the right-handed Cummins. The ball should be turning into him. Oh, is he right-handed or is he left-handed?
No, he's right-handed. That
He's
was
right-handed.
Carey.
Yeah. So a short leg. He should be bowling outside the off stump. A leg slip, and a short leg. And this one, he goes back. Yeah! And he's bowled it up in the end. Stokes has caught it. Not just caught it, he's held on to it. And Moeen Ali has taken another wicket. And Australia are 8 down, and they are in dis-a-fucking-ray.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Not today, Pat. Not today.
Well. I mean, well, they came back at 4:20 on the last afternoon of the last session of the last Test match. He's gone back to pull a short ball. It was really shit gets wickets, wasn't it? It was a really poor ball. Turned back into him. He got an under edge onto his thigh pad. It looped up. Stokes round the corner. Not just took the catch, as I say, but he held on to it until subsequent disposal.
Yes.
No reviews necessary. And, well, this is a collapse for the ages.
Well, it is. It often happens. Last day wicket. I mean, that kept a little bit low, didn't it? I think he thought it was going to bounce a little bit high.
It was a short ball.
Yeah,
it was pretty much a long hop. He could have put it where he liked. He under-edged it onto his thigh pad. And the angle, because he had a bent knee, meant that it took it up into the air. Stokes had to make a couple of yards.
But it was ballooning, wasn't it?
It
plenty of
was.
time. Listen, for the next batsman who's coming in, because someone asked for his jingle, this next man is going to be this Subuke.
I'm Ravi Bopara. You're listening to TestMatchSofa.com.
Oh, my word. I forgot they had that.
You're not as funny as they think they are.
Well, Ravi Bopara, he's a batter.
Someone asked
like
for it.
Ian
Super
Bell,
chat.
but
Muttley.
delicate. Ravi Bopara, he's a batter like Owisha, but a little bit better. Ravi Bopara, he's a batter and a useful medium pace bowler to have in a limited overs game. Well, he scores runs against shit teams. Against the good ones he gets just 15. The way he gets out is sometimes obscene, but his kit is always so pristine. Oh, Ravi Bopara, he's so dashing when on occasion.
Well, just before I came in to take my seat in the Gorilla Cricket studio, Hendo said, "Fred, take it home." And I have to pay tribute to Hendo, who is always so supportive of everything I do relating to Gorilla Cricket. And we have a chance to bring it home. Shame Jack was... What's happened to Jack? His internet collapsed earlier in the day.
Maybe he didn't see the revised rota.
Yeah, it's been a day of revised rotas because of the weather and the revised timings. It's a nightmare, and
we're closing in on Moral Ashes, Fred.
Well, every game is important, especially in this era of Test Championship points. Australia have lost about 4,000 Test Championship points for their over rate in this series. Todd Murphy is the new batsman,
and he has a jingle that actually goes like this.
Loads of men round the bat, and this is turns out of the rough, and it's turned a long way. It's taken by Joe Root. Shades of Stuart Broad, actually. It's given not out by umpire Joel Wilson, and nobody is thinking of review. So that has turned mild. Well, no, it hit Bairstow's glove, and it took it to slip. Very similar to Stuart Broad. But this time, Murphy didn't touch it. He bowls again, and this is on middle and leg, and he leans forward, does Murphy, and defends back to
You're on at 550, Hendo.
Bowler. Hendo standing in front of the screen. I can't actually see what's going on. But
I don't know what he's trying to ascertain.
Nothing has happened since that last delivery. I do hope they don't decide to bowl short at Murphy.
So that would be
because
foolish.
that was a slightly strange passage of play. We've got lots of men round the bat now. We've got a short leg, we've got a leg slip, we've got a slip and a short gully as Moeen bowls, and very well defended by Murphy, who gets right forward all the time, leaving his back foot rooted in the crease, and defends into the leg side. One ball left of this successful Moeen Ali over. He has 3 for 58, and the Australian win is looking further and further and further away as they've absolutely collapsed this session. This is floated up and pushed into the offside. There's many gaps obviously now, but they don't take a single. So we're into that era of the game where Murphy does not want to keep the strike, and they want to get Carey on strike. So I think it's pretty clear that that a win is out of the question unless Carey goes nuts. Cummins will be a bit disappointed in the way he got out. It was a rank long hop.
It was a shit takes wickets.
It was. He's under-edged, as I say, onto his thigh. It's Stokes' redemption for that chance against Steve Smith before lunch, when he took the catch above his head but couldn't hold on to it long enough for the umpire on review. Well, is it going to be a new ball? I don't know, but it's going to be the last possible chance that the English public and the world public has to see this man bowl.
There's one I haven't heard for a while.
Yes, and you probably won't hear much again.
You will never hear again.
There's some music from the Wagner Group. This is when it was considered that Stuart Broad was sort of the
handsome young man.
Well, yes, and also created in a test tube by Aryan doctors, because he was young, blonde, and impressive. It's a great many years ago. He doesn't have any wickets so far in this innings.
We've pretty much done Test Match Sofa and Gorilla Cricket in the entirety of
his career. Yeah, but we're not retiring.
No, we carry on.
As far as we know. Yeah. Stuart Broad is going to be round the wicket to the left-handed Carey, and this is a good ball on off stump. I don't see whether they take the new ball or not.
No, they haven't taken the new ball.
He defends us into the leg side, no run. I think
Well, they've got, 2 hours left? I'm sure if it gets at some point, when this gets boring, they'll take it.
They have, and the weather looks good, which all of a sudden for England is a huge bonus.
It's very windy out there. The clouds are moving through very quickly. Weather from Sydenham.
Well, most of our weather's dealt with from Perth, bizarrely. Stuart Broad, headband flapping behind him, comes in and bowls to Carey. He's tickled this down the leg side. I don't think it's got in near enough the bat for how arms to be raised in the slips. It isn't. Bairstow takes. But every ball really needs to be not wasted. How many overs? They originally said there were going to be 52 overs when they came out of 420.
Yeah,
then they changed that to 47, which is a suspicious lopping off of 5. I think you'd expect them to make, or you'd understandable if they made a mistake by an over or two. But 5, that's a bit strange. Come on, Broady. Into Alex Carey. And he nudges this down to third man. I don't think there is a third man. They've taken one, and that's all they're going to take. So Carey's happy to let Murphy face Broad, which he wasn't happy to do when Murphy could have got a run off the last ball of the last over.
Minimum overs remaining 29 after this.
29. 2 wickets, 89 runs.
It'll be an extraordinary last man stand if they...
Well, how many did they need with 8 wickets down in the first test of the
55, I think it was.
Second test of the series?
It's 55.
First test. That was Cummins and Lyon. Cummins has gone and Lyon is unavailable. 3 slips wait.
No, Muttley said thank you for that jingle, by the way, and the super chatted us another £5. Thank you, Muttley.
Top man, Muttley.
Love and sausages, he says.
Of course he does. In comes Broady. And this beats the outside edge of the bat, and there's big carry through to Bairstow, who takes it above his head. And Broad has his palms down as if to dampen down the enthusiasm of the crowd. I doubt it will dampen down the enthusiasm. That was a quickish ball for Broady. It was outside off stump and moved away further. But it was a good 6 inches away from the edge of the bat. Looked like Broady was prepared to refute. Is this Mrs. Broad and a baby Broad?
Well, she's not Mrs. Broad. She's Broady's partner.
Partner, right. What are they, lawyers? They're in a partnership together?
Fiance.
Are they engaged?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I thought you said
Having children out of wedlock.
This is nudged down to third man. I think Murphy's going to pick up 4. He does. He wasn't in control of that shot, playing a long way away from his body. But unsurprisingly, there isn't a third man, and he's picked up a boundary.
Broad's giving it a 6.
Bit of swing, wasn't there?
A bit of swing, a bit of bounce, and he was not in any shape in control of that delivery. Other than the hands were soft enough for it to go down.
I think Jack's turned up, so I'm going to let him sit on.
Hello, Jack.
All right, Jackie boy, you were supposed to be on, 5:20.
Broad to complete the over. To Murphy, again an outswinger, but it started wide and went further wide. Murphy didn't really play at it. The end of another over, 299 for 8. Australia need 85 more runs. England need 2 wickets. Nestlers.
Dave Barrett, Men with Men, just says go harder and 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 harder. I think they are. Let's see. Woke's now 19 at 17.6 for the series. That may be altered. I think that tweet is 7 minutes old. Good day, Nestlers. For lunch, says Brian Barrett, leftover chicken cheesesteak and a bag of tomato pie flavoured crisps.
Ooh. Pie flavoured crisps, tomato pie.
Ed Benson's joined us. What are we going to do when this is over? How can we possibly have no Test cricket in August after this?
It's a fucking
or
travesty.
Any cricket in August.
It's a travesty.
Well, Moeen Ali is going to stay in the attack. Still no sign of the new ball.
He's not done bad for a man who's got dodgy groin stain, has he? When you're required to win.
Dodgy groin stain. He's only got a slip, no silly point, as this is... they may be trying to... Well, I don't know what they're doing. You wouldn't think they'd worry about giving Carey a single. Either way, this is defended into the offside.
Have I got the run out on?
We've only got one... Well, we've got a short mid-off or extra covers. This is floated up and it's pushed past that short mid-off out to long off. where I think it was Brooke wangs it back in. A single taken by Carey, so they're not worried about Murphy. They don't seem to be worried about Murphy facing at all. They're just taking whatever runs are on offer. He acquitted himself well in the first innings, but he was faced with a bit of a short ball barrage, many of which he pulled over the ropes. I don't think he's going to see much of that, at least not for the moment.
I'm determined to get this fucking run out, Fred.
There haven't been any run-outs all series, and lots of men round the bat as Moeen bowls to Murphy, goes on the back foot and pushes this back down the wicket. We've got a leg slip, we've got a short leg, and we've got two orthodox slips, because the ball ought to be turning away from the left-handed Murphy. Left-handed batter, right-arm bowler, as Moeen bowls again, putting it in the more or less the right region, but Murphy pushes this to extra cover, no run. Of course, you can bowl more than 20 overs in the last hour. Did you know that?
Yes, you can. Well, it's 15 actually.
15, yeah.
It's international cricket.
Moeen bowls again, a little bit shorter. Again, Murphy leans forward, gets a little bit high on the bat, but pushes it down into the offside. No run. One ball left of Moeen's over, his 18th. 300 for 8 is the score. All results possible. What more could you ask for from a test match? Moeen bowls, and this is slightly inside edge, but again down into the ground. How tall is Murphy? He's a reasonably tall man for a spinner. As he plays that reasonably well, the end of the over, 300 for 8.
Matt Sells tells us that Broad is engaged. Apparently he asked the question and then ran off, arms aloft in celebration before she'd even reacted to it.
Boom, boom.
Boom, boom. Leah says, from your reactions, one could think England are cruising towards their first victory in a test down under since 2011 instead of drawing a home series. Calm down.
But it's important not to fucking lose.
Also, you don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Last time we won in Australia, 2010, 2011. Last time Australia won in England, 2001. We've got bragging rights, man.
Stuart Broad will unsurprisingly continue. Still no sign of the new ball.
29 overs remaining.
A maximum of 29 overs, or as we said, not a maximum. Minimum. I don't think they're going to get many more in. It's what time is it? It's 5:43 in the UK. As Broad bowls, and this is on the middle and leg, and that's nicely played out to a long on. There is a wideish long on.
I'll give it a few more overs of this, and then I'll go for the new ball.
It doesn't seem to be. Well, I don't know. Broad's got it to move.
Yeah, but a new ball should do
keep plugging
more.
away at that just outside the off-stump line.
You'll get more zip with a new ball, won't you?
I'd like to see him try and bowl a couple of cutters that come back into the left-handers, if only to put some doubt into their mind. A third slip's going in for Murphy. We've got what looks like a shortish third man for an upper cut, which is an unusual position, but it would be fun if it went there. This ball. Broad bowls again. This is he's skied up into the air out to deep square leg. Is there a man there? I doubt it. No, there isn't. He's timed this pretty well, but it was up in the air, Murphy, and up and over square leg. A couple of bounces for 4 runs. He got very far over to the offside and possibly exposed his leg stump. He did expose his leg stump, and that was what Broad was going for, but it was well timed by Murphy. He almost exposed middle and leg. Stick to basics, Broady, I think.
Yeah. Channel outside off.
Yeah, on off. As this is on middle and off, and does slightly straighten, and Murphy defends it well enough.
Of course, you've got Woody if you really need it.
Well, what we saw from Wood earlier was very dispiriting. He was bowling sort of 83, 84, 85.
He was still troubling head, wasn't he? As long as he doesn't bowl short.
Well, you don't want him to bowl short, Murphy, do you? But options are available, I think it's fair to say. And at the moment, at least, with the sun out, England can use all these options rather than if it got very gloomy and they'd have to bowl spinners.
Messi's lost out and is lost by 80.
Broad bowls again, and it's again on middle and off stump, and again well defended by Murphy. He's lost out on what?
Well, he went. I think he had Australia to lose by 80 or more, and it was 11-1.
Okay. Well, we're disappointed for you, Messi, but we'd still be quite happy if the results came in. That Broad give it his all now. He's not saving it for anything else. And he would absolutely milk the moment if he was involved in an England triumph. It's a short ball and it's pulled by Murphy. I think he's shown himself pretty capable of that. There is a deep mid-wicket and it went pretty slowly out there, so it's just a single to Murphy. And come in everybody, says Stokes, rather in the manner of a Sunday League captain who's not very sure about what he's doing.
That wasn't very well pulled, was it?
It was well enough pulled. I mean,
it was aerial. Could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, but he didn't. Yeah, I suppose so. What have we got? A run-saving field now, as we have a square leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, a cover point. How many slips? 2 or 3? And presumably a long leg, as broad bowls on the off stump, well defended by Carey. It's looking like a good wicket. We've had spells of wickets and then we've had spells of dryness as far as the bowler's concerned.
I would give it a few more overs and then I'd turn to the new ball. You've got plenty of time.
306 for 8. Of course, you have the opportunity of mixing your bowlers as much as you like. You know, bringing people on for 1 over or 2 overs just to get the batsman out of their comfort zone.
Exactly.
It's still Moeen though. No sign of any funky 1 over spells from Stokes. Would you imagine if Stokes came on to bowl?
Wow, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Finish it off. Skipper's job.
Now, the bowler of the day for England has definitely been Wokes.
Yeah. Moeen's bowled really well after a poor first spell.
Right. Well, the field to Murphy is going to be a short leg slip, 2 slips. They are the very close fielders. As he comes round the wicket to Murphy. Again, competent in defence. The ball not behaving massively. And when it's off the good part of the wicket, not a huge amount is happening. Let's see if he can really rip his fingers round one, Moeen. As this is on just outside off stump again. Murphy leans well forward, but he gets the ball down. How tall is he? Do we know?
5'11". I don't think, maybe 6 foot.
He's got broadish shoulders and he's very thin, so he might look taller than he is. The slips go down in expectation. As Moeen Ali bowls floated up. He's giving him all the opportunity he likes to drive, but he just pushes this to cover, and it's another dot ball. Say one thing about this spell, England are getting through their overs nice and quick, aren't they?
Yeah.
Amazing what they can do if they try it. This is a ball on middle and leg, which he leans forward. That may have caught him on the shoe, or was it the bat? Either way, it's found its way to mid-on, no run.
Caught on a shoe, I'd have been a pin.
No, it was chipped up in the air off the bat. It was a very full ball, and it would have been a comfortable catch for non-Hayden. Of course, there isn't one. Why should there be? Moeen bowls onto the back foot to a ball that turns very, very slightly and pushed back to the bowler. 1 ball left of Moeen's over. It's taken about
moon ball.
It's taken about a minute and a quarter to bowl this over, something like that.
I want a moon ball.
And called a no ball. Is floated up outside the off stump. Again, Murphy defends. Carey comes a long way down the track. Is sent back by his partner. A maiden over, I believe, or possibly not. Either way, 306 for 8. Australia needs 78 more runs to win. England, 2 wickets.
Paul Marshall just says, for fuck's sake, give Wood the new ball. Bag of Cans TV, again attempting to kibosh Australia, says, am I the only one who reckons Australia are the favourites here?
Yes.
Ferron says, surely it's ducket time.
One more over.
Says, the biggest what if of this test was the rain at Manchester, in my humble opinion, not just for a possible win of that test, but just to see what would have happened. I feel all sides have been cheated there. Had so much fun with this Ashes and Team GC. And Hattie has retweeted a tweet from England's Barmy Army, which says a petition to make this Ashes a 10-match series.
I tell you what, though, people talking about the last day or 2 days at Old Trafford, they played on the same wicket. A county game which started a couple of days later as Broad starts a new over to Alex Carey. It's full outside the off stump. He drives this past extra cover. He's going to pick up at least 2 as it's chased back to the boundary by Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes.
And did they take 2 or 3? They took 3. So there's no question of protecting Murphy from the strike as Ben Stokes tries to repair the boundary stretch.
Pretty resilient, actually.
Yeah, but they did not take a couple of singles when he first came out. Anyway, they played a county game at Old Trafford on the same wicket, and it was an absolute run fest. Where a team scored about 400 in the last day without losing any wickets. So there was it was highly likely that England would have won that game, but it was not absolutely guaranteed because it was a real belting batting track. 309 for 8 as the field changes dramatically for Murphy. We have 3 slips, we have a short third man, we have a cover point, a mid-on, a mid-off. We have a man going back at deep square leg. I'd rather they wouldn't bang in the short ballers other than a surprise tactic. It could be a bluff. Let's see what Broady bowls. It's full and straight outside the off stump, and Murphy offers the bat, but it was a bit too wide, even though it did shape away, and he was beaten by that.
Just wanted to touch that one through.
I take the new ball in the middle of this over.
Yeah, I will be thinking about it soon. If nothing happens in the next couple of overs, I'll be thinking about it. We're going to have a change at the end of the over. Hendo's going to come and sit in for me. He's going to be joined by Messrs. Rusty.
Rusty?
Rusty.
Is it an old car which has been left to...
Rusty's Dumpy Nuts.
Well, Rusty's coming back onto the game. We'll be over in about 5 minutes.
It's about 4:30 in the morning there or something. And this is again past the outside edge of Murphy. Again a little bit too wide, but he did offer. So there was definitely something to encourage the bowler and the England team. Is he going to auction off that headband, Broad, for a large amount of money?
Well, he should do. He's probably got quite a few, hasn't he? It's Adidas, isn't it?
Yeah, he could auction a bunch off, saying they were the ones he wore on the last day of his Test career.
Exactly.
Put them on eBay.
Sign them.
He's not got a career now, has he? Until next week when he walks into the TMS box.
Exactly. Skybox probably.
Broad bowls, full and straight, a bit too full. Murphy can easily lean into a defensive shot. And Stokes looks slightly exasperated. Don't know why. He's waving his arms around like a mad ship's captain in a storm. He's telling them to give him a single with 2 balls left of the over. I'm not sure that's necessarily warranted. You sort of get into a mindset where you're concentrating on one batsman rather than both the batsmen. Both of them are there for the taking. That's all I will say. As Broad bowls again, and this turns him round, and I think he gets a bat on that. Otherwise, there would have been a huge appeal for LBW.
Too high.
It doesn't stop a huge appeal, even if it's too high.
It
was on middle stump, and it swung away, and it caught him on the upper thigh, between the thighs. You might be feeling that, Murphy, even at Broad's fairly moderate pace at this stage of his career. Mind you, he was never all that quick, was he?
He was quicker than this. He was regularly above 85 to 90.
There's a big difference between 85 and 90.
Well,
I don't think he ever really got to 90.
No, not really, but he was, averaged 88 sort of deal.
Last ball the over. What can Stuart Broad do? He can bowl full and straight or attempted Yorker. Murphy is comfortably behind that, playing it off the middle of the bat. The end of the over, we're having a change. It's 309 for 8.
I'll play a jingle. What am I going to play?
Oh, there's lots of opportunities to support the Gorillas. Patreon or buy some merch and enter the GPL. We got the comms, you got the ears. Give us lots of money. No Michael Vaughan and no KP. You can spare us some money.
Go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Choose either $2, $5, or $10 per month to keep us going. You know it's a bargain.
Yeah, please, 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 if you can, give us any money through Patreon. It would really help us to plan for the future. As Moeen is in, bowling to Carey, who just drops this out on the offside. Backward a square, and they'll come through for a very easy single. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Last chance for us to plea with you to help us pay the bills and various other things like that. Huge number of you on YouTube listening to the knockings, the last knockings of this day, and we have Rusty and Messi Jez. I'm surrounded by Australians again, as in the same way that Murphy finds himself surrounded by Englishmen, 4 men close to the bat.
He's doomed now that Russell is here again.
In comes Moeen, bowls to Murphy. Murphy meets that really nicely, thinks about the single, but there is a man at cover, Chris Wokes, and there is no run. He looks very well organised as Murphy. He doesn't seem in the least bit worried by the situation. He's very calm head on young shoulders. And Moeen is in again, and he aims for the big shot. It's gone up in the air. Is anyone underneath it? No, it's going to clear the man at mid-off. So maybe the pressure was getting to him a little bit. Crawley was the man running back. Couldn't get there. And a teasing effort from Murphy. England thought they might have had him there. Maybe he should have been deeper. But he was quite tight on the one. And he's got away with that. 73 more to win. Russ, what are you feeling? What are you feeling, Rusty?
I'm hoping for the one that popped up. I think, Hendo, the difference is Murphy's surrounded by wolves and you are lording over us.
Yes, that's what it is.
Like the man of ball.
That's too short from Moeen. He's going to give an easy single to Carey as he chops this away through the covers. And there are still plenty of overs, so they can do it. They need 72. We've got, what, 2 balls plus 25 overs. So it's still only 3 and over. Not quite that. So if they just play sensibly, they could get Australia over the line. But it's going to need a lot of nerve.
It's the ending this series deserved, though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Very good the whole way. Even the drawn test had its own set of excitement.
Thrown up. It's a full toss, and they're going to get a single as this is pushed again out through the covers. As the shadow from what used to be the OCS stand is encroaching on the outfield. 313 for 8. Now the question is, when do you take the new ball? I mean, Stuart Broad is still getting it to swing. We have said in the past that the new ball doesn't necessarily swing in the first 6 or 7 overs. So I think you take the new ball when you want Mark Wood to bowl. And I'll tell you why in a minute. In comes another short delivery from Moeen, but he's going to get away with it as it's pushed to cover. There is no run. What I think is that because it won't necessarily swing initially, is that you give Mark Wood that little bit of extra pace that he's crying out for from the hardness of the ball. Not so much the shine that will do it for him, but you give him a little bit more hardness. And I'm not sure that Murphy will find it quite as easy to pull him as he did in the first innings with a fairly old ball. 313 for 8, Messi Jez.
Hattie says, if Moeen gets another wicket, I'll do another super chat.
Excellent.
In response to her petition to make this Ashes a 10-match series, I pointed out that, like with most tournaments, there's a home and away leg to everything. This is actually the 10th match of the series. Australia currently need 6-1.
No, we're not having that. We're not having that. We're starting with this series and we're going to the next one. Although that said, it'll probably be 5-0 there. I'm worried about what England's bowling strength is going to look like when we go back down under. Broad then continuing. 25 overs to go. Australia 313 for 8. 3 slips. Looking for the Yorker, but it's on the legs of Murphy, who's steered it away to deep square. And they've taken a single. 314 for 8. 70 to win. I think this is also going to be a killer for England. If they lose this match from this position, it's going to be a reminder of Edgbaston. But I suppose in a way it would be almost as if the series had been bookmarked at either end. Because they I'm trying to remember what Australia needed at one point with those last 2 wickets down.
It was about this much.
Yeah, it's around about this much, wasn't it? In comes Broad bowling to Carey. It's down the leg side. It's a poor ball. He tries to whip it away, but makes no contact, and Bairstow dives to his right to take. And there is no run.
I think they should take the new ball now, and the reason is if you think you need to bowl 6 overs at 25 odd runs with it not swinging, you want to give yourself enough of a buffer with the swinging new ball. If you take it too late, then you may as well not take it at all.
Yeah, so that's a good call. I was thinking more about the new ball being of use to Mark Wood rather than actually thinking about swinging it too much. But these are the decisions a captain has to make. It's a lovely drive by Carey, but he's being allowed the single. Stokes picks that up quite deep at a wide mid-off. 315 for 8. Well, there was a moment, I don't know, half an hour ago where I thought I might not get back on again. But of course, here I am.
That was when Russ was on a fucking roll.
He was on a roll, wasn't he? He was on a roll.
I'm back to finish off the match.
He's channeling his inner Shelley on behalf of England.
Dave Wood has put a very strong bid in for the cliche of the day. possibly of the match. He says, of course, whatever the result, Test cricket is the real winner here.
Of course it is. Oh, now what's happened there? He's dug that out, Murphy. Square on the offside. Harry Brook now in bright sunshine. Lovely shadows cast across the ground. So it's a lovely end to a slightly gloomy day, and they won't get a run. 69 required. And, well, we're getting a little bit desperate on YouTube. Doctor S says, bring Josh Tongue on as a concussion sub. And then Jaginder Malhotra says, please change bowling. Well, I think another couple of overs and we might see that. We might see Wood. I think if you bring Wood on, you've got to give him the new ball and to take advantage of that extra pace and bounce that he might get.
They've done you for your bet, though, Messi. That's disappointing.
Oh, well, it was a whole $1 that I had on it.
Oh, now that rises as Broad bowls. He's starting it a little bit wide. Even so, Murphy has a little bit of a prod at that. Doesn't actually get anywhere near it. It swings too much. The other thing I was thinking about with Broad is it worth him just trying a few balls over the wicket? I know he tends to operate to left-handers from round the wicket and he likes that angle. But just change the angle for them. Give them something else to think about. I think it's worth doing for a few balls at least.
Thing is, if he's swinging it away from the left-handers, around the wicket doesn't. You just they can either kind of leave it if it's in the stumps or put their pad out.
I suppose here's a short one. He tries to pull. He's through the shot way too early, and it wraps him in the ribs. Really, he's kind of disappointed with himself, Murphy. But that is the end of the over. 315 for 8. Messi.
On that very point, Raffles, the gentleman thug, says, I don't remember the last time I saw a right-hand bowler bowl over the wicket to a left-hand batsman. It's a trend started by Freddie bowling to Gilchrist.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ombre Nuevo says, how long does the discount code last for in Ponting's wines after today? That's a good question.
That has to be decided. I mean, we are hoping that we can carry it through to the World Cup, but that needs to be decided in discussions with those that matter. So I would say just get on it now. Get on it now. Buy, and
yes, indeed.
And enjoy.
Steno Peel, the Jersey Dingler, says, haven't tweeted this for a while, but it fits. Get Rooty on. Shit gets wickets.
There is that, and we are wearing the T-shirt today, or certainly Light Roller is. Moeen continues, and he bowls him a ball that goes on. He was pushing for a little bit of turn, so he gets an inside edge onto pad, but it drops out into the onside. There's no one there, and they take another single.
Maybe the right-handers to left-hand. Jimmy still bowls over the wicket to left-handers. He's like a serve volleyer at Wimbledon. It's like the last of his dying breed.
Yeah. 68 more required. 316 for 8. The twists and turns go on to the very end of this series, and what a shame it's ending. It's been magnificent to watch and witness. 4 men round the bat for Murphy, who's forward, and he's jabbed that into the offside past the man at short leg. Another easy single. It's a little bit frustrating and irritating for England, this, as they edge nearer this target. 67 more required. What's this partnership worth? Is it 22, 23? I think something like that. Murphy proving his weight in gold. Moeen in, bowls to Carey, gets right forward. It just doesn't seem to be turning for Moeen anymore. So I'm wondering whether, even if you keep him on, give him the new ball, maybe be able to slide one on and pick up an LBW or a bowled. He's in again, throws it up, and just forced back to him by Carey. 317 for 8.
Maybe the moniker honey's worn off.
Yes, on the finger. Good point. Maybe. Oh, he's down the wicket. He's gone for the lofted drive, and there's no one back there. And it's a risk worth taking. A risk so worth taking that it's cleared the fence, and it's gone for one of these. So 61 more to win. Is Carey the man involved in controversy from the second test onwards? Is he going to be the man to carry Australia over the line? That was a really lovely shot. Great use of the feet. Maybe it's time
no
for
real
change now,
follow-through
Moeen.
either.
No.
Just punched it.
He did. Absolutely dead straight, so no danger of holing out to anyone. And Moeen is in again to complete the over, and he's pressing forward. Much more confident than he looked in the first innings. It's gone to extra cover, and there is no run. 61 required. Australia 323 for 8. We have 23 overs remaining. Messi.
I think Bag of Cans has overplayed his hand, to be honest. He says, not sure what you think, but Murphy looks way better than a number 10 bat to me. Him and Carey look likely to see the Aussies home. That worked twice, but not anymore, I don't think. Dave Wood says, can I request that when the Aussies and Savas next play, Shelley and Russ commentate? It would be over in a matter of hours.
We've had. I just should say, Messi, we've had another super chat from Jayhan.
Excellent.
$7.99. Series in England always much closer because of the toss factor. Changing weather conditions affecting when it swings and doesn't swing. Same since 05. Yeah, but the swing seems to have been less swing this summer, and also the ball doesn't seem to swing for a few overs. In comes Broad, bowling to Murphy. He's looking for the Yorker, and he's dug it out well and cleverly because he's managed to guide it to backward point and pick up the single. So he's given the strike back to Alex Carey. He's beginning to blossom a little bit. So it's Frank Rockefeller says, I can't bear to listen. I can't bear to commentate. It's that tight.
Oh, sorry, there are instructions here for you from Mike Taylor. It says, come on, Hendo, bring this one home for us, big fella.
Well, I will be shamed for good if I can't. Anyway.
Still a long way away, Hendo.
It is, but we saw what happened at Edgbaston. He turns him round a little bit. They're going to get a single nonetheless. Full shot from Carey, but there's no one in to save the one. And so 59 more to win. 59. Well,
England haven't resorted to a whole bunch of bounces yet, which is what they did in Edgbaston. So, actually, in fact, sensibly, I don't think done it at all this whole innings. Did they do it to head briefly?
Yeah, a little bit. Wood, but Wood wasn't really getting. He was only bowling at around 83, 84 in that little session before lunch. Broad in again, bowls him a short one. He's pulled it. Is anyone back there? No, it's 4 more. 4 more for Australia. Oh my word, this is just too much for us old men.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Oh dear. Tom McAdams says, do you think Ashwin is somewhere watching Moeen Ali run through Australia's lineup on a 5th day oval pitch?
Well, that was Murphy played that shot. I think we've learned that he can pull the ball, but I wonder whether he can pull the ball when it's at 93 miles an hour. They've got to wind up Mark Wood for one final burst and give him that new ball, I think. That's what I would do next. Broad in again. Fuller, he fishes at that outside the off stump. A good response from Broad. But he still can't find the edge. He stands there with his hand caressing his lips in thought. But Australia and Murphy survive. 329 for 8.
Oh, Mayank says it's only 2 years and 4 months until the next Ashes.
Is it 2 years? What year will? Yeah. When is the next Ashes? Someone tell me. It's the end of next year, isn't it?
No, end of the year after.
Is it?
Because it's only 18 months since you were in Australia.
I get mixed up with these things. Broad then into Murphy. Oh, he's done him again with a good ball, but he just can't get the luck at the moment. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe it just brushed the pad and he was outside the line. There was no appeal. Seemed to go through very slowly to Bairstow, and somehow, now this may just be tomfoolery from Broad, because he's just lifted the bail at the non-striker's end and then put it back on again, and this is what he did shortly before Labuschagne was out in the first innings, if I remember correctly. That's what seemed to annoy him. One of the things that annoyed Labuschagne. Here's Broad tearing in. One last effort from him. Oh, he's got the edge! And he's got him! He's got him! Bairstow dives to his left! And Broad has got what might be the clinching wicket. It's not quite the clinching wicket because Australia are only 9 down, but they still need 54 more to win. Molly, his partner, and his small baby are jumping for joy on the balcony, and the England crowd has gone absolutely wild. A first wicket of the innings for Stuart Broad. And he's done it. He did it. He moved the bail. He put it back on, and he got a wicket next ball. It's a fantastic superstition. I think it's working. Todd Murphy goes for a great, a great effort really. 18 from 39 deliveries. Chris Broad is on his feet. Everyone on that balcony is on their feet, and what a feat that was. He just probed around with that little away swinger, didn't he, Russ? Probing, and eventually got an edge.
Yeah, and I wonder if he was at the end of his spell as well.
Oh, he might have been.
Stokes had given him you get one more.
Well, it's all down to Josh Hazlewood. The walking, talking Josh Hazlewood. I'm going to give him the wonderful Josh Hazlewood jingle.
He's a walking, talking Josh Hazlewood. Walking, talking Josh Hazlewood. Walking, talking Josh Hazlewood. He's a walking, talking Josh Hazlewood.
He's a walking, talking Josh Hazlewood. Is he a winning Josh Hazlewood? Muttley's offered us £5 on Super Chat. He says, can Russ hide and put the cam on the kitties and voice the kitties doing commentary for an over? But it's just sort of
going nuts right now.
They are going nuts. Oh, there. I love the way you just pick them up in your either hand. Can you juggle them? Maybe not.
Hendo.
That would be harsh, wouldn't it? Oh, hang on. Someone sent us 500 somethings. I don't know what they are.
They have claws, Hendo. If I was to juggle them, I'd end up with...
they're Taiwanese dollars, I think.
Reverse sweep produced by Kerry as Moeen continues. England still haven't taken the new ball. Woody hasn't been required yet. 21.5 overs remaining. 55 more runs to win. Australia 329 for 9. It has to be the sweep to leg jingle. It's the Broady sweep to leg jingle. Oh, God. I'm going to have to go and find that answer. He's forward to this one. Just plays it straight back to Moeen. What is 500 NT dollars worth? I don't know what that is in... I don't even know what currency that is. That's from Don Diego de Silipants. We'll play that in a minute. Back goes Carey. Just beginning to get a little bit of turn again there. But England are not crowding Carey. They've moved the close field back. I think they've still got the slip in there. But they haven't got 4 men round the bat, which they had in Moen's last over. He's in again. Bowls. He goes back, forces. He's prepared to give Josh Hazlewood a couple of balls from Moeen's over. And England's field...
£12.36.
Oh, okay, thanks for that. The England field that was allowing the single now comes in tight on Josh Hazlewood. Another left-hander. Pat Cummins.
There's a good chance Broad's bowled the last ever ball in his Test career.
He could have done, couldn't he? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I
good way to finish.
Yeah, I bet he's desperate to get the ball back in his hand. Yeah, I mean, well, if he has, he's finished his Test career with a 6 and a wicket, which would be absolutely remarkable. And I suppose in fitting with the impact that he's had on Test cricket and England in particular. Sun is out, and the men around the bat, 5 of them now, but Josh Hazlewood is unperturbed. He just props forward and defends. 1 ball remaining in the over. What's Stokes signalling now? In comes Moeen around the wicket to Hazlewood, and Hazlewood drops forward, defends onto the onside, and there is no run. 330 for 9, 54 required, and Stuart Broad is coming in to bowl his potentially last over in Test cricket, but I suspect
got
not.
a lovely A lovely tweet from Chicken Vindaloo. He says, I'm a Brummie living in Arizona. Just wanted to say thank you for the excellent coverage the last few weeks. I work outside in our 50-degree summers, and you've made it a lot more bearable. Cheers, lads. That's lovely. Thank you for that. Brian Barish says, breaking news, it appears that Paul Rubens, a.k.a. Pee Wee Herman, has passed away. Matt Searle says, when Stokes and Leach came together, Australia needed 73 to win. Australia now need 69 to win.
Do you mean England needed 73 to win, I presume, when Stokes and Leach came together? Brody round the wicket to Carey. Carey's forward. He's going to get a run. Oh, hello, there's all sorts of indeterminate things going on. They've decided against the single. And I will play for Don Diego Silly Pants, perhaps for the last time, this jingle.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego is
coming into bowl to Carey, and Carey managed to dig down on this one, runs it up to deep mid-on, but won't take the single. Easy Ollie says, have $2. Only the weather can stop Bazball. Go on, England. Well, I remember Easy Ollie was yesterday. Was it yesterday? You were very confident that England had enough runs, and then I was going to turn around and say to you, "Are you sure?" But maybe they have just got enough. 330 for 9, 54 more to win. I'm happy for you to be right, by the way. England need one more wicket. Broad is in to Carey, hits him on the pad, probably going down the leg side. Arms are raised in the slips, but with no real conviction, and there is no run. Tech Kashmir 33 says Broad is doing black magic, and there are one or two other tweets coming through. Come on, Broady, one down, one to go. That's from Matt Hazlitt. I'm just reading a few names that we possibly haven't seen earlier on YouTube. Enormous number of you joining us on YouTube. It's so great to have you along. Come back for the World Cup. Come back for the one days that we've got in September. Broad in again. Bowles, has he edged that one? Oh, he looked back as if he thought he had, but he hasn't. And it's hands on head time again. J.R. Hartley has come back. I know he went off. I don't know whether he's been back since he was having his meal earlier today, because he said, I'm going away. I might be back in half an hour. I haven't seen anything from him since then. But anyway, good to have you back. Now, Ocean is saying Rugby World Cup commentary. Well, we have tried Guerrilla Rugby, but we haven't been able to get a hold of enough people to do it, enough knowledgeable people to do it. That's been the problem. And it's probably quite a difficult thing to commentate on and still have fun with, because there aren't the sort of passages of play where you're waiting for the bowler to run up. You don't have a lot of time. It's pure commentary, really, isn't it, when you're talking about a sport like rugby and football. 2 slips for Broad. He's in to Carey. And Carey's edge! Oh, it's been put down! It's been put down at second slip by Zach Crawley. Very low to the ground. And in fact, we'll probably have to have another look at it to be sure that it carried. Broad turns around and gives him applause for the effort. But I think that just carried. It was a very difficult catch.
Yeah, it carried.
I think it's carried. Oh, it has. He's caught it up on the wrist, hasn't he? Oh, England, so close. And, well, what a finish that would have been for Brody. But, as we say, it doesn't always work out how you would like to script it.
John, it was a little high, Carey. He was trying to come down. It's never easy to pick one up for the
Oh, now has he edged that one? No! Oh, my word, this is just so frustrating for Broad. So frustrating for England. He's gone past the outside edge again, but he hasn't found it.
So frustrating for Hendo.
So frustrating for me. For God's sake, I've sat here for hours and days on end. I've gone without sleep. 3:30 for 9. Molly is trying to just cajole the young Broad, the very young Broad, into a little bit of excitement.
Dear. Bagger Can says, told you the Aussies were favourites. Leah says, this is the last test match before Boxing Day in South Africa, isn't it? No, well, I know there's one between Australia and Pakistan in Perth in December. There may be others before then as well. Would taking Murphy's glasses away be in the spirit of game, says Hattie?
Take his glasses away.
Ombre.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Ombre Nueva says, let's add to the tension. When you can take a breath, what's the GPL situation? I've end of Ash's tweet diarrhea. Actually, that's a good question.
That's a horrible ball by Moeen Ali, but Hazelwood has gone back to try and cut it, and he's chopped it down, not far from his stumps.
35.
So it would be kind of fitting if a really, really bad ball got the final wicket after a really, really, really good series. And it would help sell a couple more of our T-shirts. Shit gets wickets. Moeen, he's laboured long and hard with that groin problem. He bowls this one in a roundabout middle and leg, trying to get it to turn back across the left-hander, but it doesn't really grip, and it's defended comfortably enough by Hazelwood.
I should tell you that there have been 195 runs today. Somebody is on 198 runs in the GPL.
Wow.
I can't tell who.
Wow, this is defended by Hazelwood. Back to Moeen Ali. Matthew Cullen says, I want Bairstow to controversially stump Carey to win it. In comes Moeen, and that's a lovely shot off the back foot by Josh Hazelwood. There's no one out there at extra cover, and that has run away for one of these.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Now I think we're due a change very shortly, but is Jack there? Can anyone see Jack?
Yes, we are.
Oh, it's looking very dark.
yes,
There may be
he's
some
there.
more rain there. Look at that, Messi. Get your head out of the weather cave. That's very threatening over the back of the pavilion and Bedser stand. Moeen in again to Hazelwood. Hazelwood defends. He's seen it all before. He's a very experienced Test cricketer. And he just pushes it back to Moeen. One more ball from Moeen in this over. Australia hanging on by the skin of their teeth. And Moeen is in again, throws it up, and the long legs and long arms of Hazelwood come forward and keep it out. 50 more required, 19 overs remaining, and I do believe that Jack has moved into position. Has he? Is Jack there? Can
Okay.
anyone see Jack? He's there. I can hear him.
I can tell you that there are a few very small patches of rain around.
Oh no.
I don't think they're likely to interfere. Okay, I will catch you in the Gorilla Roundup with Tony Bishop this evening.
No, it's not going to be Tony. Tony's got to go. It's going to be either me or it could be the light roller. Would you like the light roller for a change?
I don't know. You tell me. Well, I'll leave it to you to tell me.
I think he'd be quite keen. Now the bear should be back in here by now as well.
We've had a super chat.
We've had a super chat from Mr. O'Light, €20 by the looks of things, which is great.
Wow.
The bear is back. Jack,
Here
it's all
comes
yours.
Broad with a ball outside off stump. Carey pushes it away into the offside. Thinks about a run. Thinks about 2 runs really, but decides against it. And stays put at the striker's end.
Dave Wood has a question. What would make Broad walk? And
It's
Tom
tense.
M's leg status is pumping.
Yeah, 50 to win for Australia. 18.5 overs to go. The score at 334 for 9, meaning that England need just 1 wicket to win the Moral Ashes, draw the Ashes. Broad in round the wicket, turned off his hip by Carey. Bairstow sprints out towards square leg to make sure that the Australians can't come through for 2, and so Carey stays put once more at the striker's end. How you doing, Bear?
I'm all right. Still haven't had a run out in this series. I keep going under for this last wicket. I've had 4 or 5 attempted run outs in a row.
Still a ways to go in this game,
Well,
potentially.
there's 1 wicket, and yeah, you got to fancy England from here. I mean, how long did Monty and Jimmy last in Cardiff in 2009? It was only about 13 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a while, but not quite as long as this. Broad in, bumper, Carey ducks underneath, and Bairstow takes it in front of his face. Good carry from Stuart Broad. How long do you reckon he'll keep this spell going?
1 more over after this, possibly. I'd give Woody a go if he can bowl.
Would you go new ball Wood or old ball Wood?
I might be tempted to. I'll give Moen another couple and see if they're prepared to go at him. Mind you, I suppose if Carey's batting, he's probably like to go at Moen to try and get runs still.
Taps his bat down, waiting for the fourth ball of this.
Yay!
England have done it! Broad has done it!
Well done.
Australia are all out.
Australia are all out, yeah. He poked at one. Finally, Broady got on edge. Bairstow takes a simple catch. England win by 49 runs. Sweet. And we win the Moral Ashes. Excellent.
The Mashes.
Unbelievable. Who writes his scripts? Hendo's back in the seat. Who writes this man's scripts, Hendo?
Oh, brilliant, wasn't it? Well done, Jack. I said, Jack, do it in the green room, and you did. So Broady comes back and takes those last 2 wickets. Well, that was astonishing, wasn't it? But I suppose when all the excitement's died down, the Aussies will go, we got the Ashes.
Yeah, but as I keep telling you, who gives a fuck? A, they don't have the Ashes because the Ashes eternally remain in the Lord's fucking museum, don't they? They get some fucking tin pot replica. So, you know, A, we got the Ashes, and B, we didn't lose. And we still haven't lost to the Aussies at home since 2001, and they last lost to us in 2010-11. So
what are the major controversies going to be after today? I mean, until Steve Smith got out, obviously that catch that wasn't that Stokes took. But I mean, do you think the Aussies are going to be talking about the new ball?
Oh, I think they're going to be talking about the new ball. But you can't complain about that because even if that ball was new, by the time it's got to now, it's how many overs old? We've had 94 overs.
Well,
so. Super chat game. No, new one.
Frank Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Frank Rockefeller says send off for the Aussies being good sports, $20.
Why, thank you very much, Frank. Yeah, they have been. I've seen a great series, let's be honest. I think as an England fan, obviously I'd have been upset if we lost, but today as the game went on, for a chance you thought, well, if Australia win this 3-1, then well done to them. You know, they'd have proved that old school Test cricket tops Bazball, but actually, what have we learnt? Nothing. It's 2-2. With a moral victory for us in Old Trafford, but you know.
Someone made the point earlier, didn't they, about the pitch. I think it was Fred was saying that the pitch at Old Trafford was later used for their county game that week, and there were just tons of runs out there. I don't think it was nailed on that England were going to win that match. I think it was likely that they would, but I think they were batting pretty well before the rain came.
Yeah, but they were still 100 odd runs behind. They still only had 6 wickets in the second innings. You can't see them really going on, could you? I mean, everyone was out bar the tail, essentially.
Well, Mitch was out there still, wasn't he? Mitch out there?
Marsh was out there.
Man of the series for Australia. Yep, man of the series. Johnny Bairstow, man of the series for Australia, says Fred. Wow, what a great series. Yeah, all right, thanks, Fred. Thanks for coming. Pat Cummins must be a very disappointed man in some respects. They
were ahead for large periods of this today, weren't they?
Oh, definitely.
They were ahead when they came out this morning. You thought they'd get. I mean, this is the thing. Everyone said. All the commentators on Sky this morning said Australia were going to win, just because it was 248 for whatever.
Yeah.
But we all know how Test innings work. You know, so they had a great opening partnership, likely somewhere down the card. Things are going to go horribly wrong, and sure enough, it did in 2 fits and starts, wasn't it? 3 wickets early, and then 4 wicket spell when they came out for this evening session. Basically what killed it for Australia.
But also I think you have to say, as Tony disappears as well, I think you have to say if England got the raw end of the weather in Old Trafford, they got a very important weather break yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know if Jack's still there. Are you still there, Jack?
I'm still here.
Yeah, what do you think?
Just watching the England retirees walking off, shaking hands.
Are Australia going to do the thing where they celebrate retaining the Ashes on a stage with loads of fireworks?
With the little Ashes, with the little urn itself. Well, they should do, you know.
We've had 3 super chats, by the way.
Yeah. Oh my word!
Get them out. The end of the series. Get them in.
Give us more. Give us more. See people loving them.
Easy Ollie, €5. Aussies going home with their tails between their legs, beaten and bruised by Bazball. Only the weather stopped us. Great commentary, guys. Thanks. King's Gambit, €10. Thanks for the great coverage of a great series. GC Naked Fun, US, $4.99. All over now. We'll be camping outside GC Towers until the ODI World Cup. Cheers, Primates. DG Lance has given us $10 Canadian. Great series, Gorillas.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, everybody.
Your contributions are most welcome, and we've discovered this thing. throughout this series, and it's great. Actually, it's a great way of communicating with you. It helps us raise money, and it's all good because we do have bills. So we are forever grateful for you guys who do that, and the patrons and everybody else. So it's been an amazing summer, is all I can say.
Apart from the weather.
It's just sad. It's fucking ending.
It is. It is so sad.
It's the end of July, and I've really gone into this. A series like this, it whets my appetite. I think the series. The next test, of course, is Bazball in India against the fucking Indians, which is going to be just as exciting, let's face it, because England are either going to crash and burn in the most horrific fashion, or we're going to score 300 in one day on a Cobra, and somehow India are going to because India. Let's face it, India are fannable to spin on their own wickets. Those wickets are basically fucking unplayable.
Yeah, but we haven't got any spinners. I mean,
it doesn't matter. Well, you have. Look, Jack Leach has fucking Monty Panesov. If you can spin the ball, pitch it on a length, those pitches do all the fucking work. We just got to find someone else who can do it, and Root is a third spinner. And it'll be and look, Root got 5 for 8 last time we were out there.
That's true.
You know, it's anything can happen in India, and it'll be absolutely fascinating to see that. But you know, Bazball has stood up to Australia. I'd say, if you said to me at the beginning of the series, I think Australia got a better bowling attack than England. England's old and tired, and somehow they hung it together. They've got 20 wickets in every game. And they pushed Australia onto the back foot at every opportunity in this series. Australia have always been playing from behind.
Well, they didn't get 20 wickets at Edgbaston. That was the problem. They got 18 wickets.
That's true.
But I mean, coming out again after the rain break today, Woakes bowled really well, didn't he? 4 for 50. I wouldn't say he's been a revelation, but he has done brilliantly. I think he's going to have.
I think we all knew he was capable of that. It's just we hadn't seen it for a while, and a couple of times we've seen him away.
Well, he's completely overshadowed Jimmy Anderson. I mean, Jimmy Anderson, who knows what lies ahead for him, but you've got to give Woakes an enormous amount of credit. 7 wickets in this match. Mitchell Starc, of course, bowled well. He took 8 wickets in this match. It just, there's so much happens in all of these games that you can't. When I look at the scorecard that's now come out in England 283, I can't. It seems like years ago that happened, and it was only Thursday, wasn't it? So it's just there's just always been something happening in these matches, and it makes you feel as if you've seen a lot more in a short space of time. Series is drawn 2-2. Is that the first time England have come back from 2-0 down? Certainly, we were talking about they've never come back from 2-0 down to win.
I thought they did in the 30s, Hendo.
Did they come back in the 30s?
Yeah.
Or was it Australia who did that to England?
Australia did that to England in the 40s.
In the
47
40s
or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we're talking about the 30s. It's a shame Tony's gone home.
Ooh, you're evil. You're evil.
Oh my word, that's really bitchy.
Do you want some final messages?
Yes, absolutely.
Simba Kull just says, "Fantastic job, Gorillas. Thanks for being you." That's
Our
nice,
pleasure.
Tom M says, "Imagine retiring after a spell like this. It feels like it could go on for years."
Yeah.
Muttley says, "Fucking Griselda, the four-legged horror, just missed the final wicket. Back again today, this time with a mouse." Matt Sell says, "Well, what a series. If only England hadn't pissed away every other winning position, we'd have won the series convincingly."
True.
S. K. Gupta says, "Well played, England. Chuff abroad. Shame about Old Trafford, but there we go. And well played to Guerrilla Cricket. Great commentary throughout for many of us expats." Bag of Cans TV just raises his bat to us.
Well, he did a job earlier on, didn't he? Get rid of, was it Smith that he managed to get rid of? I think. So
got rid of them all.
Oh, he got rid of them all.
Hattie just messaged Redbubble to send a bemused from Coventry query about charging £15.26 to send a bucket hat.
Well, we asked them about that, but we didn't get very
that.
far, to be honest, unfortunately. So it looks like the ducket bucket may sit on the shelves for some time.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe they send them via DHL courier.
I have no idea, but they're made in England, delivered in England for some reason. A T-shirt for some reason can be $5.99, but a bucket hat is $15.99. I have fucking no idea.
Yeah, carry on.
Mike Taylor says, "Dudes, in Manchester, Aussies were 5 wickets and 60 runs deficit down in the third innings. England had an entire innings in the bag. Manchester was a 99.9% given victory. This is a 3-2 victory, but for a solid 5-session reign. We won."
Exactly. That's what I mean. We won the Moral Ashes.
Yeah, but go back to the Lord's Test, and I think, all right, irrespective of the Carey incident, It was only Ben Stokes going Burko with righteous, indignant anger that got England anywhere near that.
Yes,
that total,
yeah.
to be
Well,
fair.
that's fair enough. But then you look at Edgbaston, and we probably should have won that.
Should have won at Edgbaston,
Yeah.
but you've got to say well played to Pat Cummins.
Should have,
Exactly.
should have, could have, didn't.
Precisely.
Dave Barrett just says hard enough.
Not sure. Not sure.
Tom M says, let's face it, it's Broad's world and we're just living in it. Thanks a million for the commentary. the commentary, everyone. See you in a few months. And that's about it from
Well,
social.
don't make it a few months. Make it. I think it's September the 1st or August the 30th is when the first one day against New Zealand is played.
Where's that? I presume the next few ODIs are here.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of ODIs against New Zealand and T20s against them. Then we've got a short series of ODIs against Ireland.
Here.
Yeah, here. And
then we've got a warm-up series somewhere.
And then, well, probably we go to the World Cup basically.
Yeah,
so
I think we've got a warm-up series in India before the World Cup.
a warm-up series of ODIs. I don't think we
3
have.
or something.
I don't
I'm
think
pretty
so.
certain there is something in sort
When,
of early October.
when are the Irish ODIs?
They'll be in the middle to the end of September.
When
I
it's
think.
pissing down with rain.
Yeah, probably.
I might have my Irish citizenship.
Well, of course,
by then.
I imagine those were planned when everyone thought that Ireland would make it to the
World Cup.
to the World Cup themselves. But of course, unfortunately, they've missed out on that. So it'll be a little bit of a sort of sweet and sour feeling for them, I guess.
Super chat from John Rees.
Yeah, the longer we stay on, the more we'll get. Let's just stay on all night.
Yeah.
£19.99, and it just says fine work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Well, I think that's a good note to leave it on. Fine work.
I think it is. I think it's ended up being a great day. It was a little bit frustrating when we lost those 2 hours, but maybe that's what made all the difference. And it was really Wokes and Moeen Ali who sort of engineered that collapse from Australia. And although it looked as if they might still get over the line if they just knuckled down, it was that man, Stuart Broad, who ends his Test career with 604 wickets, which is a pretty good lifetime's work, you have to say.
Indeed.
But on that note, it's a good night from all of us. Thank you all of, Russ, for example, Jack, Nestlers, Messi, the Kittens, everyone in Mooney Ponds, who we've been privileged to be joined by for this series and had a great time with them. And also for the light roller coming in today, Fred.
GPL.
Oh, and the GPL. Oh, now. There I was trying to tie it up in a sort of nice, emotional fashion, and then let's go back to the GPL.
How many did they get? 334. What did they come out on?
Stolen your thunder, Hender.
They have, yeah.
It was about 134.
I'll have to start it again. Let's have a look now. I'm trying to think. What was the score overnight? It was
about 134. Wasn't
no,
it
it was 131, I think.
It was
131.
Look at that. Typical us.
Oh no, 135 for no wicket.
No one won the GPL. It was 199.
Oh, so
199.
Are you saying that the bear interrupted my deeply emotional?
You have to do it all again.
Finish.
Listening to Winston Churchill.
So no winners the GPL. The bank is the winner.
Yes.
How many entries did we have today? Quite a few, by the looks of
18.
things. 18. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Thanks for those.
56 will be the next.
56 quid when we play the next ODI.
Yeah,
which, as I say, will be in. I can't remember. It's either 30th of August or the 1st of September, something like that.
Yeah.
But if you've been watching us, especially on YouTube, and we did see the figures going up enormously towards the end of the afternoon, please tell your friends, get them to come along, because ultimately, if we get a huge number of you watching on YouTube, we'll get some money out of that. Yeah. So on that note, it's goodbye from all of us, Gorilla Cricket. I hope you've enjoyed the series. It sounds like you have. We certainly have. Until the end of the month, beginning of September, it's goodbye.
Goodbye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and